Damon emerged from the forge minutes later, his expression darker than before. During this time, Carls had been chatting with the blacksmith, Anvil, convincing the standoffish man to assist Damon. While Anvil wasn't the friendliest, Carls knew him well enough to push past his prickly demeanor. When Damon stepped into the main shop, Anvil glanced at him. His sharp eyes immediately caught the shift in Damon's demeanor. The coldness in the boy's gaze had been replaced by something deeper, a painful, hollow look, as if he'd just endured a significant loss. Anvil smirked knowingly. Looks like you suffered quite the blow. And here I thought you were walking out with some rare treasures. Carls, ever the optimist, tried to cheer Damon up. No worries, Damon. Life's full of wins and losses. You'll bounce back. Damon didn't respond. He silently slung the bag off his shoulder, set it on the counter, and pulled out the ores he had collected. Anvil's smirk turned to a mocking grin, but it quickly froze when his eyes landed on the materials Damon produced. His hands trembled slightly as he picked them up to inspect them. This is magicite. Anvil stammered, his voice barely above a whisper. He turned to another piece, his face growing pale. And this, it can't be cursed ore, can it? Carl's eyes widened as he leaned in for a closer look. I never doubted you, Damon. I knew you had a sharp eye. Damon remained silent, his mind still spiraling. 2 million. That mana crystal was worth at least 2 million zeni, Damon thought, his lips twitching in frustration. No, wait. I didn't even test it. If I'd found the right buyer, it could have been 10 million. 10 million. And that damn shadow devoured it. While Damon quietly lamented his loss, Anvil was too busy marveling at the ores, practically salivating over the rare finds. Carls stood awkwardly between them, unsure of how to join the conversation. In an effort to break the silence, he spoke up. Anvil, didn't you say you'd make something on the house if the ore turned out to be good? The blacksmith cleared his throat, snapping out of his trance. Ah, yes. Of course. So, what do you have in mind, kid? Damon's lips pressed into a thin line as he considered his options. He finally nodded and spoke. I need arrows. They should have hollow tips that can carry poison. I also want twin daggers forged from the magicite. As Damon explained, Anvil grabbed a notepad and began sketching out designs. The arrows. Damon continued, should have heads made from the cursed ore. Anvil raised an eyebrow but didn't interrupt, letting Damon elaborate. Cursed ore, Damon said, kills magic on contact and slows the flow of mana. It's toxic and attracts monsters. Perfect for arrowheads. He hesitated before adding, experience new stories on Empire. I don't want them handled directly for too long. The effects aren't safe. Anvil nodded, jotting down notes. What about the dagger? Use the magicite, Damon instructed. Its ability to absorb magic makes it perfect for close combat. I want a compartment in the hilt for storing and releasing poison when needed. Anvil hummed thoughtfully, his hand gliding over the notepad as he worked. Anything else? Damon's eyes gleamed with determination. A collapsible bow. Make it lightweight, compact, and durable. It needs to be easy to assemble and disassemble. Same with the arrows. Everything has to fit under my academy uniform. Anvil looked up, impressed despite himself. You've thought this through. Damon ignored the compliment and added one final request. And a hook. Something strong but small enough to carry discreetly. Anvil leaned back, reviewing his sketches. This'll cost you. Damon smirked faintly. 10,000 zeni for the extras. Take it or leave it. The blacksmith grumbled under his breath but eventually nodded. Fine. 10,000. But you're getting high-quality work, so don't come back complaining. Damon didn't reply. Instead, he watched as Anvil finalized the designs, the blacksmith's hands moving with practiced precision. Carls broke the silence again, his voice tinged with excitement. "This is going to be incredible, Damon. You're going to have some serious gear." Damon gave a faint nod, his mind still partially distracted by the loss of the mana crystal. Even so, he knew the weapons would be worth it. He couldn't afford to be unprepared for whatever challenges lay ahead. Anvil leaned back, a sly smile spreading across his face. "These aren't the weapons of someone planning to fight honorably. Looks like you're preparing to spill blood." My instincts were spot on. Damon shook his head, his tone cold but calm. "I'm not planning to kill anyone. I'm just hunting." Anvil chuckled, a deep, knowing sound. "Doesn't matter to me. I'm just the craftsman. As long as the weapons serve their purpose, to fight and kill, I'm satisfied. Just don't let them waste away without tasting blood." Damon nodded curtly. "Fine by me." He turned his gaze to the blacksmith. "When can I have them?" Anvil picked up the oars and examined Damon's sketches carefully. "If I work like a slave?" 4 days. Damon's eyes narrowed, frustration flickering across his face. 4 days is too long. Looks like I'll need substitute weapons in the meantime. Carls noticed Damon's expression and opened his mouth to speak, but Damon beat him to it. He reached into his bag and pulled out a worn dagger, placing it on the counter. "I need this sharpened. And I'll need a bow and some arrows. How much will it cost me?" Anvil waved his hand dismissively. "No charge. I'll lend you some gear. Just bring them back in 4 days when you pick up your custom weapons." Damon's eyes narrowed again. "And if I break them?" Anvil stroked his beard, laughing heartily. "Then it means I'm not a good enough craftsman." Damon frowned, biting his lip. "I meant no insult." The blacksmith chuckled again. "None taken." Damon nodded. "All right then. I'll see you in 4 days." Anvil disappeared into the back of the shop, returning moments later with a simple bow and a quiver of arrows. He handed them to Damon, then took the dagger to sharpen it. It took only a few minutes before Anvil held the blade up, inspecting his work. "Here you go." He handed it back to Damon, his sharp gaze fixed on him. "So, you're part of Quick Hand, eh?" Damon's jaw tightened as he took the dagger. Memories of the smuggling ring in Valyrian flickered in his mind. He shook his head. "Not anymore." Without another word, Damon shouldered his bag, his expression unreadable. Carls exchanged farewells with Anvil before following Damon out of the shop. The pair made their way through the bustling streets, ticking off the remaining items on Damon's list. Their first stop was a glassmaker, where Damon purchased vials and beakers of various sizes. From there, they visited a potion shop, filling the containers with a variety of potent chemicals and solutions. Their final stop was the Adventurers Guild, or rather, the back alley behind it. Damon procured monster glands from shady merchants, carefully squeezing the volatile contents into empty glass beakers. By the time they were done, the sun had set, and the streets were bathed in the faint glow of twilight. Damon's steps were heavier now, exhaustion creeping into his limbs. "That's everything," Carls said, breaking the silence. Damon nodded, his mind already focused on his next task. "Thanks for the help, Carls. I'll take it from here." With a quick farewell, Damon left his companion and headed back to the academy under the cover of darkness. Instead of returning to his dormitory, he made his way toward the forest at the academy's edge, his usual training ground. Under the shadow of the trees, Damon stashed his loot in the hollow of a large tree, carefully concealing it. He donned his academy uniform and began reorganizing his equipment, testing the feel of the bow and the balance of the freshly sharpened dagger. Once his preparations were complete, Damon began his training. He focused on honing his control over his newly expanded mana pool, now at a staggering 90. Testing his 5x skill, he felt the surge of power ripple through his body, far beyond what he'd experienced before. A rare smile crossed Damon's face as he marveled at the results. Despite the heavy loss of the mana crystal, a spark of satisfaction burned in his chest. This is just the beginning, he thought, his resolve hardening. Every step, every ounce of effort was part of his grand preparation, for revenge. It was well past midnight by the time Damon finished testing his weapons and experimenting with his newly expanded mana pool. Exhaustion tugged at his body, but he forced himself to focus. Pulling out his collection of materials, he meticulously recorded what he had gathered. Among the inventory were monster fluids, herbs, and chemical solutions. Each item had been chosen with purpose. This should do, Damon thought, his eyes scanning the list. He had deliberately avoided buying ready-made poisons. Not only were they expensive, but purchasing them left a trail that could lead back to him. Instead, he had opted for the raw materials, planning to craft the concoctions himself. 2 primary poisons were needed, a lethal one for swift kills and another that acted fast. Beyond that, he required paralyzing agents, poisons to incapacitate, and smokes for both offense and escape. Smoke bombs were a priority, especially those that could mask his scent. 2 days, Damon muttered under his breath. Find more to read at Empire. That was all the time he could afford to suppress his shadow hunger while remaining lucid. Any longer, and the hunger would overtake him. The golden ratio was a shadow hunger level of 50%. At that threshold, his stats received a significant boost, but his mind remained under control. Anything higher would risk chaos. It's not enough time, Damon thought bitterly, clenching his fists. His magical abilities lagged far behind his peers. While they flaunted unique spells, Damon could barely manage a basic shadow magic bullet. Not enough, he murmured. But with my 5x skill, I can crush them physically in an ambush. Taking them head-on would be suicide, and Damon knew it. He began walking back to the War Hall's dorm, his mind racing with plans. I'll need to skip classes for the next 2 days to finish my preparations. 1 target, that's all I need. Study his habits, strike when the moment is right. 1 more soul is all I need to level up. Leveling up might grant him new system rewards, potentially giving him an edge. When he reached the War Hall's dorm, the main door was locked, as expected. Trying to enter through the front would be foolish. The back door was likely shut too, but Damon didn't care. The night cloaked the academy in darkness, but Damon moved as though it were daylight. His enhanced vision made the shadows irrelevant. He followed the hedge wall, slipping through a concealed section disguised by illusion magic. The passage led him to the dorm garden. From there, Damon navigated to one of the side doors and entered the kitchen. As he stepped inside, the faint clang of pots and the acrid smell of something burning assaulted his senses. The kitchen was a disaster zone. Pans, utensils, and spilled ingredients were strewn everywhere. Damon froze, his eyes narrowing at the chaos. In the center of the mess was Leona Veilfire, struggling with a pan of badly burned something. She was frantically attempting to salvage the situation, muttering under her breath. Damon's heart skipped a beat when she dropped the pan with a loud clang. Crap. The head maid's gonna hear this. Leona whispered, her golden eyes twitching in panic. Damon turned toward the exit, fully intending to leave before she noticed him. But Leona spotted him. Her eyes lit up like a starving person who had just found salvation. Without hesitation, she vaulted over the counter and grabbed Damon before he could reach the door. Ah, you're here. I've been looking for you all night. I even went outside the academy, but I couldn't find you. Damon glared at her, his voice low and icy. Let me go. Leona hesitated for a moment before releasing his arm. My apologies, she murmured, her tone subdued. It's just. I was so hungry, and I couldn't find you. Damon's glare hardened. Don't act like we're friends. Now get out of my way before the head maid hears this commotion. Leona bit her lip, her golden eyes shimmering with indignation. She looked like a child who had been scolded by someone she trusted. In a voice barely above a whisper, she said, "But I'm hungry." Damon heard her plea as he reached for the door, but he didn't care. Leona watched him, her face falling as his indifference became clear. She was used to getting her way, whether with her father or brothers, but Damon remained as cold as ever. Her mind raced for a solution. If she didn't act fast, she would go to bed hungry again. Then she remembered her debt to him, the one with a crushing 70% interest rate for each day it wasn't repaid. Damon hadn't mentioned it today, which meant he was likely letting it grow. "Zenny," she muttered, her voice trembling slightly. Damon froze mid-step, his head turning slightly as he flared at her with icy disdain. "What did you say?" She straightened her posture, meeting his glare. "I'll pay you in Zenny if you cook and eat with me. And I'll also pay back my debt from yesterday, right now." Leona reached into her nightwear, which had a small pocket, and pulled out her pager. "Give me your pager number." "I'll pay for yesterday's debt," she said, her tone resolute. Damon raised an eyebrow, momentarily taken aback by her straightforwardness. After a brief pause, he relented and gave her his number. A few moments later, a ding echoed from his own pager. He pulled it out and stared at the notification in disbelief. Leona Veilfire had transferred 80,000 Zenny to him. Damon froze, his eyes narrowing at the figure displayed on the screen. This girl just casually sent 80,000 Zenny. I was only charging her 8,508.1 Zenny at principal interest for one day. Can't she do basic math? His mind spun as he calculated the amount again, confirming that she had overpaid. For a moment, his disbelief gave way to amusement. Damon smirked, a crooked grin spreading across his face. "Well, what do you want to eat?" he asked, his voice light, betraying his good mood. Leona smiled back, a mischievous glint in her golden eyes. "Something delicious, like last time. Lots of it." Damon's mood brightened further. Money, it seemed, truly could buy happiness, and Leona had just purchased his. This was, by far, the easiest money he'd ever made. To think, he hadn't even charged her for the food he was about to cook. "Cooking for a noble would wound my pride, but I think that 80,000 just healed it." Who needs pride when you can make money? Damon thought, stifling a chuckle. "Fine," he said, rolling up his sleeves. "I'll cook, but you're going to clean up the mess you made." Leona's golden eyes sparkled with excitement. "Yes, sir," she replied with a mock salute. She immediately began clanging pots and pans together as she attempted to tidy up, the sound echoing loudly through the kitchen. Damon winced and shot her a sharp glare. Quietly, he hissed in a low whisper, "Before the head maid comes down." Damon watched Leona fumble with the pots and pans, his usual gloomy expression unchanging. The clattering and scraping noises grated on his nerves. "She's making too much noise," he thought, irritation bubbling just beneath the surface. "That's enough. Go sit down." "I'll take care of this mess," he said, his tone firm but measured. Leona looked around awkwardly, her beastkin ears twitching slightly in response to his voice. She hesitated but obeyed, hopping onto one of the high stools and watching Damon with curious eyes. Damon moved swiftly, cleaning up the chaos she had created. Pots and pans were stacked, the burned remains of her failed attempt disposed of. It took a few minutes, but he managed to restore a semblance of order, leaving the rest for the maids to handle in the morning. The maids aren't going to like this, he thought grimly, but he brushed the concern aside. There were bigger issues on his mind. Gathering ingredients, Damon began sorting through vegetables, spices, and cuts of meat, selecting what he thought would be simple and quick to prepare. "No veggies," Leona suddenly declared, springing up from her stool. Damon's glare was sharp enough to freeze her in her tracks. However, the realization that she was paying him softened his resolve. "Fine," he muttered, setting the vegetables aside. "Sit down and don't make any noise." Leona seemed indignant for a moment, her golden eyes narrowing slightly. Yet, she remembered her earlier loss to Damon and grudgingly complied. Strength meant everything in the world of beastkin, and Damon had already proven his dominance. She sat back down, pouting like a child denied her favorite treat. Damon ignored her, focusing on preparing the meal. He pushed away the vegetables and focused solely on the meat. His movements were precise, methodical, and efficient. As the meat began to sizzle, a mouth-watering aroma filled the air. But then Damon froze. The scent of cooking meat flooded his senses, and his heart started to race. Unbidden, the memories of the forest where he had killed Carmen Vale earlier that day surged to the forefront of his mind. The metallic tang of blood, the sight of lifeless eyes staring up at him, and the sickening crunch of flesh and bone echoed vividly in his thoughts. Damon's chest tightened. His breathing grew ragged, each inhale deeper and more labored than the last. The scent of fragrant meat, so innocuous and inviting, was now an unbearable reminder of his actions. His remorseless skill, a passive safeguard against guilt, remained dormant. It required pressure, stress, tension, or the heat of battle to activate, and he was not in any of those situations. Left without its protective numbness, Damon was alone with the weight of his feelings. His hand trembled slightly as he gripped the spatula. The sizzling pan before him blurred, replaced by flashes of red and shadows of the forest. His breaths came in short, uneven bursts, and his heart pounded wildly in his chest. "Hey, are you okay? You look off," Leona's voice cut through the haze in Damon's mind like a splash of cold water. He took a deep breath, closing his eyes for a moment to steady himself. "I'm fine," he said curtly, glancing at her golden eyes, which gleamed with concern. "Do you want condiments with this?" he asked, trying to shift the focus. She smiled brightly, her beastkin ears perking up. "Yes." Damon sighed and continued cooking. It took some time, but he finally finished preparing the meal. He arranged the food neatly on the table, stepping back as Leona eagerly began to eat. However, after her first bite, she paused and looked up at him. "Eat," she said firmly. Damon shook his head. "Not hungry." Leona frowned. "Our agreement was that you cook and we eat." Damon exhaled heavily, not in the mood for her antics. Wordlessly, he picked up a thin slice of meat and took a bite. The flavor was rich and fragrant, but it made him want to choke. Memories of the earlier bloodshed still clung to him, even as he forced the food down. Leona seemed satisfied, attacking the food with gusto, but Damon remained quiet, his thoughts consuming him. "Your journey continues on Empire." She paused mid-meal and glanced at him again. Are you okay?" Damon raised an eyebrow. "Excuse me?" Leona shoved another piece of meat into her mouth, chewing slowly as she studied him. "You look different from this morning. Different from yesterday too. Now you look, I think you look." She paused, wrinkling her nose. "You smell like death." Damon's expression darkened, his eyes narrowing coldly. "I smell like death. Is this some beastkin nonsense? Or, did Carmen's blood get on me?" He mentally reviewed every detail of the earlier incident, certain he had avoided any blood splatter. The tension in his chest caused his remorseless skill to activate. Instantly, his mind cleared, his guilt vanished, and his emotions dulled. "Do you mean I smell like blood?" he asked, his voice now calm but icy. Leona frowned, shaking her head. "No, it's not blood. The scent of death around you just increased. It's in your eyes, cold, like a sword. You're different from before, but I can't tell how." She leaned in, sniffing the air near him. "Did you get stronger?" Damon sighed inwardly. "So, it's nothing. just the ramblings of a beastkin? Or, could she smell the changes in my emotions caused by remorseless? In his books Valderrama did prove that beastkin, animals, and some monsters could detect emotions. As his thoughts churned, Leona continued to look at him intently, as though trying to peer into his very soul. Eat, he said, his tone dismissive. You owe me money for the food. Let's say, 3,000 zeni. Leona nodded without hesitation. Okay, no problem. I'll pay. She tilted her head and smiled softly. You shouldn't be so gloomy, you know. As your friend, I worry. Damon almost recoiled at her words, caught off guard. My friend? Since when did you and I become friends? Since yesterday, Leona said, her smile widening. Damon shook his head. Sorry to burst your bubble, but you and I are not friends. Her golden eyes flickered, briefly revealing her hurt feelings. Yet, she quickly composed herself. No. We eat together, we defeated a powerful enemy together, and we dueled each other. That makes us friends. Damon sighed heavily. There was no reasoning with this overly sentimental beastkin. The first time they ate together had been pure coincidence, there was no other comfortable seat available. They hadn't defeated a powerful enemy together, they had merely been running from the student council president. And as for their duel, that was just her attacking him in a fit of excitement earlier today. None of that constituted friendship in his eyes. He stood abruptly, his patience wearing thin. Listen here, Leona Veilfire. I don't know how things work in the wild continent of Lothria or how beastkin become friends, but wake up and smell the roses. This is Solthean, and I'm human. Where I stand, you and I are not friends, we're barely acquaintances. Leona lowered her head slightly, his harsh words visibly stinging. That's fine, she said softly, though her tone held quiet determination. Because the best of friends start off as strangers. Damon rolled his eyes and turned toward the door, uninterested in her idealistic notions. You can send the payment whenever. If it's late, you'll owe me interest. Without waiting for a response, he walked out of the kitchen, leaving Leona to her thoughts. Leona sat there, feeling bitter but not dissuaded. She muttered under her breath. We are friends. 2 days had passed since Damon devoured the kind hunter, Carmen Vale. In that time, his shadow hunger had grown steadily. After his last experience, Damon had learned an important lesson. If he allowed his shadow to travel too far from him, beyond 1 kilometer, it would begin to consume shadow energy at an alarming rate. He had tested this limit carefully and made note of it. During these 2 days, Damon had attended only one class, potion brewing. When he entered the lecture hall, all eyes were on him, accompanied by hushed murmurs. The gossip had spread like wildfire. The class doubted his strength, and not in a positive way. Apparently, Leona Veilfire had shown up unannounced and beaten one of their classmates to a pulp for insulting Damon. Afterward, she declared loudly to the entire class that Damon was her best friend. Naturally, this sparked rumors. Many speculated that Leona had held back during her earlier fight with Damon to avoid humiliating him, which further fueled whispers about his supposed weakness. Damon, of course, couldn't care less. The only reason he had bothered to attend the class was for knowledge on potion making and to scope out his next target, Isaac Rigardi. Isaac was a member of Marcus's group, one of the people who had abandoned Damon to die that fateful night, the night he gained the living shadow system. Revenge was his purpose now, and he would hunt them down one by one. Damon's stats had received a modest boost from his increased hunger, though not enough to affect his sanity. Yet, it was progress, and he would take every advantage he could. At present, he was in the library, scouring shelves for a book that could help him refine his poisons. These past 2 days had been hectic, filled with relentless training and experimentation. He had trained with the bow he'd acquired, tested his poisons and paralyzing agents on animals, and even suffered the consequences of his recklessness. One mishap involved Damon accidentally inhaling fumes from a beaker, causing him to pass out for several hours. Fortunately, the poison wasn't potent enough to kill him. Imagine dying from my own poison, he thought, shaking his head at the absurdity of it. Among his test subjects were a group of ravens. One of them escaped, and before he knew it, Damon had become the sworn enemy of every raven in the area. They harassed him relentlessly, diving at him whenever he stepped outdoors. Rather than let the situation frustrate him, Damon turned it into an opportunity. He used the ravens as target practice, sharpening his archery skills. Over time, his ability to pick up his bow, nock an arrow, and fire with precision improved significantly. Now, all he needed was to perfect one final poison, and he would be ready. He had already gathered all the information he needed about Isaac Rigardi. Tonight, he will die, Damon thought grimly, his resolve unwavering. There was a coldness in Damon's eyes as he opened the book and stepped aside to let someone pass. He felt a slight bump against his shoulder and heard the soft, apologetic voice of a female. Damon raised his head from the book, irritation flickering briefly on his face before he quickly suppressed it. He knew it wasn't genuine anger but rather the aggressive effect of his shadow hunger. The sensation gnawed at him constantly, threatening to spill over into his interactions. The person he had bumped into was a young girl he recognized, an elf with white hair and striking gray eyes. She was Sylvia Moonvale, the second-ranked student among the first years. "My bad. Didn't see you there," Damon said, his tone flat and perfunctory. Sylvia tilted her head slightly, observing him. "It's fine. I should have been paying more attention to where I was going." Damon didn't bother with a more polite response, and while Sylvia noted his lack of courtesy, she chose not to comment. "Read exclusive adventures at Empire. Are you interested in medicine?" she asked after a brief pause, her voice calm but curious. Damon blinked, confused by the sudden question. "No, why?" Sylvia pointed to the book in his hand. "That's the Compendium of Cure-All Poisons and Medicines by the elf sage Medina. I assumed you had an interest in medicine, like me." Damon glanced down at the book. He hadn't paid much attention to its title, his focus had been entirely on the sections about poison. Come to think of it, poison and medicine are two sides of the same coin, he mused, his expression thoughtful. His eyes flickered back to Sylvia, and an idea began to form in his mind. She was an elf scholar, reputedly knowledgeable about various topics. He had heard the whispers about Sylvia Moonvale and her intellect. Maybe I can use her talents here. Yes, I am. Well, I dabble. Nothing too specialized, Damon said, his tone shifting slightly. Are you any good, or are you a novice like me? Sylvia seemed momentarily surprised by his sudden shift in demeanor, but she welcomed the friendliness. Well, I wouldn't say I dabble. I do know a thing or two. Damon's eyes narrowed slightly, a faint smirk playing at the corner of his lips. Really now? Then you wouldn't happen to know why Slovak roots don't mix seamlessly with the sweat gland of an atone lizard? Sylvia brushed her hair aside, considering his question. That's easy. It's because the compounds in the root and the sweat glands dissolve each other. If you want them to work, you need a third compound to act as a binder. Damon listened intently but frowned when she stopped short of revealing the binder. Like what? Sylvia tilted her head, as if the answer should have been obvious. Salt. It works perfectly as the binder. In fact, it's the best option. Salt, of course, Damon muttered, his eyes narrowing as he processed the information. Why didn't I think of that? Sylvia turned to leave, her curiosity about Damon seemingly satisfied. Well, goodbye, she said lightly. Damon raised a hand quickly. Wait, how do I get rid of the smell if I'm using bodak poison? She paused, glancing back. You boil it. But if I boil it, won't it just evaporate into gas? She shook her head. That only happens if you boil it directly. Just add boiling water. The water will evaporate, but the heat will take care of the poison. Damon nodded, mentally noting her advice. He spent the next few minutes asking her more questions, each answered with the same calm precision. Before long, their conversation veered into broader topics. It became clear to Damon that Sylvia was an intellectual, much like himself. Unlike him, however, she came from wealth and had access to a vast collection of books growing up. He, on the other hand, had lacked such opportunities until arriving at the academy. He didn't realize how much time had passed until he noticed the sun setting. Reluctantly, he bade Sylvia farewell and left the library. Tonight, I will strike, Damon thought as he walked away, his resolve sharpened. But first, he needed to apply the knowledge he had just obtained from Sylvia. It was almost midnight, and Damon had been in this part of the forest for hours, ever since leaving the library. He stood before a makeshift table, he had made it out of bamboo. Several beakers sat in front of him, their contents glinting ominously. A small smile crept across his face. I was a little worried, but thanks to Sylvia Munvale's advice, I finally have the perfect poison. No smell, fast-acting, but the main concern was always the antidote. Damon carefully picked up a vial filled with a pale, viscous liquid and examined it with satisfaction. After almost dying from my own poison, I've learned my lesson. I'll keep an antidote on me at all times in case my own weapons are turned against me, he muttered to himself, a hint of grim amusement in his tone. Setting the vial aside, he reached for his dagger and began coating the blade with the newly perfected poison. He moved with precision, ensuring an even layer without wasting a single drop. Once the dagger was ready, he turned his attention to his arrows, sorting them meticulously. Some were coated with poison, designed to kill swiftly and silently. Others carried paralyzing agents, meant to incapacitate rather than kill. He handled each one with care, ensuring they were ready for the task ahead. Damon paused to gather his tools, his movement steady despite the faint wildness in his heartbeat. He could feel the anticipation rising, but the effects of his, remorseless, skill kicked in, washing over him like a wave of ice. His mind became clear, calculating, and calm. He analyzed every detail of his plan, how he would strike, the precise timing, and his escape route after Isaac Rigardi was dead. But even as his thoughts ran through every possibility, he knew there were variables he couldn't predict. It's impossible to account for everything. I just need to stay cautious and adapt. Satisfied, Damon picked up his bow and took a moment to center himself. He uttered a short prayer to the goddess of doom, his voice low but steady. Let this be my enemy's doom and not my own. May the fates be with me, and let death guide my hand in the wars to come. The prayer hung in the stillness of the forest, and Damon let out a deep breath. He carefully concealed the quiver and dagger within his uniform. The bow was harder to hide, but at this hour, the academy grounds and nearby areas were deserted. The night was his ally, and the shadows his weapon. With everything in place, Damon melted into the darkness, his movements silent and deliberate. The hunt had begun. It was a moonless night, shrouding the world in near-complete darkness. For anyone else, the lack of light would be an obstacle, but not for Damon. His vision, attuned to the night, made the shadows his ally rather than his enemy. He moved silently, skirting the main path lined with lamps, where even the faintest noise could give him away. Ahead loomed the judgment halls, a dormitory second only to the extravagant war halls in opulence. Damon's target, Isaac Rigardi, resided on the third floor. Hidden in the bushes, Damon observed the building. The glow from Isaac's room spilled into the night, a beacon against the dark. He glanced at his shadow, the manifestation of his abilities, shifting restlessly beside him. I suppose Isaac is a night owl, Damon muttered, smirking. If it weren't for the student council president catching his group in town the other day, they'd probably be out partying by now. Your next chapter is on Empire. His shadow balled its hands into fists as if expressing its disdain for Isaac and his friends. Damon chuckled. Easy, buddy. This works in our favor. We can hunt them anywhere. Now, be useful, go up there and tell me what Isaac is up to. The shadow saluted, darting towards the wall and slithering up to Isaac's window like a living wisp of smoke. From his position, Damon watched as the shadow peered inside. A moment later, it returned, its silent gestures conveying what it had seen. Damon smirked. Tobias Morgan, in Isaac's room? Damon whispered to himself, recognizing the second figure. Interesting. 2 targets in one place. If Isaac disappears, Tobias will have no alibi as the last person to see him. I could make this fun. Damon settled in to wait. He knew patience was key. Tobias would leave eventually, and Isaac would succumb to sleep, leaving him defenseless. This will be my third soul, Damon murmured, his voice low with anticipation. Once I take him, I'll level up. He opened his system panel, his eyes brushing the interface as it materialized before him. HP, 50/50ths. Mana, 90 out of 90. Strength, 9. Agility, 12. Speed, 25. Endurance, 10. Class. Shadow, 23. Shadow hunger levels, 53%. Shadow level, 1. Condition, shadow is mildly hunger. Attributes, Umbra. Skills. X5, remorseless. Locked. He focused on the shadow level tab. Shadow level, 1. Your shadow level reflects your control and power over your shadow. Level up by feeding it and completing specific challenges or quests. Level up requirements. Souls consumed, February 3rd. Just one more. Damon muttered, a faint grin creeping onto his face. Let's see what happens when I level up. The hour passed slowly, but eventually, Tobias left the room. Damon watched as the lights dimmed, leaving Isaac alone. His shadow returned, confirming the boy was fast asleep. Damon nodded to himself. Okay, buddy. It's go time. He moved like a wraith, reaching the building's edge and scaling the wall. The climb was treacherous with few handholds, but his experience as a former thief served him well. At the third-floor window, he drew his dagger, sliding it into the narrow gap to lift the lock. With a faint click, the window opened. Damon pulled a small sphere from his pocket, a paralyzing gas bomb. He dropped it inside, quickly shutting the window behind it. Through the glass, he saw Isaac twitch in his sleep, his body succumbing to the gas. Damon waited, then drank an antidote from a vial at his side before reopening the window. He slipped inside, moving with deliberate caution. The room was dark, but his night vision painted everything in sharp relief. Approaching the bed, Damon loomed over Isaac, who lay helpless, his body unresponsive but his eyes wide with terror. "Hello there," Damon said, his voice a venomous whisper. Isaac struggled weakly, his lips trembling as Damon forced them open. With careful precision, he poured a few drops of the paralyzing agent inside. Isaac's eyes watered, his breathing ragged as he tried in vain to move. Who are you?" Isaac's voice was barely audible, choked by fear and the paralysis gripping his body. Damon leaned closer, his expression dark with cruel amusement. "What? Don't recognize me? The trash commoner with shadow attribute magic and a pathetic mana of 30? Isaac's eyes widened in realization, his pupils darting as he tried to make sense of the figure towering over him. "Why, you're Damon Grey." Damon leaned in, his voice dropping to a whisper, cold and final. "Tonight, I am death." Isaac had never felt such raw, primal fear. His body refused to move, every muscle locked in place, his tongue heavy and unresponsive. The darkness of the room was suffocating, and worst of all, he couldn't see the face of his tormentor, Damon Grey. Tears streamed from Isaac's eyes as he lay helpless. "Please, Please don't do this, he whimpered, his voice a desperate rasp coated in despair. I'll pay you. I have money, lots of it, millions of zenny. From the shadows, Damon's voice cut through the silence like a blade. Money? You think your wealth can save you? Damon let out a cold chuckle. How funny. Lark Bonaire said the same thing before he died. Isaac's trembling intensified at the mention of that name. Lark, he killed Lark. The realization slammed into him like a tidal wave. If Damon had killed Lark, there was no reason to think he wouldn't kill him too. The fear clawed at his sanity, and Isaac's breath quickened into panicked gasps. Damon stepped closer, his voice dripping with contempt. You nobles are all the same. You cling to your wealth and influence, using them to ruin others, to take what you don't deserve. But when that power fails, you think money can save you. Guess what? Damon's hand reached for the bedside table, grabbing Isaac's pager. The sound of the small device being picked up felt deafening in the stillness of the room. When real power speaks, money takes 3 steps back, Damon continued, his voice like ice. Because in the end, money loses its value before true strength. Your rules, your influence, they mean nothing here. I have the power now. Isaac's trembling was uncontrollable. Tears blurred his vision as he gasped. Please. I beg you, don't kill me. I'm the heir of the Rigardi house. You can't kill me. Damon smirked, his silhouette leaning closer to Isaac's trembling form. Fine, he said, his tone suddenly calm. I'll take your money. Isaac's heart leapt with a flicker of hope. His desperation latched onto those words like a drowning man clinging to driftwood. If he could survive this, he vowed to make Damon pay tenfold. Your war bank account, Damon said, his tone demanding. What's the pin? Isaac heaved deep breaths, his voice shaky but compliant. Of course, it's. Damon straightened, his smirk deepening. Thank you. Now I no longer need you alive. What? No, wait. Isaac's eyes widened in terror as realization struck. He gasped, trying to scream, but his paralyzed body betrayed him. Damon chuckled softly, savoring the fear in Isaac's eyes. He doesn't think I'm stupid, does he? I've already confirmed the pin works. Now I just need to kill him, transfer all his funds to Tobias Morgan, and let the trail lead to him. Investigators will piece it together however they want. And if not, I'll make sure they do. Isaac was sobbing now, his words slurred and desperate. Please, don't do this. I beg you, someone, help me. Help. Damon stood over Isaac, watching him with a detached gaze. This was one of the many who had tormented him, a so-called noble who once towered high and mighty. Yet here he was, stripped of all power, reduced to nothing but a sniveling fool begging for his life. He can't even die with dignity, pathetic. Isaac's muffled pleas barely registered in Damon's ears, his voice weak and choked. The paralyzing agent coursing through Isaac's veins worked perfectly, rendering him helpless. Even if he screamed at the top of his lungs, no one would hear him through the thick walls of this room. I won't waste my poisons on you, Isaac, Damon said coldly, crouching over his trembling victim. This might be slow, maybe even painful. But I think that makes us even, don't you? Isaac's face turned ashen as he struggled against the paralysis, his fingers twitching uselessly. Panic flooded his tear-streaked eyes as he fought to lift himself from the bed, but his body refused to obey. Damon reached for the pillow at Isaac's side, his movements deliberate and measured. Let me give you a soft and luxurious death, he murmured, a cruel smirk twisting his lips. A death befitting a noble. He climbed onto Isaac's body, his knees pinning down the man's feeble arms. Damon raised the pillow and pressed it against Isaac's face, forcing it down with unyielding strength. Isaac's muffled cries and futile thrashing did little to stop him. Damon's mind remained eerily calm, his remorseless skill numbing any guilt or hesitation. For a full minute, he kept the pillow pressed down, his breathing steady as he waited. Then, the system's chime echoed in his mind. Ding! You have slain Isaac Rigardi. You have leveled up. You have gained 10 attribute points. You have awakened the skill, Shadow Perception. Damon exhaled slowly, climbing off the lifeless corpse of Isaac Rigardi. It was done. Unlike the chaotic rush of emotions he'd felt when killing Lark, this time there was only a cold, hollow calm. His eyes shifted to his shadow, which seemed to writhe with anticipation. You can devour him now, Damon said, his voice flat. The shadow quivered in delight, stretching unnaturally as it moved over Isaac's body. Within moments, it engulfed the corpse entirely, leaving no trace behind. The system chimed once more. You have gained 5 attribute points. Experience Tales at Empire. Your shadow is full. Damon turned to the pager lying on the bedside table. He quickly accessed Isaac's war bank account and transferred all the funds to the account of Tobias Margan. Once the transaction was complete, he deliberately placed the pager in a semi-hidden spot under a shelf, ensuring it was just conspicuous enough to catch someone's attention. He moved to the window, carefully locking it with his dagger, before climbing down with practiced precision. Every step was calculated to avoid leaving any trace of his presence. Once he reached the paved path, he slipped away into the night, blending seamlessly into the shadows. By the time he returned to his dorm, the tension of the night had started to lift. He entered his room quietly, stepping over the mess in the kitchen. Leona Veilfire must have been searching for him again, probably to demand he cook something for her. Once inside his room, Damon finally allowed himself to relax. The passive effects of remorseless began to fade, and the adrenaline drained from his body. His hands trembled, his breath came in ragged gasps, but a faint smile crossed his lips. I leveled up, he whispered to himself. Opening his system panel, he saw that he had gained 15 attribute points in total, 10 from leveling up and 5 from devouring Isaac's corpse. But what truly caught his attention was the notification about his new skill. He opened his system panel and the first thing he saw was a prompt. Do you wish to activate Shadow Perception? Y/N. Damon didn't hesitate. Yes, he whispered. The moment he confirmed, a familiar, overwhelming sensation surged through him. His vision widened, and his legs gave out beneath him. He fell to his knees, gasping for air as his shadow writhed and danced around him. His perception grew wider far beyond what a human should have. The sensation of his senses traveling through the shadows was familiar to Damon. He had felt this before, during moments when his shadow's hunger reached a critical level. Yet now, with the activation of Shadow Perception, the experience was far more intense, overwhelming, even. It was as though his awareness had expanded into a vast, infinite void, allowing him to sense everything connected to the shadows around him. Images and sensations flooded his mind like a relentless torrent, chaotic and alien to any ordinary human understanding. He saw himself from the vantage point of his own shadow, the objects in his room outlined in vivid detail. He could feel the shadows cast by the lamps outside his dormitory, sense the rustling of trees in the wind, and perceive the sprawling expanse of darkness under their branches. In this moonless night, where light barely reached, the world of shadows seemed like a colossal, seamless mirror reflecting countless fragmented images back to him. Damon's mind struggled to process the overwhelming influx of sensations. His vision blurred, his head throbbed, and he felt on the verge of screaming, but he didn't. Slowly, painstakingly, he began to regain focus. This wasn't his first encounter with shadow perception. Before he had gained the skill, his shadow had occasionally shared its unique perspective with him, albeit on a much smaller scale. He knew how to control it. The shadows operated similarly to human sight. While the eyes could take in a wide field of vision, the brain only processed a fraction of that data, storing the rest subconsciously. Shadow perception worked the same way, he didn't need to absorb every detail at once. What he needed was to limit the range of his focus, suppressing the flood of information until it became manageable. Damon took a deep breath and closed his eyes. Immediately, a weight lifted from his mind as his human vision was removed from the equation. He centered himself, focusing entirely on the world of shadows. Slowly, he began to rein in his perception, shrinking its radius until it extended only 10 meters around him. Good. This is manageable, Damon thought. He tried to reduce the range further, but no matter how much he concentrated, the field of perception stubbornly resisted shrinking any smaller. Every attempt to push it caused the range to expand instead, forcing Damon to stop and steady his mind. He treated it like balancing on a knife's edge, maintaining calm to prevent the sensation from spiraling out of control. When he felt stable, he cautiously opened his eyes. The dual perception of his human vision and the shadow's awareness was disorienting at first, but he adjusted quickly. The shadows painted the world in vivid contrasts, filling in gaps his eyes couldn't see. Explore more adventures at Empire. Damon took a tentative step forward, but his coordination faltered. His foot caught awkwardly, and he stumbled, falling to the floor with a thud. Ugh, ouch, he muttered, shaking his head. It wasn't perfect, but it was progress. As he sat on the floor, he couldn't help but smirk at the potential of his newfound ability. Shadow perception wasn't just a skill, it was a doorway to a realm of possibilities. However, mastering it would clearly take time. I'm still not used to this. Damon muttered as his shadow shifted closer to him. From its perspective, he could see himself, a young man with dark hair, black eyes, and a perpetually gloomy expression. His pale, smooth skin gave him an otherworldly look, one that only added to his brooding demeanor. Ah, this is going to be hard. If I don't focus, my perception will keep growing out of control. He glanced at his shadow, its dark form moving fluidly as if alive. This is how you normally see the world, right? Got any tips for controlling this? The shadow paused, mimicking a thoughtful pose by placing a hand on its chin. After a moment, it snapped its fingers as if struck by inspiration. With deliberate motions, it gestured over its eyes, indicating he should close them. Damon nodded in understanding. I see. Keep my human eyes closed until I adjust to this new perception. Makes sense. He sighed, a mix of annoyance and resignation escaping him. Still, it's going to be a bother. Feels like learning to walk all over again. With a final huff, he lay back on his bed. Before continuing his practice, he decided to check his system panel for an update on his stats and the specifics of the shadow perception skill. The familiar interface materialized before him. HP, 50/50ths. Mana, 90 out of 90. Strength, 9. Agility, 12. Speed, 25. Endurance, 10. Class. Shadow, 200. Shadow hunger levels, 0%. Shadow level, 2. Condition, shadow is full. Attributes, Umbra. Skills. 5x, remorseless, shadow perception. Locked. Damon raised an eyebrow, noting the changes to his stats. Shadow energy rose by 100. That gives me more time before I need to feed you again, he muttered, glancing at his shadow. His eyes shifted to the updated, shadow level, which now stood at 2. Focusing on it, he pulled up the requirements for further advancement. Shadow level, 2. Your shadow level reflects your control and power over your shadow. You can level up by feeding it and completing specific challenges or quests, granting stat points to enhance HP, mana, and other attributes. Level up requirements. Souls consumed, 0/5. Damon sighed. Now I need 5 souls to level up. Figures the difficulty would increase with each level. At least I've got 15 attribute points to distribute. He shook his head, pushing aside the thought. No distractions. Let's focus on the skill. Navigating the system menu, Damon selected, Shadow Perception. Skill, Shadow Perception. Description. When the first mortals sought shelter from the sun's wrath, an old seer whispered, "The shadow is not an absence but a mirror, a realm where souls walk untethered by the weight of form." Thus, in the echoes of Solthean myths and Solarian shades, the power of shadows emerged as a bridge between realms, offering perception not bound by flesh but tethered to the world of the unseen. Effect. Extends the user's awareness into the realm of shadows, allowing the perception of movements and presences beyond the limits of light and sight. Type. Passive/active. Cooldown. None. Damon's eyes narrowed as he read the description. Perception not bound by flesh, and it mentioned Solarian, the sun continent. He knew a little about Solarian. It was a land of nomads and traders to the west, famous for its harsh deserts and fierce warriors. The myths tied to shadows and light intrigued him further, but he quickly redirected his focus. The skill's utility was obvious: vast spatial awareness that could prove invaluable for scouting or tracking. The challenge, however, lay in mastering it. Damon noted that the skill being both passive and active meant he might eventually learn to shut it off. Until then, I need to get a handle on it. No wonder the system asked if I wanted to activate it. If this had triggered during the incident with Isaac, I'd have been screwed. He shook his head at the absurdity of his situation. There was no time to dwell on hypotheticals. Before morning, I need to figure out how to live with this altered perception. Guess I'll take my shadow's advice and keep my eyes closed while practicing. I've already missed 2 days of classes, any more, and I'll never catch up. Determined, Damon stood from his bed, keeping his eyes firmly shut. He took a cautious step forward, his shadow guiding him as he began his self-imposed training. For now, let's learn to walk, and see. The world was dark and colorless for Damon. His eyes were blindfolded by a strip of black fabric, casting him into utter darkness. But the absence of color came not from the fabric alone, it was the result of his shadow perception. Viewing the world through shadows stripped it of vibrancy, rendering everything in monochrome hues. His newfound perception brought as much challenge as it did utility. His vision relied entirely on the shadows surrounding him. He could see through the inanimate shadows of walls, trees, or objects, but when it came to the shadows cast by people, his ability faltered. From them, he could only sense faint ripples, vague impressions of movement within the shadow realm. However, Damon had one advantage: he could see clearly through the perspective of his own shadow. Even if it moved far from him, it acted as a mirror, transmitting everything it saw back to him. That was a vast improvement from before. Previously, he had to rely on his shadow to try and mime its findings, a silent messenger whose gestures often left him guessing. He sighed, steadying himself by pressing a hand against the cold wall. "Seeing through shadows is difficult," he muttered, the frustration evident in his tone. After hours of practice, he was finally starting to adapt. Yet, his shadow perception remained a fickle and treacherous tool. Shadows obeyed the whims of the light that birthed them, even a slight shift in illumination could drastically alter his view of the world. It was disorienting, like trying to navigate through a kaleidoscope in constant motion. The night had been long, but he had made progress. Blindfolding his eyes had proven essential, forcing him to rely solely on this new perception. Damon made his way to the dorm door, his hand brushing lightly over its surface as he prepared to face the day. He knew this wasn't going to be easy. The blindfold was bound to attract attention, especially considering he was already treated as a pariah among the noble students. But it had to be done. If he didn't master this skill, he would remain vulnerable. The memory of being cornered by Lark Bonnaire in the forest flashed through his mind, a grim reminder of what his lack of control had cost him. I need to understand depth perception, learn to adapt to the ever-changing view, and make it my strength, not my weakness, he resolved. With that thought, Damon pushed the door open and stepped into the hallway. His movements were fluid, unhurried. Though blindfolded, he didn't stumble, relying entirely on his shadow perception. After hours of effort, he had managed to suppress its radius to 10 meters, giving him a clear but manageable range. Reaching the elevator, he extended a hand to find the buttons. The shadows within the small space outlined them clearly, allowing him to press the one for the ground floor with ease. It was early morning, the time when most students were bustling about, preparing to leave. Normally, Damon avoided this hour, preferring to move earlier or later to escape the judgmental gazes of the nobles. Today, however, he made no effort to dodge anyone. The elevator descended smoothly, the soft hum of its mechanisms filling the silence. When the doors opened, Damon stepped out into the lobby. He exhaled softly, bracing himself for the challenges of the day ahead. If he wanted to survive, and thrive, he needed to conquer this new world of shadows. Your next read is at Empire. The ground floor of the dormitory exuded opulence. Chandeliers cast soft, golden light across the polished floors, and antique furniture adorned the space, giving it a grandeur more fitting for a palace than student housing, not that Damon had ever set foot in a palace to compare. A handful of students were departing for their morning activities, while others lingered in the Western Wing's dining hall, indulging in breakfast. Maids moved about silently, attending to their duties with practiced grace. The air was filled with the soft murmur of conversation, the gentle clinking of porcelain, and the glow of sunlight streaming through the tall windows. To Damon, the most striking feature wasn't the luxury or the atmosphere but the distorted interplay of light and shadows created by the humans in the room. His shadow perception picked up every movement, every shift in the light. The sheer number of people tested his control, forcing him to take a deep breath and will his perception to shrink back to a manageable 10-meter radius before it spiraled out of control. The dining room, packed with nobles, was the last place Damon wanted to be this morning. He resolved to eat later at the cafeteria, where the crowd would be more varied. But as he turned to leave, Damon. The excited, boisterous voice made him wince. He recognized it immediately. Leona Veilfire. Ignore her. Walk away. I can't deal with that nuisance this morning, he thought grimly, quickening his pace. Leona wasn't one to give up easily. Damon felt the ripple of her shadow as she closed the distance between them, her presence distorting the light around her. Just as she was about to grab his shoulder, he sidestepped smoothly, causing her to stumble forward and nearly fall. She regained her balance and turned to him with wide, golden eyes. "Wow, how did you do that?" she asked, her gaze flicking to the black blindfold covering his eyes. "And while wearing that, no less. Amazing. Is this some kind of special training?" Her awestruck tone drew curious glances from nearby students. Damon's jaw tightened, his fists clenching at his sides. "This damn beast girl is getting on my nerves," he thought bitterly. Without sparing her a glance, he snapped. "It's none of your business. Now scram. I've got nothing to do with you at the moment." Leona, unbothered by his rudeness, only smiled. Over the past 2 days, she had grown accustomed to Damon's abrasive demeanor, chalking it up to his personality rather than taking offense. "Let's have breakfast together," she suggested cheerfully. "You're not planning to leave on an empty stomach, are you?" Damon scowled, keenly aware of the attention her loud voice was drawing. He needed to get out of here before things escalated. "I'll pass," he said curtly, brushing past her. "Wait," she called after him. "I'll pay you 5,000 zeni to eat with me." That stopped him in his tracks. Slowly, a smirk crept across his face. "I suppose I can make time," he said, his tone suddenly amiable. Leona beamed, clearly pleased with herself. She had a fair understanding of Damon by now. He was a man who put a price on everything. As long as you offered the right amount of money, he'd agree to almost anything. Their relationship was peculiar, to say the least. Perhaps it was the beginning of an unusual friendship, or perhaps it was nothing more than a transactional arrangement. For Leona, who lived by her emotions and instincts, it felt like camaraderie. For Damon, whose world was ruled by cold logic, it was simply business. The two of them found an empty table in the dining hall, away from the clusters of nobles. Leona seemed to be in high spirits, her golden eyes bright with energy. Damon, on the other hand, remained as gloomy as ever, his black blindfold giving him an almost spectral appearance. As soon as they sat down, the whispers began. "Why is that commoner wearing a blindfold? Did that mongrel finally go blind? I can't believe he's still here at the academy." "Don't worry. He'll be expelled soon enough. Just look at the brooch on his chest, it's only a matter of time." Damon sighed, trying to tune them out. This was precisely why he usually avoided the dining hall during peak hours. As the only commoner among the noble students in the war halls, he was a constant target for their disdain. His frown deepened as he felt two new shadows approach their table. They moved with purpose, their presence sharp and unmistakable. "May I sit here?" Damon didn't bother to look up. His response was immediate and flat. "No. Explore new worlds at Empire." Evangeline Brightwater glanced at Damon, her curiosity piqued by the black blindfold obscuring his eyes. She couldn't understand why he was wearing it, but it added to his mysterious aura. His demeanor remained as cold and detached as ever, though she got the distinct impression he had sensed her presence long before she spoke. The subtle reaction stirred a strange sense of déjà vu in her. Turning to Sylvia Moonvale, who stood quietly by her side, she searched for an explanation. The elven girl merely shrugged, offering no insight. Evangeline bit her lip, suppressing a sigh. Damon Grey was as standoffish as always, though it surprised her to see him seated with Leona Veilfire. She recalled the beastkin loudly proclaiming to the entire class that Damon was her best friend. "There aren't any free tables left, so this is the only option," Evangeline said, her tone light but resolute. "I hope you don't mind." Without waiting for permission, she sat down and pulled Sylvia into the seat beside her. Damon sighed, his irritation evident. "Actually, I do mind," he said flatly. "But clearly my words won't stop you." Evangeline bit her lip again at his bluntness. Leona, ever cheerful, smiled at the newcomers. "Actually, I'm fine with it. The more, the merrier. Strong people should all stick together." Damon let out another sigh, his patience waning. "Then I should leave. After all, I'm the Academy's weakest student." Leona shook her head firmly, her golden eyes sparkling with determination. "No, you're the strongest. And my bestie." If Damon's eyes weren't covered by the blindfold, he would have shot her a glare that could freeze the sun. "What is wrong with this girl?" he thought in frustration. "I've told her 100 times that I'm not. Whatever. I'm only here for the money." Evangeline, sensing the awkward tension, tried to steer the conversation towards something neutral. "I didn't know the two of you were friends," she said, glancing between Damon and Leona. "We are not friends," Damon replied coldly, his tone leaving no room for argument. Leona, undeterred, giggled softly. "That's right, we're best friends." Damon exhaled sharply. "I should just keep my mouth shut. There's no reasoning with this stupid beastkin." Breakfast arrived shortly after, brought in by the maids. Given Leona's presence, they wheeled in several food trolleys laden with dishes. However, the abundance of food wasn't just for her, they had clearly taken note of Damon's voracious appetite as well. That's the maids of the war halls for you, always observant. Despite the lavish spread, Damon wasn't particularly hungry. His shadow had been fed earlier, leaving him feeling oddly full. He ate in silence, letting the rhythmic clinking of cutlery and muted chatter fill the void. Evangeline, on the other hand, seemed intent on breaking the quiet. She directed most of her questions at Leona, focusing on her relationship with Damon. Leona, ever eager to talk about her bestie, launched into an enthusiastic recounting of their adventures. Sylvia Moonvale, seated beside Evangeline, was much like Damon. She remained mostly silent, only occasionally glancing up to show she was paying attention. Damon, however, frowned as he listened to the exchange. Evangeline's steady prying was far from subtle. She wasn't as cunning as he was, but her persistence was wearing thin. Leona, oblivious to the probing nature of the questions, was all too excited to share. And then we went to a tavern, Leona said brightly, but the student council president hunted us down. My bestie took her down, no problem. Sylvia, who had been quiet until then, perked up at the mention of the student council president. Her piercing gaze shifted to Damon. Is that true? She asked, her tone neutral but laced with curiosity. You really escaped from Lilith Astronova? Damon could feel her scrutiny through the shadows he used to see. Ignoring her would be easy, but a memory surfaced. Sylvia had once shared her knowledge of medicine and poison with him, and it had proven invaluable. I may need her expertise again in the future, he thought. Perhaps I should try to be friendly. It wasn't a big deal, he said finally. Just a simple trick, that's all. I got lucky. He shot a glare at Leona, though it went unnoticed thanks to his blindfold. Leona, oblivious to his displeasure, shoved more food into her mouth. No, it wasn't. It was. Shut up, Damon muttered coldly, cutting her off. Leona scrunched up her face and pouted but obediently fell silent, her beast ears drooping slightly. The table returned to relative quiet, though Damon's thoughts simmered beneath the surface. Evangeline and Sylvia exchanged a look, both equally surprised. They had never seen the wild and unpredictable beastkin, Leona Veilfire, actually obey someone. Her usual boisterous and carefree attitude seemed to melt away in the presence of Damon Grey. Damon sighed deeply, his frustration barely concealed. Today was already proving to be an unusual day. Somehow, the Academy's so-called weakest student found himself seated with the strongest and most prominent girls in his class. What a terrible happenstance, he thought bitterly, glancing at Leona. Just eat so I can leave, he muttered. I don't have all day. Leona nodded cheerfully, flashing him a smile before diving into her food. Evangeline studied him for a moment, her curiosity getting the better of her. If I may, why are you wearing that blindfold? Can you even see? Damon ignored her completely, focusing instead on finishing his food. He hated the attention the three girls brought to their table, their presence drawing countless stares from the surrounding students. A gloomy loner like him had no desire to be the center of such unwelcome interest. Evangeline bit her lip, feeling the sting of his dismissal. She was trying to be polite, but his cold attitude made the atmosphere awkward. Sylvia noticed her friend's discomfort and decided to step in. She's right. Can you even see with that on? Damon paused for a moment, considering ignoring Sylvia as well, but quickly dismissed the idea. Her knowledge had proven valuable in the past, and he might need her expertise again. No, I cannot, he replied bluntly. My eyes can't see anything with this on. Leona's ears perked up, her golden eyes gleaming with curiosity. Is this some kind of training? How does it work? Damon didn't reply, maintaining his silence as he pushed his plate away. Leona, undeterred, grinned mischievously. She reached into her pocket and pulled out her pager. I want to buy your niceness and friendliness. My offer, 10,000. Damon's eyes narrowed behind the blindfold. This girl really had him figured out. She knew he wouldn't turn down easy money, even if it meant entertaining her antics. What haven't I done for money, he thought bitterly. I've begged, I've stolen. Selling a little pride is nothing. Sylvia and Evangeline frowned in unison, misunderstanding his silence. They must have assumed he was offended by Leona's brash offer. Before they could speak, Damon surprised them by smiling faintly, a rare and unsettling sight. The smile was faint and gloomy, but it was unmistakably there. "Deal," he said, his voice carrying an edge of amusement. Both girls blinked in disbelief, their eyes widening. Damon had smiled. Raising his head slightly in Leona's direction, he continued. "This blindfold is." He stopped abruptly, his posture stiffening. His shadow perception alerted him to someone standing behind him, their presence cold and invasive. The silence broke as an arrogant, self-assured voice rang out. "It seems there aren't any free seats for the first years. May I sit here, Lady Brightwater?" The speaker didn't wait for a response, casually sliding into the seat opposite Damon. Damon's aura darkened immediately, a chill radiating from him as he sensed the intruder through his shadows. Xander Ravenscroft. Damon's eyes, hidden beneath his blindfold, would have burned with anger, resentment, and every negative feeling he could muster towards Xander Ravenscroft. But as they were shut and obscured, he could only rely on his shadow perception to sense the world around him. His mood darkened further when Xander chose to sit at the table. In Damon's monochrome world of shadows, Xander's high and mighty aura stood out like a polished blade. Xander radiated a commanding presence, the kind that seemed to demand respect by mere existence. It was as though he lived by an unshakable set of principles, carrying himself with a dignity Damon found both enviable and detestable. And that was precisely why Damon hated him. To Damon, survival was paramount, and he wouldn't hesitate to sacrifice principles, pride, or anything else necessary to keep breathing. That was the stark difference between the noble Xander Ravenscroft, born into privilege and strength, and Damon Grey, a commoner who had scraped and clawed his way through life. The feeling was mutual. Xander didn't seem to harbor any affection for Damon either. "Enjoy exclusive adventures from Empire." Xander inclined his head in a polite gesture, addressing the girls at the table. "Lady Moonvale," he greeted smoothly, his tone regal. He turned to Leona. "Good morning to you, Lady Veilfire." Finally, his gaze fell on Evangeline. "Apologies for the intrusion, Lady Brightwater." "A good morning to you as well." But when his eyes settled on Damon, his expression hardened, and his tone grew sharp. "Commoner." Damon didn't miss a beat, sneering back with equal venom. "Noble." The air between them thickened with tension, palpable to anyone paying attention. This was a rare occurrence. Xander rarely acknowledged Damon's existence. Most of the time, he would refer to Damon as insect in passing, even if Damon was standing right in front of him. Yet now, he had looked directly at him, his disdain visible. Damon raised a teacup to his lips as a maid delivered Xander's breakfast to the table. His discomfort grew with every second. Here he was, the so-called weakest student in the academy, seated among four of the strongest. This is going to be a long day, Damon thought bitterly, setting his cup down. He could feel Xander's disapproving gaze on him, likely judging his surprisingly refined manner of holding the teacup. But Damon didn't care. He wasn't here to impress anyone. He was here for one reason only: Leona Veilfire had paid him to have breakfast with her. "The things I do for money," he thought with a grimace. Sylvia and Evangeline both noticed the tension brewing between Damon and Xander. However, the beastkin Leona remained blissfully oblivious, far too engrossed in her own thoughts. With a bright smile, she returned to her earlier question, ignoring Xander's interruption. "Tell us." Damon tilted his head slightly. "Tell you what?" Leona grinned mischievously, leaning forward. "You agreed to be nice, remember? You were going to tell us about your blindfold." Damon sighed, his reluctance evident. "Fine," he muttered. Evangeline and Sylvia had been curious about Damon's blindfold as well. Xander, noticing their interest, raised an eyebrow and leaned forward slightly. Damon finally broke the silence. "Like I said before, this blindfold is for my training. It's to sharpen my senses." Xander scoffed, his voice dripping with disdain. "What rubbish! You expect us to believe that nonsense?" Damon didn't spare him a glance, deciding that ignoring Xander would be far more insulting than responding. Xander's scowl deepened, his frustration palpable. Sylvia, however, was genuinely intrigued. To her, Damon was shrouded in mystery, and she couldn't help but want to uncover more about him. "But you can see, can't you?" she asked curiously. Damon shook his head, his voice calm and measured. "No. I can't. At least, not with my eyes." Sylvia's interest was piqued even further. As an intellectual, the idea fascinated her. She leaned in slightly, her tone inquisitive. "How so? What do you use, then?" Damon didn't want to reveal his shadow perception, so he decided to keep his explanation vague. "The eyes aren't the only way we perceive the world. We rely on them too much, but they can deceive us. By closing my eyes, I've trained myself to sense the world differently. It wasn't easy to adapt, but now, I think I can see more clearly, truths that my eyes would never show me." Sylvia and Evangeline exchanged impressed glances, clearly taken by his explanation. Xander, on the other hand, let out a derisive scoff. "Preposterous." Damon still didn't look at him, dismissing the comment entirely. Leona's golden eyes sparkled with mischief as she raised her hand and grinned. "How many fingers am I holding up now?" Xander smirked, confident that Damon was about to embarrass himself. Without even turning his head, Damon replied. 4 fingers. Leona's grin widened as she changed the number. 2. 5. You've balled your hand into a fist. You're holding a fork. Leona ran through several gestures, testing Damon's abilities. Each time, he answered correctly without hesitation or movement. Evangeline clapped her hands together, her admiration evident. "That's incredible. To think you could train your senses like that." Xander's smirk vanished, replaced with a scowl. "It has to be a spell. There's no way he can see without his eyes." Sylvia shook her head, her expression thoughtful. "No, I didn't sense any magic. He hasn't even moved his mana." Evangeline's amazement only grew, and she turned to Damon with a warm smile. "You really are something. As expected from the one who defeated me." Xander froze, his eyes widening as he processed her words. He looked between Evangeline and Damon, his gaze narrowing with disbelief. "That's ridiculous. I find it hard to believe that this commoner, with such a pitiful amount of mana, could defeat anyone, let alone you." Evangeline frowned, her irritation building, but before she could respond, Damon finally turned his head toward Xander. "Is preposterous the only word you know?" Damon sneered. "You show up here uninvited, act like a lovesick fool, and expect people to take you seriously? I'm not sure where you're from, lover boy, but that's not how you win a lady's heart." Xander's usually composed demeanor cracked, and his jaw tightened in visible frustration. Leona, sensing drama, leaned forward eagerly. "Lovesick? What does he mean, Damon?" Damon suppressed a cruel smirk, relishing the opportunity. "Right on time," he thought. "The fool has a crush, obviously," Damon said, his voice casual but biting. He paused deliberately, waiting for Leona's curiosity to peak. Leona's eyes lit up with intrigue. "On who? Tell me, tell me. And it better not be me, he's definitely not my type." Damon's smile turned wicked as he prepared to deliver the killing blow. "It's that obvious, isn't it? Xander has a crush on." Xander slammed his hands against the table, standing abruptly. "How dare you, commoner? I challenge you to a duel." Damon leaned back in his chair, unimpressed. "Huh? Screw off. Why would I fight you, you retard?" Xander Ravenscroft had never felt more insulted in his life, and the fact that it happened in front of Evangeline, his long-standing crush, only made it worse. Damon's calculated insult had been ruthless, delivered with precision and malice right before his audience. Damon leaned back, watching Xander fume with a detached amusement. No matter how high and mighty he acts, he's still just a teenager. I'll never understand these foolish crushes. Xander's outburst had not gone unnoticed. The quiet hum of the dining hall turned into a murmur as students began to whisper and cast curious glances toward their table. Is Xander Ravenscroft really going to duel that guy? Of course. If he has any honor, he'll demand satisfaction in fight. Wait, isn't that Damon Grey? No way. You mean the guy who's last in the rankings? That's him, the probationary student. Can you imagine? A nobody like him squaring off against Ravenscroft. Damon sighed, lifting his teacup again as the whispers grew louder. So much unnecessary attention. These noble idiots really think I'll fight just because some pompous moron asked for it. Honor can kiss my ass. Xander, on the other hand, was seething. His fists trembled, his knuckles white as he gritted his teeth. Your cheap insults mean nothing, Xander growled. I challenge you to honorable combat. Damon didn't even look at him. He took a slow sip of tea before sneering. And I said, screw off. The sharp dismissal hung in the air, silencing some of the murmurs. The tension between the two was palpable. Evangeline and Sylvia, sitting at the table, were wide-eyed. The situation had escalated far beyond what they expected, and neither knew how to defuse it. Still, they understood that this reaction wasn't uncommon for nobles like Xander. Find adventures on Empire. Sylvia leaned slightly toward Evangeline, whispering. It's not unusual for a noble to resort to a duel when they feel insulted, especially from a warrior house like Ravenscroft. They're predictable that way. Evangeline nodded faintly but kept her eyes on Damon, who seemed unbothered by the growing crowd and rising tension. The difference in demeanor between the two boys couldn't have been starker, Xander, fiery and indignant, and Damon, calm and utterly disinterested. Leona, who had been quietly observing, smirked. Her golden eyes glinted with amusement as she leaned forward, clearly enjoying the spectacle. She could barely contain her excitement, practically bouncing in her seat. Wow, Damon, you're going to fight him. I can't wait. Damon shook his head, his voice calm yet dismissive. I have no reason to play along with him. Just because someone asks for a fight doesn't mean I'll give it to them. Only idiots fight when they have nothing to gain. Xander scoffed, his irritation bubbling over. Are you afraid? If you truly defeated Lady Brightwater, then you shouldn't fear fighting me. Damon sighed, exasperated. I never claimed anything. I don't need to prove myself. Besides, she's the one who said I defeated her. Are you calling her a liar? Xander glanced at Evangeline, her expression neutral but thoughtful. Damon's words had undoubtedly discredited him in her eyes, and the realization stung. I would expect no less from lowborn trash. You have no honor, Xander sneered. Damon tilted his head slightly, a faint smirk playing on his lips. What good has honor ever done anyone? Xander's eyes narrowed, his pride bruised further. Sylvia, who had been silently observing, sighed as she rubbed her temples. Both of you need to calm down. There's no need for this. Damon shrugged. I am calm. You should tell that to lover boy over there. He really needs to cool off. Xander's face flushed red with anger. Unable to contain himself, he grabbed Damon by the collar, pulling him closer. Damon stayed perfectly still, his head tilting slightly as though bored. Even with the blindfold over his eyes, he could see everything through his shadow perception, Xander's trembling hands, the redness of his face, the frustration in his eyes. Calmly, Damon spoke, his voice chillingly low. Hey. If you don't want to die, I suggest you let go. I have no interest in childish duels. But if it's a battle to the death you want, I can oblige. We can walk into the forest together, only one of us will come back. His tone was flat, almost disinterested, but it carried an unmistakable weight. The room seemed to darken slightly, the shadows in the corners of the room subtly deepening. To everyone else, it was a suffocating wave of killing intent, cold and undeniable. Leona, usually unfazed, shivered. Sylvia bit her lip, trying to suppress the unease that crept up her spine. Even Evangeline, poised as she was, couldn't hide the flicker of surprise in her expression. This was no bluff. Damon's killing intent was the kind that only came from someone who had taken a life before, and done so willingly. Xander, fueled by noble pride and unable to back down, kept his grip on Damon's collar. Damon, unimpressed, began to reach into his uniform jacket. "That's enough," Sylvia interjected, standing up abruptly. Her voice was steady, but her gray eyes betrayed her unease. First-year students are not allowed to battle to the death, especially not over something so trivial. Xander hesitated before letting go of Damon's collar, his pride still intact but visibly shaken. Evangeline nodded in agreement. "She's right. This is unbecoming." Xander sighed, his frustration evident. "Then how do you suggest we settle this?" Sylvia folded her arms, her brow furrowing as she considered. "We only have one theory-based class today. The rest are practical. Our last class is Professor Blackthorn's anti-magic combat training, right?" Damon raised an eyebrow beneath his blindfold. "So?" Sylvia's gray eyes gleamed with an idea. "You can compete there." Evangeline shook her head. "I highly doubt Professor Blackthorn would allow them to fight directly. Unless—" Sylvia nodded, cutting her off. "That's right. They wouldn't be fighting each other. Instead, they can take on the magic artillery. Whoever lasts the longest at a set difficulty wins." The mention of the magic artillery made everyone pause. A relic from the magic continent, the artillery was originally designed for the demon wars but had since been repurposed as a training tool. It fired relentless barrages of magical attacks at the user, testing their speed, reflexes, and barriers. Xander sat back down, crossing his arms. "Very well then." Damon scoffed. "And why should I? I gain nothing from this." Xander glared at him, but Leona raised her hand, grinning mischievously. "I know. Xander pays you if he loses." Damon held his chin, pretending to ponder. That works for me. 500,000 zenny if I win." Xander scoffed, his lip curling. "You truly have no honor." Damon sighed, leaning back casually. "Since when has that ever mattered?" Xander clenched his fists, his pride unwilling to let him back down. "Very well. But if I win, you will offer me a public apology." He glanced briefly at Evangeline, clearly hoping to impress her. Damon turned his blindfolded face toward Xander, his voice carrying a confident edge. "You won't win." In his short life, Damon had learned a few harsh lessons, and they had served him well. When you are weak, appear strong. When you are poor, act rich. But the most important lesson was this: never get into a battle you couldn't win. Damon never gambled unless he had at least an 80% chance of succeeding. This situation was no different. As he weighed what he stood to gain against what he could lose, the odds seemed to even out. With 500,000, I can finally transfer Luna to a better medical facility. I can't lose. He clenched his fists under the table, hiding the intensity of his determination. He understood the stakes. Xander's demand for an apology if he lost seemed trivial compared to what Damon stood to gain. Nobles and their vain nonsense, he thought bitterly, nearly sneering at the idea. Victory was the only option. Damon was confident in his familiarity with the magic artillery, especially if he chose an attribute that worked in his favor. The odds of success were high. He glanced downward, his shadow stretching faintly across the floor. While he couldn't see it with his blindfolded eyes, his shadow perception skill gave him a perfect vision of it, along with the rest of the room. Oddly, it felt as though the shadow was watching him back. Across the table, Xander continued shooting icy glares his way. Damon's calm confidence seemed to grate on the aloof noble, whose pride wouldn't allow him to back down. Pushing his chair back, Damon stood, brushing off his uniform. "We've got philosophy of magic next," he said, turning to Leona. "I'm out." Leona wrinkled her nose in disappointment. "That sounds boring." Sylvia tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear as she stood. "He's right. Let's go. We might be late if we don't hurry." Evangeline nodded, her gaze thoughtful. "Professor Chrome is teaching this class, right?" The mention of Chrome seemed to pique Xander's interest. However, the others could tell Evangeline wasn't really asking a question. "Yes," Sylvia answered. "He mostly teaches theory courses, history of the demon wars, philosophy of magic, demonology, dungeon characteristics, monster ecology, things like that." Xander nodded. "He is also a commoner." Evangeline nodded again, her tone distracted. "Right, I knew that. Experience tales with Empire." Damon saw the perfect opportunity to discredit Xander and couldn't resist taking a jab. "Wow, you really impressed her there, lover boy." Xander's glare turned sharp, his fists clenching. "Speak one more time, and I'll—" "That's enough," Sylvia interjected, her tone cutting through the brewing tension like a blade. "Let's just get to class." Damon stood up, his expression as grim as ever, and Leona quickly followed, stepping to his side as if claiming her spot. Evangeline and Sylvia, walking close together, also got up. Xander, heading to the same class, joined them, making their group look oddly cohesive, like a group of friends. Damon wished they would just leave him alone. As they exited through the main entrance, Damon's senses heightened. His shadow perception caught the subtle movement of something swooping down at him. The direction and speed were clear in his mind. With a swift motion, he waved his hand, smashing the attacker out of the air before it reached him. A loud caw followed as the raven crashed to the ground. Damon smirked to himself. "They almost caught me off guard. Good thing I have shadow perception now." The vendetta between Damon and the Academy's ravens was long-standing. It had started when he captured a few to test his poisons. One had escaped, and ever since, the ravens seemed to hold a grudge against him. Naturally, Damon had turned this animosity into target practice, escalating their feud into a bizarre man-versus-bird rivalry. Sylvia Moonveil hurried to the fallen raven, gently scooping it into her arms. "You poor thing," she said softly, her voice brimming with concern. Damon observed her indifferently through his shadow perception. "Can't believe these stupid birds still recognize me, even with a blindfold on." Evangeline glanced at him, her tone curious. "I can't believe you sensed that raven coming. It didn't even make a sound." Leona's golden eyes sparkled with pride. Of course. What else can you expect from my bestie?" Xander sneered, his disdain evident. "Your so-called bestie just smited a poor bird. That's nothing to be proud of." Sylvia frowned as she examined the raven. "It has a broken wing." She glanced at Damon. "And I think it hates you." Damon sneered, his face as gloomy as always. "Really now? Had to use your elf powers to figure that out, huh? I could have told you that." Sylvia narrowed her eyes at him. "You really are a rude person, you know that." "I try not to be." "Well, try harder." Sylvia gently adjusted the raven's wing, her movements delicate. "What did you do to them?" "Ravens are gentle birds. They don't make enemies unless they've been crossed, and they never forget." Xander scoffed. "I suppose people aren't the only ones who find you unsightly. Animals, too." Damon ignored him, his voice calm but sharp. "Just let me kill it. All grudges end with death." Sylvia's glare could have frozen him on the spot. "No. Have you been killing them? That would explain a lot." Crossing his arms, Damon replied nonchalantly. I didn't start this. They did. But I'll end it. Actually he did, but who was going to argue against him? Sylvia trembled with visible anger but forced herself to stay calm. Why are you making animal cruelty sound like a war? You must have offended the ravens first. Damon sighed, his patience wearing thin. Why does that matter? If they all die, then no more grudges. Sylvia gritted her teeth but held herself back. She glanced at the raven in her hands, her expression softening. Healing moonlight, she whispered. A gentle, white glow enveloped the bird as Sylvia's lunar attribute magic worked its miracle. The raven stirred awake, its broken wing now healed. Sylvia smiled warmly as she cradled the bird, a serene sight that seemed almost divine. But the tranquility shattered and the raven's gaze landed on Damon. Its feathers ruffled, and it let out a furious caw. Evil, evil, evil. Killer, killer, killer. Xander smirked. Even the animals can see your true nature. Damon kept his expression neutral, though inwardly he sighed. Right. Ravens can talk. I forgot that. Sylvia stood up, glaring at him. Apologize to the ravens. Damon scoffed, crossing his arms. Why in the goddess's name would I apologize to a bunch of birds? He attacked me. Through his shadows, he noted her sour expression and hesitated. For a moment, his blunt demeanor cracked as he reminded himself that Sylvia could be useful. If I want her help, I should at least try to stay in her good books. He sighed deeply. Fine, as you wish. Leona giggled. Wow, I can't believe you made Damon agree so easily. Damon's annoyance only deepened as he stepped closer to the raven in Sylvia's hands. I apologize to you for any grievances. Sylvia smiled at the raven. Now, forgive him, Mr. Raven. The bird stared at her, then at Damon, before hopping onto his head with a triumphant caw. Get off me, you. Damon raised his hand to swat it away, but Sylvia caught his wrist, her grip surprisingly firm. Her grey eyes locked with his blindfolded eyes, a mischievous glint in them. I think this is the beginning of a beautiful friendship. Damon clenched his teeth, barely restraining the urge to snap. Screw off, he thought bitterly. Evangeline stood back, quietly observing the unfolding chaos with an amused smile. It was rare to see Damon so out of his element. The usually stoic and distant figure was now at odds with a raven and an elf, and it was undeniably entertaining. Even Sylvia, who was typically calm and reserved, seemed unusually spirited in defending the bird. The raven perched smugly on Damon's head, ruffling its feathers as if declaring victory. Damon's frown deepened with every passing second, his patience clearly fraying. Sylvia's gentle smile, however, remained unwavering. Looks like he's decided to stay, she said lightly, stroking the bird's feathers. Damon gave her a deadpan look. Did he tell you that, or are you just guessing? Sylvia tilted her head playfully. A little bit of both. He sighed, his shoulders slumping. Get this bird off my head, or it's going to be dinner. The raven squawked indignantly, hopping off Damon's head and onto Sylvia's arm. Find adventures at Empire. Caw, caw. Killer, killer. Caw, caw. Evil, evil, it shrieked, clearly satisfied with itself. Through his shadow perception, Damon studied the bird. The morning sunlight glinted off its glossy black feathers, except for a small, bare patch near its wing. His gaze narrowed as a memory surfaced. This was the same raven that had outwitted him during one of his poison tests. It had feigned paralysis long enough to escape, earning his disdain, and, apparently, its grudge. So that's why it hates me. Clever little pest, he thought grudgingly. Sylvia interrupted his musings. You should keep him, she said, a teasing lilt in her voice. As a way to atone. Or so I think he says. Damon raised an eyebrow. So you're just guessing. Sylvia brushed her silver hair aside with a graceful motion, her tone turning mock serious. Well, yes. I'm not a beast tamer, after all. I'm not keeping that thing, Damon retorted firmly, crossing his arms. Sylvia's playful expression sharpened into a glare. The raven hopped onto her shoulder, as if emboldened by her defense. Yes, you are, she declared. You broke its wing, traumatized it, and started this ridiculous feud. The least you can do is give it a home. Damon shook his head. Not a chance. It's a wild animal, it can fend for itself. The raven squawked again, wings flapping dramatically. Evil. Evil. Killer, killer, it screeched, fixing Damon with its piercing black eyes, full of judgment. Sylvia's lips curved into a triumphant smirk. See? Even it knows you're in the wrong. You owe it. Damon closed his eyes, exhaling heavily. His day was only getting worse. He groaned, his shadow flickering underfoot as his frustration threatened to boil over. He clenched his fists, trying to suppress the irritation clawing its way to the surface. Look, I don't have time to babysit a vengeful bird. I've got. No choice, Sylvia interrupted, her voice firm and resolute. Her silvery hair caught the sunlight, swaying slightly as she placed a hand on her hip. It clearly has unfinished business with you, and I'm not letting you leave it to suffer. Consider this your penance. No. Sylvia's gaze sharpened. Damon, stop being stubborn. Through his shadow perception, Damon instinctively observed the world around him. But when his gaze fell on Sylvia, something shifted. Her expression, her posture, the way her silver hair framed her face, all of it blurred into an unsettling resemblance to her. Luna. For a brief, disorienting moment, his shadow perception spiraled out of control, expanding wildly. The flickering shadows around him distorted the air, their edges unraveling like frayed threads. Damon winced, clutching his head to rein it back in. Sylvia frowned, stepping closer. Are you okay? He steadied himself, exhaling sharply as he regained control. I'm fine, he muttered, his voice strained. His eyes flicked to the raven, then back to Sylvia. I'll take the damn bird. Luna. Sylvia blinked, caught off guard. What? Did you just forget my name? It's Sylvia. Damon bit his lip, realizing his mistake. He quickly shook his head, searching for an excuse. I know. I was referring to your lunar attribute. Sylvia crossed her arms, unimpressed. Don't refer to people by their magic attributes, Shadow. Then why are you calling me by mine? Sylvia's lips twitched into a sly grin. To even things out. The raven cawed triumphantly, puffing out its chest as if it had one. Evil. Evil. Killer, killer, it screeched, flapping its wings dramatically. TCH, Damon clicked his tongue in annoyance. Xander, who had been watching the scene unfold with a bemused expression, finally spoke. There's a difference between a pet and food, commoner. I hope you don't confuse the two and end up eating that bird. Damon's eyes narrowed, his voice laced with venom. You really like hearing yourself talk, don't you? If you stayed quiet, no one would think you were dead. He turned his gaze to Leona and Evangeline, who had been standing nearby. These two were here the whole time, and they didn't feel the need to run their mouths. Evangeline sighed, her arms crossed. Can the both of you not get into it right now? Save your energy for the duel. Xander glared at Damon but kept silent, scoffing under his breath. Leona laughed, brushing a strand of black hair behind her ear. Damon, what's the plan? How are you going to beat him? I can't wait to see your skills in action. Damon ignored her, turning on his heel and heading toward class. This day just keeps getting more and more annoying. As he walked away, the raven flew from Sylvia's arm and landed on his shoulder. Evil. Evil, it squawked again, settling into place as if it belonged there. Sylvia chuckled, her usual calm demeanor softened by amusement. See? It's already bonding with you. If it proves to be a nuisance, Damon muttered, I'm going to kill it. The raven tilted its head, cawing defiantly. Evil. Caw. Sylvia raised an eyebrow, curious. What are you going to name him? Damon stopped in his tracks, a sly smirk curling on his lips. He glanced over his shoulder at Xander, who had been watching with a sneer. I think I'll call it Ravenscroft, he said, his voice dripping with mockery. Xander's expression darkened instantly. He recognized the insult for what it was, a deliberate jab at his family's name. Sylvia hesitated, her smile turning wary. I don't think that's a good idea. Damon's smirk widened. Then it's decided. His name will be Ravenscroft. Croft for short. Xander Ravenscroft's composure snapped. His voice trembled with fury as he stepped forward. You dare, you lowly commoner. Damon sat at the back of the class, as he always did. Except this time, he had company, a fact that made him increasingly uncomfortable. Leona Veilfire, his self-proclaimed best friend, sat directly to his right, her black-white hair glowing faintly in the soft classroom light. She lounged back casually, grinning as if she owned the space. Sylvia Moonvale, on the other hand, claimed the seat to his left. Her excuse was simple, she was there to ensure he didn't harm the raven now perched on his shoulder. Evangeline had also followed, though she hadn't bothered to offer an explanation. She simply took a seat nearby, her quiet presence both calming and bright. And then, of course, there was Xander Ravenscroft. His aristocratic scowl practically burned a hole in the back of Damon's head, his indignation over Damon naming the raven Ravenscroft still fresh and palpable. Damon could see through Xander's thinly veiled anger. It wasn't just about the name, Xander clearly wanted an excuse to hover near Evangeline. The crush he harbored for her was obvious, and Damon figured he was merely using their antagonism as an excuse to stay close. Damon sighed. He hated crowds, hated people being close to him. Having this many around made his skin crawl, feeding his ever-present paranoia. What is their angle? Damon thought, his jaw tightening. What are they trying to achieve? Is this some kind of plot? He couldn't shake the unease. And then there was that earlier incident with his shadow perception, a disquieting reminder of how little he understood his own abilities. Sylvia's words replayed in his head, Damon, stop being stubborn. It had been so innocuous, yet it struck a nerve. It reminded him too much of something his sister, Luna, used to say whenever she wanted something from him. He couldn't help but draw parallels between the two of them, the white hair, the similar eyes, even their shared magic attributes. For a brief moment, his shadow perception had twisted the world, making Sylvia's image bleed into that of his sister's. He clenched his fists, his hands brushing against the blindfold covering his eyes. He still couldn't fully comprehend this skill, this strange ability that was more curse than blessing. Pulling up the skill's description again, Damon read it in his mind as his shadow perception allowed him to view the system panel, even with his eyes closed. Skill, Shadow Perception. Description. When the first mortals sought shelter from the sun's wrath, an old seer whispered, the shadow is not an absence but a mirror, a realm where souls walk untethered by the weight of form. Thus, in the echoes of Solthean myths and solar ion shades, the power of shadows emerged as a bridge between realms, offering perception not bound by flesh but tethered to the world of the unseen. Effect. The user's awareness extends into the realm of shadows, perceiving movements and presences beyond the limits of light and sight. Type. Passive/active. Cooldown. 0 seconds. Damon closed the panel and turned his focus back to Sylvia, using the very skill he was trying to understand. This time, her image didn't distort. She looked like herself, no haunting overlap with Luna's fragile features. Was it all in my head? he wondered, his brow furrowing. Read new chapters at Empire. The shadow is a mirror. The description echoed in his mind. He didn't understand everything about the skill, nor did he have full control over it. That meant it was entirely possible his mind had played tricks on him. Unconsciously, his gaze shifted toward Sylvia. She was sitting just inches away, her delicate fingers brushing the raven's feathers with a childlike fascination. There was an innocence to her in that moment, a rare softness that contrasted with the composed demeanor she often displayed. Luna. The thought flickered again, unbidden. He shook his head, trying to banish it. Of course, Sylvia Moonveil reminded him of his sister, they shared some physical and magical similarities. But Sylvia was an elf, not human like Luna. And the differences between them were just as striking as the similarities. Damon bit his lip, memories of Luna's pale, sunken face flooding his mind. He could still see her lying weakly in bed, her body frail and wasting away as illness consumed her. His hands balled into fists. I have to win the duel against Xander. I need the money. I need to get Luna better treatment. The shadows around Damon deepened, pooling around him like a living, breathing entity. They reacted to his thoughts, feeding off the frustration and resolve simmering inside him. Though the others in the room were oblivious, the raven on his shoulder cawed uneasily, sensing the shift in energy. Evil. Evil. It muttered, its voice softer than usual. Damon leaned back in his chair, arms crossed, his blindfolded gaze turning toward Leona. Hey, you still haven't paid me for my time this morning. Leona blinked, then scratched the back of her head sheepishly. He, oh, right, sorry about that. Almost forgot. Okay, let me pay now. She fumbled with her pager, quickly transferring the money to his war bank account. Xander, seated nearby, watched the transaction with visible confusion. What? Why is she paying him? He finally blurted out. Evangeline sighed, her tone laced with mild exasperation. She paid him to act nice and friendly, to us. And for having breakfast with her, Sylvia added, her fingers gently stroking the raven perched on the desk. Xander's eyes widened, his shock evident. As someone who held himself to high standards, this revelation was downright baffling. He pointed an accusatory finger at Damon. Why you, are you some kind of male prostitute? Or a host? Damon sneered, his lips curling into a disdainful smirk. No. A prostitute would have been cheaper. The bluntness of the response only deepened Xander's disgust. He couldn't fathom why anyone would charge money to have breakfast with a classmate. Do you only care about filling your pockets? Xander snapped. Damon sighed, exuding a mix of irritation and boredom. Yes, I do. I wouldn't expect a pampered rich boy who's never seen the real world to understand. So let me give you some advice. He turned his blindfolded face toward Xander, his voice laced with cold finality. In this world, there are no eternal friendships, only eternal benefits. Damon's words hung in the air, the weight of his cynicism pressing down on the group. Human relationships are forged on the principles of mutual benefit, he continued, his voice cutting like a blade. That's not true. Sylvia interjected, her voice firm as she looked him in the eye. Evangeline nodded in agreement. People can become friends without expecting anything in return. Damon scoffed. You're all so naive. What else can I expect from nobles? Leona pinched his arm sharply. Be nice, she chided, her expression somewhere between amused and annoyed. Damon sighed. Fine. Let me rephrase. The benefits you gain from a relationship don't have to be something tangible, like money or luxury. We stand to gain many things from forging these fleeting bonds, the self-gratification of being around someone you love, the joy of destroying someone you hate, impressing your family, or proving your worth. All of these are benefits, but in the end, these bonds always break, whether by choice or by cosmic design. A heavy silence followed his words. Leona bit her lip, her cheerful demeanor dimming slightly. But even so, having a friend is good, even if it's fleeting. Damon shrugged, his tone dismissive. I don't care. I'm more interested in what you people actually want from me. What's your angle? What do you hope to achieve? The only person here who's been clear is Xander Ravenscroft, and trust me, the feeling is mutual. Evangeline sighed, shaking her head. You really are a difficult person to get along with. No wonder you're always alone. That's fine by me. I like it that way. Sylvia frowned, her calm voice carrying a quiet conviction. Whoever is comfortable in solitude is either a wild beast or a god. You're neither, so I'm sure there's a part of you that desires connection. She paused, her gaze steady. Fine. You wanted a reason, right? Here it is, I stand to gain the self-gratification of saving someone from their solitude. That's what I want. Evangeline smiled faintly at her friend's boldness. Sylvia might have been reserved, but she was far from weak. My reason is the same as I've told you before, Evangeline said. I want you to be my training partner. Leona raised her hand excitedly. Me next. Me next. She tapped her chin in exaggerated thought. What do I want? Oh, right. I want to be your friend so you'll cook for me. Her gaze shifted to Xander, who had been silently fuming. What about you? Everyone turned to him expectantly. Xander narrowed his eyes, his lips curling in disdain. I can't stand this commoner. Especially after hearing what he just said. He's both vile and cunning. I'll stay to keep an eye on him. Damon sneered, his tone dripping with mockery. I couldn't care less what you all want. As he spoke, Damon's shadow perception picked up on a presence approaching their group. The blue-haired figure stopped in front of Xander, bowing his head slightly with an air of practiced loyalty. He spared a glance at the rest of the group before turning his focus to Damon. Grey, he greeted, his tone disdainful but curt. Damon's smirk twisted with cold malice. Marcus. Damon's expression didn't falter. Why the sour expression? Did someone die? Marcus's glare was sharp, his anger palpable as he faced Damon, taking notice of the blindfold over his eyes. Grey, you bastard. I see you still know how to run your mouth. Damon scoffed, crossing his arms with a nonchalant air. And I see you still haven't grown out of that subservient attitude. Just so you know, your Lord and Master Ravenscroft doesn't actually give a damn about you. Marcus's eyes narrowed dangerously, but before he could respond, Xander raised a hand, cutting through the tension. Ignore him. Xander's voice carried authority, though his annoyance with Damon was evident. What's so important that you had to come all the way here when class is about to begin? As Marcus hesitated, Xander stole a quick glance at Evangeline. The subtle action didn't go unnoticed, and Marcus's lips pressed into a thin line as he seemed to grasp the unspoken meaning. After a moment, he bit his lip before speaking, his voice strained. It's Lark. He's been confirmed dead. The air grew heavy. Damon suppressed a smile, his face remaining unreadable, but the others immediately turned their attention to Marcus. Xander, who had been the leader of the group Marcus was part of, frowned deeply. How, he asked, his voice tight. How did he die? He was only missing, wasn't he? Marcus's eyes were red, his voice trembling as he struggled to suppress his tears. He was missing, but it turns out he went into the woods. A monster managed to get past the Academy's barrier. It attacked him and dragged him beyond the barrier. Evangeline's gaze was sharp as she looked at Marcus. Beyond the barrier? That's impossible. The barrier wouldn't allow a monster to pass. Sylvia nodded, her calm voice carrying a note of concern. She's right. That barrier was designed to selectively allow only members of the goddess races to pass. Demons and monsters can't cross it. And if they did, the words would have triggered an alarm across the academy. Leona, her eyes flickering with unease, leaned forward. What kind of monster could it have been? Marcus's voice cracked as he shook his head. We don't know. The investigation only found deep claw marks in his pager. Nothing else. Damon's expression remained neutral, but his thoughts were as sharp as a blade. So they've finally decided to stop hiding Lark's death. I wonder what story the Academy fed his family. No matter. As long as no one finds out I killed him, I should be safe. Xander's calm demeanor was betrayed by the clenching of his fists. Through his shadow perception, Damon could sense the faint tremble in Xander's hands. He's holding it in, Damon mused. Should I act concerned? Or indifferent? Xander took a deep breath, his voice measured but tinged with sadness. I see. We should send our condolences to his family. As for the monster, I'm sure the Academy will hunt it down. Damon frowned slightly at Xander's words. Of course, the Academy won't sit idle. They still have their pride to uphold. Poor monsters beyond the barrier will be paying the price for this. Marcus sniffed, wiping at his eyes before speaking again, his voice breaking. Enjoy new chapters from Empire. Anne, it's Isaac. He's gone missing too. Xander's eyes widened in shock. What? He shot to his feet, his chair scraping loudly against the floor. What do you mean he's gone missing? Damon's heart thudded for a brief moment, but his remorseless skill activated instantly, dulling his emotions and clearing his mind. Did they uncover the misleading evidence I planted to frame Tobias Morgan after I killed Isaac? Marcus's fists were trembling with suppressed frustration. I just don't know. This morning, Isaac was gone from his dorm room. It was taken over almost immediately by the student council president, Lilith Astronova. The thing is, no one saw him leave, and the last person with him was Tobias. Damon furrowed his brow as though in thought, but his mind churned with calculations. Lilith Astronova. Of course, she's on to me. Why else would she act so decisively? She's clearly trying to pounce on this situation. That's fine. I left plenty of evidence to ensure Isaac's death points to Tobias. The tear-soaked pillow I used to suffocate him should be damning enough. Sylvia's sharp gray eyes narrowed as she crossed her arms. What exactly are you implying? Marcus held his head in his hands, the stress clearly taking a toll on him. I don't know. It's just, the student council detained Tobias for questioning, and after that, the Academy's professors got involved. Now he's under house arrest in his dorm room. Marcus's fear was palpable, but Xander shook his head, his expression skeptical. That doesn't make sense. If he was the last person to see Isaac, questioning him is understandable. But house arrest? That's extreme. Evangeline nodded, her voice tinged with worry. You're right. Unless, the Academy suspects him of more than just knowing something. They must think he's involved. Leona's gaze shifted to Damon, her expression questioning. Why would they think he's a suspect, Damon? Damon sighed dramatically, feigning exasperation. This stupid girl. I was trying to stay out of this. Turning to her, he responded calmly. It's because they suspect him, or they've found incriminating evidence. They're most likely trying to get a confession out of him. Marcus's glare was fiery as he snapped, shut up. Tobias would never hurt Isaac. Damon raised a brow, his tone sharp. Right. And you all wouldn't try to kill someone and leave their body in a ravine, would you? The reminder of their past actions silenced Marcus. His lips pressed into a thin line, his rage subdued by guilt. Xander's eyes darted between Marcus and Damon before he asked. Do they have any evidence against him? Marcus hesitated, his fists clenched as he lowered his head. They found Isaac's pager with a transaction receipt. It showed that he transferred all his money to Tobias's account. The room also had signs of a struggle. 2 cups were found, one with traces of poison. The investigators believed Tobias drugged him, but his body was never found. Damon suppressed the urge to grin, his inner thoughts cold and calculated. Good thing I tampered with more than just the pager. Adding traces of the paralyzing agent to the cup was a stroke of genius. Leona's eyes narrowed as she studied Damon. So, Tobias killed his friend? Damon shrugged nonchalantly. Who knows? That's for the investigation to decide. Marcus's glare returned, tears glistening in his eyes. He didn't kill him. I can vouch for Tobias. Damon tilted his head slightly, a thin smile forming on his lips. But you weren't there, were you? Xander's fury broke through his usual calm demeanor. Shut up, commoner. We don't need your bitter remarks right now. Sylvia chimed in, her voice firm yet gentle. At least try to be sensitive, Damon. The raven perched nearby suddenly cawed. Caw. Evil. Evil. Damon sighed, dismissing the bird's cry with a wave of his hand. Well, his body hasn't been found. Maybe he's still alive. Sylvia's expression softened, and she nodded. That's the most thoughtful thing I've heard you say today. Evangeline followed with a hopeful tone. Yes. It's possible he's still alive. Xander nodded, his determination to remain optimistic evident. Damon, however, sneered internally. Too bad. Isaac is dead and devoured. They won't even find a body. And this is just the beginning. The classroom murmurs grew quieter, and Damon's senses sharpened. Expanding his shadow perception, he swept the room and noted the faint silhouette of the professor's shadow as he entered. The professor, an elderly man with a kind smile, clapped his hands to gather their attention. Let us begin. Take your seats, everyone. Marcus reluctantly moved to a seat near Xander, his movements slow and heavy. Damon sighed as he looked down at his shadow. Now, who do I take out next? Professor Crome stood at the front of the classroom, his kind features softening the stern white of his beard. Perched on his nose were glasses that glinted faintly in the dim light, while his usual white robe flowed around him, giving him an almost ethereal presence. Damon watched him through the shadows cast in the room, his perception allowing him to see the gentle aura the man exuded. Chrome's demeanor was a rarity among the professors. Unlike the others, who openly looked down on Damon for being the weakest student, Chrome had always treated him with respect. To Damon, this was made even more remarkable by the fact that Chrome, like him, was a commoner. The professor began the class by recounting the discussion from the previous session. He spoke of philosophies and theories, praising the students' engagement and intellectual curiosity. Damon let the words wash over him, barely registering them. He hadn't been in the last class, so he had no idea what they had discussed. His mind was too preoccupied with his plans. As he sat there, his thoughts churned. Who do I kill next? He mused, his blindfolded eyes facing forward. And who do I frame this time? The inclusion of Lilith Astronova in the investigation troubled him. It was clear that she wouldn't believe Tobias was guilty of killing Isaac. Which means she'll keep digging, looking for evidence about what really happened to Isaac. Damon smiled faintly, his fingers tapping lightly against the desk. She's probably trying to clear Tobias. That's perfect. If no one expects him to be the next target, then Tobias becomes the ideal scapegoat again. He glanced downward at the shadow cast beneath him, which had been behaving like an ordinary shadow since he left his dorm. I don't need to sneak into the judgment halls where Tobias is under house arrest. I just need to lure him out. Damon's plan began to crystallize as he tapped the desk rhythmically. I still have 2 days before Anvil finishes making my weapons. My shadow energy is at 200 now, so I can last a little longer without feeding it, but I've got at most 4 days left. His heart steeled itself against hesitation. Within these 4 days, I'll need a plan to lure out Tobias and kill him before Lilith uncovers the truth. A faint flutter caught his attention, though he didn't turn his head. Something hopped onto his desk. Without needing to look, Damon knew it was the raven Sylvia had made him adopt as a pet. The bird sat there silently, its beady eyes glinting with intelligence. It had been unusually quiet since the class began, as if aware of its surroundings. Damon's gaze flicked toward it briefly. This bird. It might actually come in handy. I just thought of a feasible but dangerous plan. While Damon silently plotted, the professor had stopped talking, his gaze now directed at him. Unaware of the now silent classroom, Damon remained lost in his thoughts. A sharp nudge from Sylvia's elbow jolted him. Startled, Damon looked up, his calm expression masking the irritation bubbling within. Xander's scoff was loud enough to catch his attention, though the noble didn't bother speaking. The mocking smirk on Xander's face said it all. Damon turned to Sylvia, his brow furrowing. She muttered something under her breath, subtly gesturing toward her eyes. Realization dawned. The professor must have called him out for wearing a blindfold in class. Without standing, Damon turned his head toward Professor Chrome, his voice steady and composed. I apologize for any distraction I've caused. Chrome shook his head, his tone as gentle as his aura. That's quite all right. Young people often have much on their minds. Professor Chrome stroked his beard thoughtfully, his gaze resting on Damon. I was curious as to why you would wear a blindfold to class. I hope I didn't make you disinterested in learning. Damon shook his head with a calm expression. Your next chapter is on Empire. Not at all, Professor. While I may be wearing a blindfold, I assure you my vision has never been better. Chrome's eyebrows rose in mild surprise, and he chuckled softly. Ho ho ho. I see. In that case, care to tell me what's written on the board? Without turning his head, Damon tapped into his shadow perception, effortlessly gleaning the contents of the board. His voice was steady, devoid of hesitation. My philosophy. Chrome nodded in satisfaction. I see. It seems you can see after all. Very well. Picking up an old, worn book from his desk, Chrome continued. In our last class, we discussed individual philosophies. It seems you were absent, so before we proceed, why don't you share your philosophy with the class? Damon scanned the silent room, feeling the weight of the students' attention on him. His absence over the past 2 days had clearly not gone unnoticed. I have no philosophy, Professor, he said flatly. Chrome shook his head, his expression kind yet firm. Everyone has a philosophy, a principle they live by, something that shapes their lives. It plays an important role in their magic and even influences the type of class they awaken, from the 1st to the 7th class advancement. He gestured toward a student nearby. Evangeline, who is seated with you, has a philosophy shaped by strength and justice. That will most likely influence the class she awakens. Turning his gaze back to Damon, Chrome's eyes gleamed with curiosity. So, what is your philosophy, Damon? This is important for your future. Of course, this is just my personal curiosity, but let me offer you an incentive. If your philosophy is interesting enough, I'll grant you full credits for all my classes, not just this one. I'll even overlook your absences from the past 2 days. Damon bit his lip, torn between silence and opportunity. Being on academic probation, he needed every credit he could get. The stakes were too high to ignore. He put on a thoughtful expression, sifting through his memories for an answer. Something that shaped his life. His thoughts drifted to an epitaph he had stumbled upon years ago in the woods. Those words had been his springboard, his acceptance of life's cruel realities. Finally, Damon sighed. It's meaningless. Chrome frowned slightly. That's disappointing. I'll have to deduct half your credits for refusing to answer. But Damon wasn't finished. The word lingered in his mind as he relived the harrowing moments of his life. His parents, dead in a senseless war. His relatives, betraying him. His village, casting him out. He and his sister had starved, scraping by in a world that seemed designed to crush them. Damon clenched his fists under the desk. He remembered nearly ending his life, running from death for a place to survive, and watching adults, one after another, reveal their selfish motives. Just when he found hope, it shattered. His sister fell ill with a chronic, incurable disease. Life was meaningless. Hopeless. Cruel. And yet, even in that abyss, Damon had refused to surrender. The despair didn't consume him. Instead, it forged him. His voice was cold and tired, a sound that shouldn't have belonged to someone so young. Life is not a gift but a curse. We are dealt hands we never asked for, forced to play roles we never agreed to. Those who concede early fade quietly, but those who stand, bloodied and battered, rewrite the rules. I don't kneel to designs I didn't create. My life is my own, my pain my teacher, and my will the only God I answer to. Even as I face my end, covered in blood and tears, I will spit in the face of the goddess of fate. The goddess can have me, when she's earned me. His words hung in the air, heavy and unrelenting. He clenched his fist, his shadow writhing faintly beneath the desk. The room erupted into murmurs. Did he just disparage the goddess? That's blasphemy. Has he lost his mind? The Temple Inquisition will take him for this. Outside the classroom, Lilith Astronova, the student council president, froze in place. She had been walking past the room but stopped, her wide eyes fixed on Damon through the door's narrow window. What arrogance, what madness, she muttered. Is he insane? Inside, Professor Chrome's reaction was unexpected. He chuckled softly, then broke into a hearty laugh, stroking his beard with genuine amusement. What an interesting philosophy, he said, his eyes gleaming with approval. Without a doubt, your first-class advancement will awaken to something unique, something unlike any other. That, I am sure of. The murmurs grew louder, students exchanging shocked glances, but Damon blinked, caught off guard by the professor's high appraisal. For a moment, his cold resolve faltered, replaced by the faintest flicker of surprise. Damon wasn't the only one surprised by Professor Chrome's high appraisal. For the people of Aetherus, class advancement was not just a measure of power, it was a defining milestone in life. Every individual had the potential to awaken up to 7 classes, and with each class advancement, their rank and power increased exponentially. The first class advancement was pivotal. It determined the foundation of an individual's growth and could be any class: mage, knight, assassin, healer, and many others. These were the more common classes, shared by countless individuals across the world. However, there was a rare phenomenon known as a unique class, where an individual awakened to a class that was entirely their own. The factors that influenced class advancement were numerous: philosophy, birth, lineage, ambition, faith, desires, emotions, and even the unpredictable hand of fate. Of these, one's philosophy and mindset were among the most critical. It was for this reason that Professor Chrome had given Damon such a high appraisal. With a philosophy as radical and defiant as Damon's, his first-class advancement would almost certainly be unique, assuming he ever awakened to a class at all. Class awakening was no easy feat, it was a trial of will, determination, fortitude and talent, often beyond the reach of the weak. Meanwhile, the classroom buzzed with murmurs. The Temple Inquisition will definitely come for him with that mindset. Who does he think he is to say such things about the goddess? Professor Chrome raised his hand, silencing the noise with a calm yet firm tone. That is enough, everyone. I do not think his words are blasphemous at all. He did not insult the goddess. After all, in the Book of Fate, the goddess herself said, and I quote, "To love fate is to defy fate. Only then can you be your truest self." The room fell silent for a moment as the weight of those words settled over the students. Sylvia, seated beside Damon, nodded in agreement. Yes, that's true. The goddess only acknowledges those who strive to make their own path. So, I don't think it's blasphemous at all. Evangeline added, her voice steady. I don't think the temple will concern itself with something so trivial. Xander, however, scoffed from his seat. If the temple took this wretch now, it'd be better for all of us in the goddess races. But I suppose you're right, he said with a venomous smirk. Despite his insult, the class seemed to lean toward agreement with the top 3 students. The murmurs softened, indicating that most were inclined to accept their reasoning. Damon sneered faintly, his lips curling in disdain. He honestly didn't give a damn what they thought. Where was the goddess when he was suffering? While it was true that he invoked her name often, it wasn't out of faith. It was nothing more than a habit his mother, Aether Grey, had ingrained in him as a child, a hollow ritual that held no meaning anymore. Find adventures on Empire. Professor Crome regarded Damon with a spark of intrigue in his eyes. Why don't we analyze Damon's philosophy? Perhaps we can guess what class he might awaken to, he suggested. The room fell into a tense silence, save for Marcus, who, despite his grief over losing Lark and Isaac, couldn't resist sneering. Assuming this trash even has the talent to reach the first-class advancement. Professor Crome smiled faintly, undeterred by the hostility. Do not underestimate human potential, he replied before turning to the board. He wrote down Damon's earlier words with slow, deliberate strokes. Now then, who wants to interpret young Damon's philosophy? Damon shifted uncomfortably in his seat, feeling awkward about being the center of attention. Still, he sighed, resigned to the situation. Crome was likely going to follow through with the full credits he'd promised, so Damon decided to endure it. 2 hands shot up simultaneously, Sylvia's and Evangeline's. Crome nodded toward Sylvia, who rose hesitantly. Her gaze flickered briefly to Damon, who sat beside her wearing his usual blindfold and maintaining a calm, almost serene expression. His philosophy is, a little crazy, she began, her voice unsure. And it sounds so sad. The first part, he, sees life as a curse forced upon us since no one asked to be born. He rejects the meaning of life altogether. She bit her lip nervously, stealing another glance at Damon, whose demeanor hadn't shifted in the slightest. He desires freedom through rejecting conformity, she continued. He rejects roles and designs imposed by fate, society, or even the goddess, which, sounds almost blasphemous. Xander's voice cut through her explanation with a sharp sneer. That doesn't sound blasphemous, it is blasphemous. Don't try to cover for him. Sylvia fell silent for a moment, her expression tight as she glanced toward Crome for reassurance. That's all I have to say, she muttered before quickly sitting down. Crome turned his attention to Evangeline. Do you have something to add? Evangeline hesitated, her sun-marked eyes lingering on Damon before she spoke. I'll continue where she left off, she said softly. Damon isn't bothered by pain. He sees it as a learning opportunity, something to push his growth. His pain becomes his ally, shaping his will and identity. Her voice wavered slightly, and she sat down abruptly, unwilling to continue. The more she analyzed it, the more twisted Damon's philosophy seemed to her. Xander leaned forward, his expression scornful. Let me give my honest opinion. Someone who refuses to conform has no rules. What wouldn't he do? The act of spitting in the face of the goddess of fate represents ultimate defiance. If he can spit on the goddess, then what do the rules of man mean to him? Morality, kindness, love, honor. How is he any different from a wild beast? Or a monster? A sinner? Crome shook his head, his expression calm yet firm. Understandable, but his philosophy only rejects rules he didn't make. If he creates rules that restrict himself to only kindness and righteousness, does that not make him a saint rather than a sinner? Xander, I hope you realize that human rules are transient. What was considered righteous 1,000 years ago might be viewed as evil now. Take human sacrifices, for example. Once, they were seen as the ultimate righteousness. Now, they are regarded as barbaric. Turning back to Damon, Crome continued. His philosophy is neither cruel nor evil. I would argue it is kind. If I were to name it, I would call it radical individualism, where the will of one takes precedence over the beliefs of many. Behind his blindfold, Damon's eyes widened in slight surprise. Someone was defending him. That was new. He wasn't used to anyone standing up for him, and the unexpected support stirred something faint in him, a flicker of warmth. His mind drifted briefly to the kind hunter, Carmen, who had once offered him a glimmer of genuine compassion. Maybe, just maybe, genuine kindness is real, he thought. But he quickly shook his head, dismissing the notion as foolish. As if. For the next few minutes, the professor encouraged the class to speculate about what type of class Damon might awaken to. Naturally, no one suggested he would awaken a righteous class. Bandit, thief, heretic, murmured several students, their voices dripping with disdain. One particularly obnoxious classmate went so far as to suggest, maybe he'll awaken as a demon lord and get killed by a hero of the goddess races. The class erupted in laughter, but Damon's lips tightened. He didn't find the part about being killed amusing in the slightest. Some were of the opinion that Damon would never reach a first-class advancement at all, deeming him too weak to achieve it. With a pitiful mana level of 30, what can he possibly do? Damon kept his expression impassive, even as the mocking continued. He was used to it. Professor Crome, however, didn't dwell on Damon for long. He shifted the conversation to the philosophies of other students in the class. Xander, unsurprisingly, had a philosophy grounded in honor. His classmates speculated he would awaken to a righteous class, and some even dubbed him the Raven Hero, a nod to his family name, Ravenscroft. Evangeline's philosophy centered on justice, leading to guesses she might awaken as a light paladin or judge. Sylvia's belief in the importance of sharing knowledge led others to imagine she would awaken as a sage or scholar. Leona, with her steadfast belief in strength, was expected to awaken as a warrior or even a warlord. Speculations about their future classes ran wild, but no one doubted that they would achieve a first-class advancement. It was almost as if their success was a foregone conclusion. The stark contrast between their confidence and Damon's precarious position wasn't lost on him. But he didn't feel left out, this was how things had always been for him. He was an outsider, unable to truly connect with others. Professor Crome, meanwhile, seemed thrilled by the engagement in his class. The old man smiled from ear to ear, radiating the warmth of a kind grandfather. Damon couldn't help but respect him, even if he didn't fully trust the world Crome represented. Stroking his beard, the professor let out a laugh as he turned to Damon. Your journey continues at Empire. Well, young man, I suppose it's time to keep my end of the agreement. You've earned full credits for all my classes. Damon nodded silently, appreciating the rare instance of fairness in his life. Crome resumed his lecture, using the little time left to wrap up the day's topic before they all moved on to their next class. At the back of the room, Lilith Astronova had been lingering near the door, silent but watchful. Her green eyes gleamed with amusement as a small smile curved her lips. As the class ended, she turned and walked away, her voice a soft murmur that only she could hear. Damon Grey, you still haven't filled out the paperwork for the equipment you took. It seems I'll have to punish you. Damon didn't know that Lilith Astronova had been outside the class, watching him. He was too absorbed in the class to notice, and Lilith remained just outside the range of his shadow perception. For the moment, everything seemed to be progressing without interruption, and Damon found himself in a somewhat good mood, his mind distracted by the lively discussion in the room. Caw caw. The raven cawed mildly, drawing Damon's attention. He glanced at the bird, his thoughts already turning. I wonder if it'll be useful. If not, I'll just get rid of the damn bird. His gaze shifted to Sylvia, the white-haired elf sitting across from him. She was completely focused on the class, paying no mind to his presence. Damon couldn't see her clearly with his eyes closed, and his shadow perception only revealed a world in stark black and white. Even so, there was something familiar about her, some small similarities that reminded him of his sister. Can you recommend any books or share any knowledge on beast taming? Sylvia blinked in surprise, her eyes darting toward his blindfolded face. You want to learn about beast taming? I'm not a tamer. Damon nodded, unfazed. I see. I suppose I'll just have to eat the damn bird. The raven, Croft, wasn't pleased by the mention of being eaten. Caw caw. Evil, evil. Sylvia waved her hands hastily, panic flashing across her face. No, don't do that. I was trying to say, I'm not a tamer, but I know a thing or two. I learned some things from rangers in Iorvas, so I can share that. In fact, let me help you train him. No need to eat him. Damon suppressed a smile, his lips barely curling into a smirk. I suppose using the bird's life as leverage worked. She's quite gullible despite her vast knowledge. Very well then, we can start tomorrow. He could feel the raven hopping around on the desk, its beady eyes fixed on him. Damon could almost hear its angry cawing in his mind. If this works, then I can proceed with my first plan. If not, I'll have to adjust it. Either way, in the next few days, I must kill Tobias Margan before his name gets cleared. But before that, I need another scapegoat. His gaze shifted to Marcus, who appeared somewhat drained, his eyes still red from the grief of losing two friends. I have to be more subtle next time. I'll leave something that belongs to Marcus as evidence. That will stir up some chaos. After that, I'll change my pattern completely, target someone who has nothing to do with me. Damon's mind flickered with the realization that doing so would result in the death of an innocent person. He quickly pushed the thought aside. In this world, no one is innocent. Innocence is lost the moment of birth. From then on, every breath we take is at the price of another life. Even if that life is insignificant. When we eat, something must die. When we walk, we trample on ants and grass. I have no need to feel guilty. This is simply natural selection. His lips parted slightly as he bit them lightly, lost in his thoughts. Beneath him, his shadow stirred, reacting to his mindset. The remorseless skill had deactivated, but Damon felt a strange calm wash over him. He focused on the necessity of his actions, pushing aside any lingering doubts or moral qualms. As the class came to an end, Damon stood, and as expected, Leona followed him. To his annoyance, the raven flew onto his shoulder, cawing angrily at him. Sylvia trailed behind, still likely worried that Damon might kill the bird. Evangeline followed her, and to no one's surprise, Xander tagged along, with Marcus walking behind him. Damon sighed, sensing their presence through his shadow perception. What a nuisance. A young man walked through the academy halls, a tired expression etched on his pale face. He wore a black blindfold over his eyes, matching the dark shade of his hair. His academy uniform, a black jacket over a white shirt with black pants, was pristine despite the intense physical training earlier. On his chest, a small brooch read probation, a label that seemed to mock his current status. Perched on his shoulder was a raven, its sharp eyes scanning their surroundings. Damon was drained after a long day of rigorous physical and magical exercises. Compared to his classmates, he lagged significantly behind. His refusal to use the system's 5x skill left him at a natural disadvantage, and his shadow was full, denying him the extra stats boost from shadow hunger. The academy uniform is truly impressive, he mused, brushing off a speck of dust from his jacket. Even after hours of strenuous training, the uniform remained intact and immaculate. It was a marvel of magitech, capable of withstanding damage, self-mending, and even cleaning itself. I think I can understand why they're so expensive, he thought, though it did little to improve his mood. It had been a grueling day. The instructors had pushed them through relentless training, and Damon, already at a disadvantage, felt the strain more than anyone else. Still, he had tried to conserve as much energy as possible for his upcoming duel with Xander Ravenscroft. Not that it made a difference, he would have come in last regardless, except perhaps in speed. And all that speed? It was only good for running away. Today had been unusual for Damon. He had spent nearly the entire day with the top students in his class. What amused him was that it wasn't his choice, they had been following him. Even now, they were still with him. Leona, as always, seemed ecstatic. It's almost time for the duel. No wonder you came last at everything today. You must be saving your stamina. I'm sure you didn't even try at all. Damon sneered inwardly. Actually, I did try. I just suck. He kept his expression neutral, knowing Leona would never believe him if he said it aloud. He couldn't exactly explain that his strength was conditional, dependent on how hungry his shadow was. When it was starving, he could rival the top students, his power exploding. But when it wasn't, he was simply the weakest in the class. Evangeline nodded in agreement. The duel isn't a fight, so you must have kept most of your stamina. Sylvia chuckled. Although, you sure know how to act. I was convinced you were actually tired with how much you were gasping for breath. Damon stayed silent, his thoughts simmering. I was tired. Asking us to run that much should be illegal, especially since the rest of you used magic to enhance your strength. Xander scoffed. Whether he's pretending or not will be determined by the outcome of our duel. Marcus sneered, his disdain palpable. He's just going to humiliate himself. He's trash, and I don't get why you all think he has anything going for him. Leona's glare could have cut through steel. Insult my bestie again, and I'll cripple you. Marcus flinched, the venom in her voice unmistakable. Leona's disdain for him stemmed from one simple fact: he was weaker than her. She tolerated Xander's sharp tongue because he had the strength to back it up, but Marcus? He was just an irritant. Xander sighed. That's enough. No need to go after Marcus for having an opinion. Leona's eyes narrowed dangerously. He can keep his opinions to himself. If he speaks again, I'll break his legs. Marcus paled, his face almost as blue as his hair. He knew Leona wasn't one for empty threats. If she said she would break his legs, she would. Damon remained silent, not even sparing a glance at the group. He could see them clearly within the range of his shadow perception, but his focus was elsewhere, on the duel. 500,000 zeni, he thought, his determination stealing. That was the prize for winning. And Damon had no intention of losing. They soon reached their destination, a large vaulted door that loomed ahead like the entrance to some ancient fortress. As the door creaked open, a vast domed room was revealed. It was one of the Academy's renowned training facilities, equipped with all manner of magical technology for honing students' combat skills. This particular space was the designated venue for anti-magic combat. Standing at the center of the room was none other than Professor Cale Blackthorn, his presence radiating a dark and oppressive aura. As they crossed the threshold, Damon's shadow perception immediately caught Cale's distinct energy. It was vastly different from Professor Chrome's. Where Chrome's aura was warm and gentle, Cale's was dark, heavy, and suffocating. Right, his attribute is dark magic, Damon mused, his lips twitching in irritation. Cale Blackthorn's eyes met Damon's with thinly veiled disdain, a sentiment Damon returned in kind. I haven't seen you in class for 2 days, Cale began, his voice dripping with mockery. I assumed you finally took my advice and dropped out. Damon sneered, the corner of his lips curling upward. And give you the satisfaction? I'd never stoop so low. If you want me gone, Cale, you'll have to kick me out yourself. Evangeline and the others trailing behind Damon were taken aback by his boldness. Speaking so disrespectfully to a professor, especially one as intimidating as Cale Blackthorn, was unthinkable. Yet Damon showed no hesitation, as though the man standing before him didn't hold his academic future in his hands. Cale shook his head, his cold gaze shifting to Evangeline, Sylvia, and Xander. "Do you think sucking up to the top students can save you?" he sneered. "If you do, you're wasting your time." Damon scoffed audibly. "Do I look like the type to suck up to anyone?" Cale's eyes narrowed dangerously. "What wouldn't you do? Your very existence is a disgrace to this academy." Damon bit his lip, a flash of irritation crossing his face. He took a step forward, his voice sharp and unwavering. "Were you dropped on your head as a baby, or did your mother just not bother to teach you basic manners? If you're deaf, let me repeat myself, I'm not going anywhere." The room froze. Everyone stared at Damon in disbelief. Leona's golden eyes widened with admiration, her lips parting slightly in awe. Xander looked at Damon as though he had lost his mind, while Evangeline was too stunned to speak. Sylvia, however, appeared visibly anxious, her hands fidgeting nervously at her sides. Cale's expression darkened, his aura growing heavier as his anger simmered beneath the surface. "You dare insult me?" he hissed, his voice low and threatening. Before the tension could escalate further, Sylvia stepped forward hastily, her voice awkward but placating. "Ah, Professor, please forgive him. It's just. Damon's a bit worked up today. He's mentally preparing for his duel with Xander, so he's a little aggressive." Cale's gaze shifted from Sylvia back to Damon, his cold eyes scrutinizing him. "He intends to duel while wearing that blindfold?" Cale asked with a scoff. Damon chuckled softly, his voice tinged with mockery. "I'm just giving the so-called prodigies you think so highly of a handicap," he replied smoothly. "Read new chapters at Empire." Cale's lips thinned into a line, his narrowed eyes boring into Damon. "Really now?" he said slowly. "In that case, I'll allow it. I'll even act as the referee for this duel." He turned his gaze toward Xander, his tone suddenly colder. "If you destroy him, you automatically pass this class." The magic artillery was originally developed as a weapon during the demon wars on the magic continent. Over time, however, it was repurposed for training, its deadly potential now serving as a tool to forge capable combatants. This sophisticated magic technology fired projectiles imbued with various elemental attributes. Water was the slowest and easiest to dodge, while light was the fastest and most difficult to counter. The system was designed to push students to adapt to attacks of varying speeds and elements, a skill critical for high-speed battles against demons and monsters. Of course, the magic artillery was just one of many training facilities the Academy boasted. Aether Academy's reputation as the world's premier institution for magical education wasn't without merit. Damon stood before the equipment, his hands clenched at his sides as he took a deep breath. His eyes scanned the array of weapons available, each stronger and more durable than the ones used for sparring. These weren't meant for dueling one another but rather for deflecting the relentless barrage of the magic artillery. The rules of the duel were straightforward: last as long as possible while facing the artillery. Dodging, deflecting, erecting barriers, or even tanking the attacks were all valid methods. The difficulty, and thus, the points, depended on the attribute chosen for the artillery's projectiles. Light, being the fastest, was the highest setting allowed for first-year students. The weapons laid out were primarily for deflecting the attacks, though shields were also available. However, shields came with a drawback: they had a limited number of hits they could withstand before shattering. Damon's thoughts drifted back to Professor Cale Blackthorn's explanation of the rules. The professor's disdain for him had been palpable, especially when he openly encouraged Xander to obliterate him. "What weapon should I choose?" Damon mused, his eyes narrowing as he scanned the arsenal again. He could feel the weight of expectation in the room, the unspoken judgment from his peers and Professor Blackthorne alike. But Damon wasn't here to fail, and he certainly wasn't here to give anyone the satisfaction of seeing him falter. A broadsword would do, but it was too heavy for fast movement, and Damon didn't have the skill to wield it effectively. A long sword was too thin, its reach wasted on someone like him. He didn't even bother considering blunt weapons. A shield? Out of the question. It would slow him down and, worse yet, had a limit to how many hits it could take. To someone like him, who couldn't conjure barriers with magic, that restriction felt downright unfair. He sighed, his shadow perception scanning the rows of weapons before him. The shapes and forms blurred in his mind until his focus stopped on the short swords. He picked one up, feeling its balance. Maybe I overestimated myself, he thought grimly, shaking his head. No. He couldn't afford doubt, not now. He held the short sword briefly before placing it back. It was an option, if he didn't find anything better. As he moved further down the aisle, his perception caught the faint outline of daggers on a nearby shelf. Most were too thin, useless for deflecting powerful attacks. Just as he turned away in frustration, an unusual distortion flickered at the edge of his perception, a subtle ripple in the shadows. His brows furrowed beneath his black blindfold. He walked toward the source, his fingers brushing against the twin daggers that caught his attention. They felt different. Their weight was perfect, their balance exceptional. But most of all, their edges were wide enough to catch the light, reflecting it like glass. That was what had caused the distortion in his shadow perception. A smirk tugged at Damon's lips. Yes, these will do. They should be able to reflect, or in this case, deflect, light. He glanced down at his shadow, the faintest flicker of uncertainty crossing his mind. That is, assuming my theory is correct. If not, I'm about to humiliate myself, but that's fine. I should have at least an 80% chance of pulling this off. And if not, well, I'll use my 15 attribute points to cover my weaknesses. Are you ready, or do you intend to stand there all day? Cale Blackthorne's cold voice cut through Damon's thoughts like a blade. Damon scoffed, turning his head slightly. Your opponent has already chosen his weapon. If you think you can't do this, just admit you're a failure and let us proceed with our regular class. Why would I give you the satisfaction, Professor? Damon replied dryly, his voice calm despite the provocation. Cale's icy glare bore into him, but the professor no longer felt anger, only disdain. After all, Xander Ravenscroft was sure to humiliate this disappointment of a student. The murmurs of the class filled the room, their words sharp and cutting. That Damon guy is insane. It's one thing after another with him. Yeah, but can you blame him? Total loser. He's going to get expelled soon anyway. Might as well act crazy while he still can. If I were a probationary student, my family would disown me. Wearing that mark of shame. I'd rather die. Damon let the insults roll off him. If he'd allowed mere words to break him, he wouldn't have survived this long. But he didn't forget them either. One day, he'd make them eat their words. He twirled the glass-like daggers in his hands, throwing them into the air and catching them effortlessly. Cale's gaze narrowed. Those are falsity daggers. The material is durable but prone to breaking when faced with blunt attribute attacks. Is this your choice? Yes, it is, Damon replied firmly. The professor shook his head, his disappointment evident. Poor judgment, as always. And here I almost had expectations for you. Once again, you disappoint me. Damon said nothing. He didn't need to explain himself. He knew what he was doing. Leona Veilfire rushed up to him, her expression a mix of curiosity and concern. Your weapon of choice is, twin daggers. Damon sneered. If you're here to tell me I made a foolish choice, I suggest you shove it. Leona blinked, taken aback. Why would I think that? You're the second smartest person I know, after Sylvia. His blindfold hid his reaction, but her words caught him off guard. I see. Good to know I'm only second, he muttered sarcastically. Leona didn't catch the remark, smiling warmly. Beat him and make me dinner. Damon raised an eyebrow. You're so sure I can beat him, huh? And how is me making you dinner a reward for me? Leona ignored his sarcasm, her confidence in him oddly endearing despite his doubts about calling her a friend. Caw caw. Evil, evil. Damon turned at the sound, finding Sylvia standing nearby, her mischievous smile as sharp as ever. You must be really confident if you're already making promises to Leona, Sylvia teased. I didn't make any promises, Damon shot back. It's just a transaction she's paying for. Sylvia grinned. In that case, how much to include me as well? Before Damon could respond, Professor Kale's voice rang out cold and commanding. Combatants, step up. Xander and Damon approached the field, standing before a flight of stairs leading to the magic artillery. Choose an attribute, Kale instructed. Xander smirked, turning to Damon. I'll let you choose. Think of it as a handicap for the weakest. Damon sneered, stepping up to the metal dial. Famous last words. His hand hovered over the settings for a moment before he turned the dial to its maximum. Stay updated through Empire. In that case, I select the highest attribute, Light. The class fell silent. A beat passed before the room erupted into murmurs, their disbelief palpable. Did he just pick Light? He's insane. No one's ever lasted long against Light as a first year. Your next chapter awaits on Empire. Does he even want to stay in the academy? This is suicide. He's going to fail spectacularly. The murmurs of Damon's classmates filled the air, dripping with mockery and disbelief. He ignored them, focusing instead on the dial in front of him. The quiet hum of the mechanism confirmed his choice, Light. Professor Kale Blackthorn stepped forward, his cold, grim expression cutting through the room's chatter like a blade. Light, is it? Truly, your overconfidence knows no bounds. Or perhaps this is your way of ensuring your failure is as spectacular as possible. His words drew laughter from the class, the kind that sought to humiliate rather than amuse. Damon clenched the twin glass-like daggers in his hands, their reflective surfaces catching the room's brightness. That wasn't even funny, Damon thought, shaking his head. Strength is forged in solitude, not in the approval of others. Xander Ravenscroft, his opponent, chuckled darkly. The sword in Xander's hand glinted menacingly under the lights. I certainly hope you don't die, from those beams of light. Light magic is the fastest type of magic. You will fail. Damon scoffed, a smirk tugging at his lips. Someone sounds scared. Xander's eyes narrowed, his voice laced with venom. I'm only scared you'll be too dead to apologize after I win. Damon knew death was a very real possibility. Aether Academy wasn't a place for the weak-hearted. Training here, both inside and beyond its walls, often came with casualties. It was an unspoken reality every student had to accept. Pain and failure are the price of power, Damon said, his tone calm and resolute. Xander let out a low, derisive chuckle. Then you will feel them both. Descending the flight of stairs into the arena, Xander's movements were measured and confident. Damon followed, his steps steady despite the weight of countless eyes bearing down on him. The arena was vast and well-lit, its walls lined with magic artillery designed to test the limits of any who dared enter. Damon scanned the room through his shadow perception, feeling the spaces where the beams would fire. Above, a transparent glass panel revealed his classmates peering down at him, their faces alight with anticipation. Damon took a deep breath, his grip tightening on the daggers. Their surface, almost too fragile in appearance, seemed inadequate for the challenge ahead. He furrowed his brow beneath the black blindfold, trying to quiet his doubts. This dagger doesn't seem durable, he admitted to himself. But it'll have to do. He adjusted his stance, the daggers catching the light as he steadied his breathing. What works matters more than what's expected, he muttered under his breath. The hum of magic filled the air, signaling the start of the trial. The room seemed to hold its breath, waiting for the first strike. Damon could feel Xander's presence not far from him through his shadow perception, a faint yet unmistakable pulse in the monochrome world his skill revealed. I'm about to go up against one of the strongest students in my year. If I win, I get money. Lots of it. Damon bit his lip, his heart pounding as if trying to escape his chest. The weight of dozens of stairs pressed down on him like a suffocating shroud. He clenched his fists. No one cared about him, not his classmates, not the academy, not even the professor overseeing this trial. He was utterly alone. A faint static sound crackled from the corners of the room, pulling Damon's attention. Professor Kale's voice followed, cold and detached, echoing through the space. Now then, you both know the rules. This is not a game. There is a very real possibility of death in the magic artillery room. While it is used for training, it was originally designed as a weapon. Absolutely do not use your magic attribute to attack each other, nor your fists. The professor paused, allowing his words to sink in. If you feel you are in danger, voice your surrender, and the magic circle hidden beneath your feet will teleport you out. Now then, you may begin. Damon's heart pounded in his chest, the sound loud in his ears. He took a deep breath, but the fear didn't dissipate. His shadow perception alerted him as small partitions in the walls opened, and magic began gathering within them. The spatial awareness granted by his skill allowed him to sense every beam preparing to fire, but that didn't banish the fear in his mind. If he wasn't careful, one wrong move could be his last. As that thought crossed his mind, something shifted. His fear and doubt ebbed away, replaced by a calm, calculating clarity. His remorseless skill had activated. Right. One of its activation conditions is for me to be in battle. I suppose this counts. Damon's expression turned cold, his focus sharpening. If I don't fight for myself, no one will. The first beam of light shot toward him, aimed directly at his forehead. Damon felt it through his shadow perception, the way the beam distorted the shadows around it. He tilted his head slightly to the side, letting the beam pass harmlessly by and strike the ground behind him. He tightened his grip on his daggers. As I thought. Shadow perception allows me to predict the trajectory of light. Even if it's fast, I can see it beforehand. 2 more beams fired in quick succession. Damon sidestepped both effortlessly, his movements fluid and precise. He could sense the surprised reactions of his classmates above, watching through the transparent glass. The world doesn't define me, I define myself. The beams increased in number, now firing 10 at once. Damon twisted his body, ducked, and sidestepped, avoiding every one of them. His movements were a seamless dance of precision and grace. He narrowed his eyes as more partitions opened on the walls. This isn't going to be as easy as I thought. The beams surged to 20, all aimed at him with deadly precision. Damon broke into a run, his feet carrying him swiftly around the room. The beams struck the ground behind him, each one narrowly missing its mark. Despite dodging everything so far, Damon knew this wasn't sustainable. The objective wasn't just to survive, it was to outlast Xander. He shifted some of his focus toward his opponent. Xander had conjured 2 shields of gravity magic, which hovered around him like protective orbs, deflecting the beams effortlessly as he moved across the room. Damon sneered at the sight. Well, that's not fair. I can't use that type of magic. Does his gravity attribute give him an advantage against light, or is he just that good? His mind, now cold and analytical under the influence of remorseless, broke the situation down. I need to find a way to deal with him before I tire out. This is only the first wave, so I'll hold off on using my 5x, skill and attribute points for now. A beam of light streaked toward Damon from his right. He tilted his head just in time to avoid it, then sidestepped another. In one fluid motion, he stepped onto the wall and propelled himself behind Xander, positioning himself just outside the radius of the gravity shields. A smirk tugged at Damon's lips. "That's a nice barrier you've got there. Mind sharing the wealth with a lowly commoner?" Xander turned, his cold gaze locking onto Damon. "You dare." Damon chuckled, his voice laced with mockery. "Not breaking any rules here. Why are you getting angry?" From the glass observation deck, the class watched intently as Damon and Xander faced off. At first, they were stunned that Damon could even dodge the light magic attacks from the magic artillery. "Why is he running around like that?" one student muttered. "Isn't it obvious? He can't even use the weakest barrier spells," another sneered. "Right, with a mana pool of only 30, he can't cast anything substantial," someone else chimed in. "With all that running around, he'll tire himself out soon enough," added another voice, the tone dripping with disdain. "I'm surprised he can dodge at all while wearing a blindfold," one student remarked, the skepticism in their voice clear. The group continued their offhand comments, mocking Damon's apparent disadvantage, until suddenly, Damon shifted his strategy. He sprinted toward Xander, who stood protected by 2 layers of gravity barriers. "What is he doing now?" someone asked, leaning closer to the glass. To their collective surprise, Damon darted behind Xander, using the other boy as a shield. As the beams of light from the magic artillery increased in both frequency and intensity, Damon remained in Xander's shadow, positioning himself so that Xander had no choice but to absorb the attacks from one side. Xander moved, trying to evade the barrage, but Damon matched his movement step for step, ensuring he stayed protected. "That has to be cheating. He's blatantly taking advantage of Xander," one student exclaimed. "That scum has no honor," another hissed. "Yeah, what a coward," someone else echoed, their disgust evident. Sylvia, standing apart from the others, gently stroked the beak of the raven perched on her shoulder. Her piercing gaze remained fixed on the scene below. "That's not cheating," she said, her voice calm but firm. "He's still acting within the rules. As long as he doesn't attack Xander with his attribute or fists, everything is fair game." The murmurs continued, but Evangeline, standing nearby, appeared more thoughtful. She rested her chin on her hand, watching Damon closely. "I'm more impressed he can dodge light magic at all," she said softly. "But he seems slower now. Back when he fought me, he was faster, and his skills seemed sharper." Leona, her golden eyes locked on Damon, nodded in agreement. "Yeah, he was stronger when he fought me too. But, it feels like he's holding back this time." Evangeline nodded. "Yes, it does seem that way. I imagine he doesn't want to show his full power." Sylvia narrowed her eyes as she continued to study Damon. "Is there a reason why he can't fight at full power? Is he holding back deliberately, or are there conditions to his strength?" There was something about Damon Grey that unsettled her. His shadow, darker and deeper than any she had seen before, seemed almost alive, shrouding him in an aura of mystery. She glanced at the raven perched on her shoulder, its beady eyes reflecting her curiosity. "Damon Grey, who are you really?" Inside the arena, Damon's forehead glistened with beads of sweat. The space around him was alive with movement, tens of small beams of light magic shooting at unpredictable angles. "I need to boost my stats with 5x, but which one?" Damon's thoughts raced. "Endurance will let me last longer, speed will let me move faster, agility will give me better maneuverability." As he deliberated, he felt the subtle shift in the arena through his shadow perception. The ground and walls were beginning to transform, their surfaces becoming smooth and reflective like mirrors. "Ah, this isn't good." His jaw tightened. "The light will start bouncing off the walls, it'll be harder to dodge." Damon huffed a breath, determination etched on his face. At least he wasn't the only one tiring. Xander Ravenscroft, his opponent, was drenched in sweat, his face twisted in irritation. He spun and shifted the two gravity barriers surrounding him, using them to block the relentless light attacks. Damon's lips curled into a cold smile. "Looks like you're having a hard time, lover boy. Your crush is about to watch you get humiliated." Xander's eyes narrowed, his face a visage of barely contained rage. "Damn you, commoner. Have you never fought a battle with honor?" Damon sneered, his voice dripping with disdain. "Honor doesn't belong on the battlefield. To me, life is war. And in war, I don't need honor." Xander growled and rolled across the ground, using one of his barriers as a springboard. He launched himself into the air, raising his sword to deflect a beam of light. The attack redirected, bouncing off the mirror-like surface of the ground and shooting toward Damon. Reacting instantly, Damon swung one of the glass-like daggers he carried, redirecting the light beam into another direction. The arena seemed alive, chaotic with the ricocheting beams of magic. The light artillery suddenly stopped, leaving an eerie silence. Both combatants stood panting, adrenaline coursing through their veins. A static crackle filled the air as the professor's voice echoed through the arena. "The first phase has ended. The next phase is more dangerous. The attacks will be more lethal. You are free to forfeit now, death is a very real possibility." Damon didn't react. Any unnecessary emotions were suppressed by his remorseless skill, leaving his mind calm, analytical, and focused entirely on the fight. Even so, deep within, he acknowledged the danger. The 5x skill only multiplies what I have left. If I exhaust myself now, there won't be anything to multiply. He checked his stats, his mind calculating his next move. HP, 50/50ths. Mana, 90 out of 90. Strength, 9. Agility, 17, plus 5. Speed, 35, plus 10. Endurance, 10. Class. Shadow, 180. Shadow hunger levels, 3%. Shadow level, 2. Condition, shadow is full. Attributes, Umbra. Skills. 5x, remorseless, shadow perception. Locked. He used his 15 attribute points, allocating 10 to speed and 5 to agility. It pained him not to boost mana, but he knew his 5x skill could compensate in a pinch. Maybe he could even buy mana crystals and feed them to his shadow later. Power coursed through his body as his joints felt nimbler, his movements lighter. The sensation was warm, invigorating. This will do for now, he thought. Damon had already decided which stat to amplify with 5x. That would be his trump card. Professor Kale gave them a minute to catch their breath. Despite his cold demeanor, a flicker of worry crossed his face. "Are you two ready?" the professor asked. Xander raised his sword, summoning 7 barriers that floated protectively around him. His movements were steady, his expression determined. Damon, blindfolded but seeing through his shadows, furrowed his brows. "This guy's good. No, he's amazing. To have the mana and skill to create so many barriers. Continue your adventure with Empire." His teeth clenched. "I can't lose to someone like him. Never." Damon raised his sword to signal he was ready. Xander scoffed. "Not going to create any barriers." Damon shook his head. He didn't know how to create barriers, and even if he did, he wouldn't need them. "Against you, I don't need them," he replied coldly. Before Xander could respond, a large beam of light shot out from the walls. It was faster than any previous attack, moving so quickly that Damon barely twisted his waist in time to dodge. The beam ricocheted off the walls, shattering one of Xander's barriers instantly. Xander paled, his confidence shaken. But he wasn't the only one stunned. Despite his calm demeanor, Damon's mind reeled. That could have killed me. Damon took deep, jagged breaths, his chest rising and falling steadily as he studied Xander's paling face. Outwardly, his expression was calm, but his shadow perception betrayed the stark truth. Being able to sense the light beam's trajectories didn't mean he could always react in time. A prickly sensation crawled over his skin, accompanied by a cold dread that sank deep into his chest. He recognized this feeling all too well. It was the sensation of death looming near, a stark reminder that he could die at any moment. He should have been afraid. He should have considered forfeiting. But his remorseless skill dulled such thoughts, showing him a singular path forward. Victory was the quickest way to earn the money he desperately needed, to give his sister a chance at a better life, to pay for her medical care. Death isn't going to stop me, he thought resolutely. With that, he pointed his glass daggers toward Xander, taking a battle stance. His breathing steadied, his heart calmed, and his mind became void of hesitation. No hesitation in action, no pause for regret. This was the philosophy of the remorseless skill. The arena brightened suddenly, tens of beams of light magic surging through the mirrored space. Damon felt the distortions they caused to the shadows, but they were moving far too fast. Reacting to all of them was impossible. His only choice was to focus entirely on the beams closest to him. Sidestepping one beam, he spun around, slashing at another with one of his daggers. The blade connected, and he felt the impact ripple through his arm. It was almost like striking a solid object. He staggered briefly but didn't stay still. He had boosted his speed earlier, and now he used it to his full advantage. Darting across the arena, he wove between the beams, his glass daggers slashing and deflecting the relentless attacks as they ricocheted across the room. But even with his enhanced speed, he was barely holding on. The beams increased in number and ferocity, forcing him to move faster and faster. Xander wasn't faring much better. He ran with his sword in hand, several gravity barriers floating around him. However, cracks spider-webbed across their surfaces, and each light beam that struck them either broke or further weakened the barriers. Sweat poured down Xander's face as he strained to recreate the barriers each time one shattered. His focus was split between maintaining his defenses and avoiding the beams. Glancing at Damon, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of surprise. How is that commoner able to move so fast? No, it's not just speed, he's anticipating the light magic attacks. But how? Xander rolled to the side, slashing at a beam coming at him from an angle. His movements were sharp but calculated. However, there was more to his technique than skill alone. Unbeknownst to Damon, Xander was using his gravity magic. Each slash wasn't purely physical. He manipulated the gravitational pull around his blade, subtly drawing the beams toward him and ensuring they collided with his sword. But I can't sense any mana from his daggers, Xander thought, his brows furrowing. How can someone who hasn't even reached their first-class advancement deflect light magic without any enchantments? His musings were cut short as one of his barriers shattered before he could reposition it. A stray beam grazed his arm, and he stumbled, a sharp groan escaping his lips as pain flared through his body. The barrier had absorbed most of the attack, sparing him from a fatal blow, but the heat of the magic left his skin scorched. The scent of burning flesh filled the air, mixing with the acrid smell of sweat. Xander's grip on his sword tightened as he steadied himself, his breathing ragged but his resolve unwavering. I can't lose to that commoner. Not today. Never. Damon was running out of breath. His joints ached, his muscles screamed in protest, and cold sweat dripped from his forehead. But despite the strain on his body, his mind remained calm. Through his shadow perception, he caught sight of Xander stumbling. A cold smile spread across his lips. I suppose it's time to make my move. He tightened his grip on the twin glass daggers. He hadn't been slashing mindlessly, each strike had been calculated. Over time, he'd been learning how to control the trajectory of the light beams that struck his daggers, redirecting them where he wanted. It was dangerous and unpredictable, but Damon had no other choice. He needed to push himself further, relying on the one stat that could make the difference, his agility. 5x, to agility. With a thought, he activated his skill. Experience new stories on Empire. Agility, 85, 5x. His agility skyrocketed from 17 to 85. Instantly, the tension in his joints eased, and his body felt light, almost like rubber. Damon twisted and bent unnaturally, his movements fluid as he waved the daggers in a circular motion. Light beams struck their glass-like surfaces, but instead of scattering aimlessly, they ricocheted toward Xander with deadly precision. The redirected beams slammed into Xander's barriers, shattering them like fragile glass. Xander's eyes widened in disbelief. WH. What? Damon didn't give him a moment to recover. He pursued the beams, allowing them to attack him while deftly dodging and redirecting them back toward Xander. Damon was ruthless, each movement devoid of hesitation or mercy. He aimed for the most vulnerable points, letting the beams strike in ways that could have ended Xander's life. Victory was all that mattered to him now, whether Xander Ravenscroft survived or not was irrelevant. Xander's breathing quickened as he scrambled to conjure new barriers, the redirected light beams coming from unexpected and near-impossible angles. Damon's tactics were unorthodox, almost underhanded, and Xander couldn't help but feel trapped. You. If you think these petty tricks can defeat me, then you've got another thing coming. Xander snarled, his voice shaking with frustration. Damon sneered, bouncing off a nearby wall as he redirected another beam of light toward Xander. I'm not the one under pressure here. You are. I told you, I'm going to win. Despite his confidence, Damon was painfully aware of his limitations. He had no barriers to protect himself, a single misstep could mean his end. Worse, his boosted agility came with a time limit. The 5x skill lasted only 5 minutes, with a cooldown of 10 minutes. He also knew the magic artillery was growing more intense by the second. I have to finish this within 5 minutes, he thought grimly. I can't lose. I need that money. Xander's thoughts mirrored Damon's desperation. I can't lose. My honor is on the line. Their gazes locked, Xander's deep blue eyes filled with fury and determination, while Damon's blindfold obscured his own, giving him an air of unwavering resolve. I will beat him. They both thought the same thing, their wills colliding in an unspoken battle of grit. Suddenly, the magic artillery shifted again. This time, glowing orbs floated out, hanging ominously in the air. As they reached their targets, the orbs brightened and exploded like bombs, the concussive force rattling the arena. Damon and Xander clenched their teeth, their focus sharper than ever. I must end this now. Professor Kale narrowed his eyes, his expression cold and unreadable. He had expected the battle to end swiftly, with Xander's overwhelming strength crushing Damon in mere moments. Yet, to his surprise, Damon had defied expectations, surviving the initial assault and proving to be far more formidable than Kale had assumed. The boy he had written off as insignificant displayed agility and precision far beyond anything he had shown before. Damon's movements were sharp, calculated, and entirely calm, his focus unwavering despite the barrage of light magic raining down on him. He has impressive motor skills, agile, with sharp instincts. A shame his mana pool is so pitifully low, and he's shown no aptitude for magic. He won't make it far in the academy. Kale's cold gaze followed the battle closely as Damon swung his daggers, redirecting the beams of light toward Xander with remarkable precision. Humph. So that's his plan, no wonder he chose the falsity daggers. The rest of the class was in uproar, their voices echoing through the arena. Did you see that? How is he moving so fast? That dirty cheater. He's using the daggers to send the attacks back at Xander. That has to be against the rules, right? That commoner scum should be punished. Among the crowd, Evangeline's sharp eyes gleamed as she studied Damon's technique. "What an ingenious strategy," she murmured. "To think he could deflect light with just the blades of his daggers." Sylvia, standing beside her, nodded in agreement. "That level of precision requires incredible control. He must have been testing it earlier to refine his approach." Leona chuckled softly, her admiration clear. "He's amazing. Since the rules forbid direct magical attacks, he's using the artillery's own magic to turn the tide against his opponent. It's bold and brilliant." Cale's expression remained stoic as he observed Damon's relentless movements. While the rest of the class was divided between outrage and awe, Cale couldn't deny the ingenuity of Damon's strategy. However, in his mind, the boy's lack of magical potential was a glaring flaw that would inevitably hold him back. A commendable effort, but this is only delaying the inevitable. Inside the arena, Damon had sustained several bruises, his chest heaving as he dodged yet another explosion of light magic. His legs felt like lead, his lungs burned, and sweat dripped into his eyes, but he pushed forward. Across from him, Xander wasn't faring much better. At first, the light orbs seemed manageable, exploding once and scattering beams in all directions, but as the match dragged on, their numbers multiplied. Now the entire arena was a death trap, filled with searing beams of magic and detonating orbs. Damon clenched his teeth, frustration mounting. "I don't have much time. My skill is about to wear off," he thought grimly, the ticking clock of his temporary power boost weighing heavily on his mind. He sensed the orbs of light in his shadow perception, their deadly energy crackling ominously. "I have to risk it all." Tightening his grip on the twin daggers, Damon did the unthinkable. He charged straight toward the light orbs. Just as he reached the first, he swung his dagger with all his might, sending the orb hurtling toward the reflecting walls. It bounced off with a blinding flash and smashed into the barrier Xander was hiding behind. The impact sent Xander flying, the light engulfing him in a fiery explosion. But Damon's sharp eyes caught the flicker of another barrier forming between Xander and the attack. "Find your next adventure on Empire." "TCH, he blocked it," Damon muttered, his irritation rising. Not giving Xander a chance to recover, Damon sprinted after him. Sliding low, he struck another of Xander's barriers with his dagger, cracking it just as he narrowly dodged another orb of light. The orb exploded violently behind him, catching Xander off guard. "Ah!" Xander's muffled cry echoed as he tumbled to the ground, his body bloodied and battered. But Damon showed no mercy. Ignoring the searing pain in his limbs, he charged through a barrage of light beams, allowing them to graze him in non-lethal areas. His target was clear, the largest orb of light hovering ominously ahead. Slashing at it with his dagger, the orb detonated in a blinding flash. The force of the explosion knocked Damon back, his body screaming in protest, but Xander took the brunt of it. Still reeling from the earlier attack, he was caught in the scattered light beams, his blood sizzling under the heat. "Arg!" Xander groaned, his body convulsing as shattered ribs and torn flesh overwhelmed him. Despite the agony, he staggered to his feet, his vision blurred and his uniform in tatters. Through gritted teeth, he growled, "Gravity magic, weighted world." The gravity in the arena shifted, pulling down everything around him. The light beams slowed slightly, their momentum dulled by the oppressive force. "I won't lose." Xander rasped, his voice barely audible. "I won't lose to the likes of you," he roared, blood dripping from his mouth. On the other side, Damon wasn't in much better shape. His uniform was scorched, his limbs felt like lead, and blood seeped from countless cuts. His legs ached, and his body screamed for rest, but he stood firm. "He's still standing." "How?" "He took that attack point blank." Damon's thoughts raced as he gritted his teeth. "It doesn't matter. I'll still win," he muttered, his voice steely with determination. Damon dodged another beam, his movements growing sluggish as his 5x agility skill teetered on the edge of deactivation. Glancing at Xander, he noticed how the gravity magic suppressed the light beams around him, but Damon sneered. Having more mana than me won't save you. Xander roared back, you're the one who needs saving. Damon snarled as he made his move, slamming his left dagger into another orb of light. The light burned his arm, but he bit back the scream, forcing the orb toward Xander. Xander, already weakened, raised a cracked barrier. The orb collided with it and exploded violently, forcing him back. Damon seized the moment and hurled his right dagger at the barrier. The blade shattered on impact, breaking through and letting the light blast engulf Xander completely. The force of the attack sent Xander flying into the arena wall, his body crumpling to the ground, unmoving. Blood pooled beneath him, his sword shattered beside him. Damon stood amidst the chaos, his left arm burned and useless, his body trembling as the effects of his 5x agility skill faded. He staggered, struggling to stay upright. I win. He whispered hoarsely, exhaustion washing over him like a wave. But just as he was about to collapse, a faint twitch caught his eye. Xander's blood-covered hand clenched, his battered body trembling as he forced himself to stand. I am not done, yet. Xander roared, his voice raw with defiance. Damon's face paled, his breath catching in his throat. No, no way. Xander's entire body screamed in agony, his muscles seizing with every shallow breath. His skin was charred and burned, blood seeped from countless wounds, and his legs felt like they no longer existed. The arena blurred before his eyes, but his mind was aflame with a single thought. I can't lose. I can't lose to a commoner. Not after everything they've done. I can't lose. With a guttural groan, he raised his head, his blood-streaked face pale and haggard. His eyes, barely open, fixated on his opponent. The commoner, no, Damon Grey, stood a short distance away, his body a bloody mess. A black blindfold obscured his eyes, but his expression remained unervingly calm. Even now, Xander could feel the quiet determination radiating from the man he once considered beneath notice. He's just a bug, Xander thought, though the words rang hollow in his mind. Damon wasn't supposed to have come this far. He was an insignificant insect, not even worth acknowledging among commoners. But now, Damon stood tall despite his injuries, his left arm red and raw, burned almost beyond recognition. In his right hand, he held the falsity dagger, its edge slick with his own blood. Xander gritted his teeth, anger bubbling through his pain. I can't move, but even so, I won't lose. I refuse to lose. Above them, the magic artillery began to stir again, the hum of light magic growing louder as it prepared another barrage. Damon shifted slightly, sensing the change with his shadow perception, but his movements were sluggish. Xander roared, his voice raw and filled with desperation, I won't lose to the likes of you, a lowly commoner. His blood-soaked hands trembled as he did the unthinkable. He reversed the flow of his gravity magic. The arena seemed to tremble as Xander's magic warped. Instead of pulling down, his gravity spell pushed upward, creating an opposing force that reflected the incoming light magic. The orbs of searing energy, once aimed to obliterate him, now reversed course, streaking back toward Damon with deadly precision. From the stands, Professor Keel's eyes narrowed in astonishment. He created a new spell mid-battle. Just to counter the light magic attacks. Damon's body tensed. His shadow perception allowed him to sense the incoming attack, but his battered frame was far too damaged and sluggish to react in time. The reflected light magic struck him head-on. The blast sent Damon flying, his body engulfed in flames of radiant energy. His skin burned, and he coughed violently as the impact seared his lungs. He hit the ground hard, skidding to a stop as his blood soaked the dirt beneath him. Xander huffed, barely standing, one eye closed while the other fluttered open just enough to glare at his opponent. He forced a twisted smile, his teeth stained crimson. I won't lose to a lowly commoner. Your kind are disgusting, ungrateful, mongrels. I could never be beaten by someone like you, he spat, though every word seemed to drain him further. Damon lay sprawled on the ground, his chest heaving as he tried to suck in air. His hands twitched, fumbling for the dagger that had fallen from his grip, its hilt slick with his own blood. I can't move. Damon's thoughts were hazy, his body screaming in protest. His vision blurred, and every breath felt like shards of glass ripping through his chest. Above him, the glowing orbs of light magic hovered ominously, primed to end his life. Then, a sharp notification cut through the haze. Ding! HP, 19/50ths. I can't breathe. The words echoed in his mind, despair settling like a stone in his gut as the looming light grew brighter, promising only death. Damon's consciousness was slipping away, his mind teetering on the edge as he fell deeper into his shadow perception. His senses spiraled out of control, extending far beyond the arena and reaching the observation deck where his classmates stood. Ha! That commoner has finally learned his place, one scoffed. What can you expect from trash, another chimed in with a sneer. He should just be expelled from the academy already, a third remarked with a tone dripping in disdain. Leona bit her lip, her fists clenched as she stared down at Damon's crumpled form. Come on, Damon, get up. You can't lose like this, she whispered, her voice trembling with desperation. Above the crowd, Professor Kale's cold, detached voice rang out, cutting through the cacophony of jeers. It was inevitable. He never stood a chance. A spark of anger flared deep within Damon's fading consciousness. His blood boiled, his spirit roaring back to life. I can't lose. Not now. Not when this is my only chance to save her. With an agonized roar, Damon forced himself to his feet, swaying unsteadily. His laughter started low, broken and guttural, before rising into something cold and defiant. The blindfold slipped from his face, revealing his dark, unyielding eyes. The shadows around him rippled and coiled as he reined in his shadow perception, bringing his scattered senses under control even as his body screamed in protest. He pointed his cracked, blood-streaked dagger at Xander, his voice sharp as ice. You can call me lowly all you want, but you and I aren't so different. The only thing special about you is the fact that you were born into wealth. You haven't earned a single thing yourself. You've never worked a day in your life. Everything you have, everything you are, was handed to you on a golden platter. You aren't special. You're just another child of privilege, benefiting from the accident of your birth. Xander, still rooted in place, glared at Damon. His body was too heavy to move, his magic reserves stretched to their limit. But his pride wouldn't let him falter. Then we'll see who has the last laugh, Xander growled, his voice laced with venom. Enjoy more content from Empire. He took a single, agonizing step forward, into the swirling field of light magic. The attacks intensified, their ferocity building to a crescendo. A massive orb of light, several meters wide, formed between the two combatants, its energy pulsating ominously. It was clear to everyone watching, whoever managed to push that orb toward the other would emerge victorious, or be the last one standing. Xander gritted his teeth and forced another step, his gravity magic flaring as he reversed its pull. Damon, clutching his dagger, roared in defiance and sprinted toward the massive orb, his shattered body trembling with every movement. From above, Professor Kale's face twisted in concern as he barked. That's enough, you two. You'll get yourselves killed, this match is over. Neither boy paid him any mind. Shut up, they roared in unison, their voices raw and filled with unrelenting determination. Damon thrust his dagger into the orb, but the weapon shattered on impact. Shards of the blade flew toward his face, slicing deep into his skin and painting his cheeks with fresh streaks of blood. He gritted his teeth, his disabled arm trembling as he raised it to press against the ball of light. Both hands burned as he pushed with all his might. Xander, unable to raise his arms, leaned his entire weight against the orb, his gravity magic in reverse acting as his only counterforce. The searing pain burned through both boys, but neither relented. Damon's vision swam, his strength fading. He bit down on his lip until it bled, refusing to let the orb consume him. Using my arms alone won't be enough. They'll break before this thing even moves. He closed his eyes, summoning the little amounts of his mana. Shadows flickered and coalesced in his palms, forming a dense ball of shadow magic. It's true I have a small mana pool, and I can't cast spells like the rest of you. But I refuse to lose to anyone in battle. With this tiny power of mine, I will bring down a giant. With a defiant roar, Damon poured all his remaining mana, every ounce of energy he had, into the orb of shadow magic. The collision of light and shadow triggered a chain reaction. Magic attributes exploded, sending waves of destruction cascading through the arena. Blinding light rained down, ripping through the air with deafening force. The shockwave hurled both boys across the arena, their bodies slamming into the walls with sickening splatters of blood. Ding! HP, 2/50. As the light dimmed, the arena fell into eerie silence. The two boys lay motionless, twitching faintly as blood pooled around them. Xander's body shuddered once before falling still, his energy completely spent. Damon couldn't see, his eyes were flooded with blood. But through the veil of darkness, his shadow perception picked up faint sounds, the hurried footsteps of healers rushing toward the arena. He let out a low, guttural grunt, forcing his battered body to move. One agonizing step. He stumbled and fell, but his shattered arms clawed at the ground, dragging his broken body forward, leaving a trail of blood in his wake. When he finally reached Xander, Damon forced himself to stand, his legs trembling as if they might give out at any moment. Darkness encroached on his vision, and his entire body screamed for him to stop. Death's cold embrace was mere inches away. But he stood tall, his silhouette ragged and bloodied. He looked down at Xander, whose bloodshot eyes barely fluttered open. I win. Damon whispered, his voice hoarse but resolute. Xander's eyes filled with tears of rage and despair before they closed, his consciousness slipping away. Damon heard the distant shouts of the healers growing closer, but the world around him faded into nothingness. The shadows of his perception went silent as his own senses dulled. Yet, even as everything went dark, Damon remained standing, broken, bloodied, and triumphant. The battle was nothing short of shocking. Xander Ravenscroft, the third-ranked student, against Damon Grey, the weakest in the academy. It was a duel that should have ended the moment it began, with Xander's overwhelming power obliterating Damon's feeble mana pool. But the outcome defied all expectations. Against all odds, there Damon stood, battered and bloodied, towering over his defeated opponent. The arena, once filled with jeers and mockery, had fallen into a stunned silence. Those who had belittled Damon now looked upon him with a mix of awe and disbelief. His unyielding spirit cast a shadow over their contempt, forcing them to confront the undeniable truth: this was no ordinary student. They recalled his words, his philosophy, which they had dismissed as the ravings of a deluded fool. Now, those very words resonated in their minds. Impossible. How did he survive? Is he even human? No one can take that much damage and still stand. He's a freak. Professor Kale had long since abandoned his post outside the observation deck. The intensity of the final clash had convinced him that the duel had gone far beyond the bounds of safety. He'd attempted to intervene, but the combatants were too consumed by their struggle to heed his commands. Find exclusive stories on Empire. Dark magic was Kale's specialty, not healing. Even if he had managed to reach them in time, his abilities would have been of little use in mending their broken bodies. Frustrated and powerless, he called for emergency healers, barking into his communicator with urgency. Fortunately, the response was swift. The healers were stationed nearby, anticipating potential injuries from such matches. Cale didn't waste time trying to unlock the massive vaulted doors. Instead, he summoned a surge of dark energy, punching a hole through the barrier with raw force. As the path opened, Leona darted inside like a storm, her body crackling with the energy of her strong attribute magic. Her golden eyes locked onto Damon's bloodied form, standing defiant but holding himself upright. Her heart pounded with worry and rage as she rushed to him. "Damon! Damon!" she whispered, her voice trembling. Yet, she hesitated. His injuries were so severe that she feared touching him might worsen his condition. Behind her, the healers flooded into the arena, led by Cale himself. Sylvia and Evangeline followed shortly after, their faces pale with dread as they surveyed the scene. Xander and Damon were carefully placed on stretchers, their bodies surrounded by the shimmering light of various healing spells. Marcus stumbled into the blood-soaked arena, dropping to his knees beside Xander. His face was a mask of fear and desperation as he reached out, whispering his friend's name. Leona clenched her fists tightly, her body trembling with suppressed anger as her gaze flickered between Xander and Damon. It had been an honorable duel, and Damon had emerged victorious, but that did little to quell the rage simmering in her heart. Caw! Caw! Dead, dead, dead. The ominous cry of the raven perched on Sylvia's shoulder broke the tense silence. The bird flapped its wings uneasily before flying over to perch on Damon's stretcher. Sylvia's face turned ghostly white as the raven's words echoed in her ears. She couldn't just stand there. She pushed past the healers tending to Damon, her hands trembling as she prepared a spell. "Let me help," she insisted, her voice unsteady. Lunar restoration. A soft, silvery light enveloped her hands as she channeled her strongest healing spell. The pale glow of her moon attribute magic seeped into Damon's battered body, but the results were underwhelming. The wounds were too severe, healing magic could only do so much for someone teetering on the brink of death. Her voice quivered as she asked, is he still alive?" The healer beside her, cloaked in a dark hood, nodded grimly. "He's alive, barely. With injuries like these, he should have died instantly." "It's amazing." The healer glanced at Sylvia, noting the trembling in her hands and the worry etched into her features. "Your friend, he's a tough one," the healer added softly. Sylvia swallowed hard, willing herself to believe those words as the pale light of her magic continued to shine. Damon Grey, the weakest in the academy, had survived the impossible. But at what cost? Evangeline bit her lip, her teeth pressing hard enough to nearly draw blood. Unlike Sylvia, she couldn't help, not in any meaningful way. While she had the ability to use healing light magic, it was weak, an inferior imitation of what Sylvia could accomplish. All she could do now was clasp her hands together and whisper silent prayers to the goddess of doom, pleading for the lives of classmates to be spared. I should have stopped them. The thought clawed at her heart like a blade. She felt a deep, gnawing regret as she stared at Damon and Xander, both battered and bloodied. Today had been, fun, of all things, almost like a party of adventurers from the stories. And Damon had been the glue that held them together. But now everything was in shambles. Xander and Damon had always been at odds. Their personalities, their ideals, everything about them clashed. Both were too stubborn to yield, too steadfast to compromise. Evangeline clenched her fists tightly, the guilt eating her alive. Why did I let this happen? Marcus stood nearby, pale as a ghost, his face frozen in horror. His heart pounded erratically in his chest as he watched the healers frantically work on Xander. Clear, heal, again. One more time. The healers' voices rang out urgently, the buzz of their combined lightning and healing magic filling the room. We need 2 vials of revitalization potion, now. Marcus barely heard them. His mind was spinning, trapped in a vortex of fear and despair. First Lark had disappeared, only to be later declared dead. Then Isaac vanished without a trace, and though no body had been found, everyone had already assumed the worst. Now, Tobias, another of their friends, was being accused of unspeakable crimes. It was too much. Marcus's head throbbed as tears spilled down his face. His hands trembled as he pressed them against his temples. What is happening to us? Oh, goddess, I beg you, please help us. As his blurred gaze drifted, it fell upon Damon Grey's unconscious body. The sight of the boy filled Marcus with a mix of anger and an icy, unshakable dread. Damon had always been stubborn, always unyielding. Even when beaten, his piercing blue eyes had never lost their icy resolve. But now, his eyes, they were blue. But now they're black. Marcus's mind raced, piecing together fragments of unsettling memories. His eyes changed. Was it after we beat him up and left him for dead beyond the barrier? The realization struck him like a thunderclap. He spent the entire night beyond the Academy barrier, Marcus whispered, his voice trembling. In a monster-infested area, covered in blood. The blood should have drawn monsters, there's no way he could have survived. He gulped, his throat dry as sandpaper. Damon survived in the evil forest covered in blood for a whole night. And yet, he came back. But his eyes are different now. Marcus's fear deepened, his mind spiraling into darker and darker places. He's faster than before, stronger than before. I even heard rumors that he fought Leona Veilfire and survived. Could it be? No, this isn't Damon Grey. His body shook violently, his face pale as death. It's a monster pretending to be him. His breath quickened, and his thoughts turned frantic. The monsters beyond the barrier were all stronger than any first-year student. I have to tell the professors, but, if I do, it means admitting that we killed the real Damon Grey. Lark. Isaac, they must have been killed by it too. Marcus's knees buckled as he staggered back, his mind a swirling tempest of fear and guilt. I need more evidence, or they won't believe me. He clenched his fists, his nails digging painfully into his palms. I need to know the truth, no matter what it takes. The first sensation he felt was the enveloping dark, a world of shadows. It was familiar to him, the strange realm his senses often wandered to, but this time it felt different. Like blurred vision struggling to regain focus, the shadows seemed indistinct, as though something was obstructing his clarity. Damon's eyes fluttered open, his breathing shallow and raspy, his throat parched. The room was dim, its faint illumination barely reaching the corners, but the ceiling above him was unmistakable. The infirmary. The faint darkness didn't hinder his sight at all. For the first time, both his regular vision and his shadow perception were active simultaneously. The realization was strange, but he didn't dwell on it. He instantly recognized where he was. He had been sent here too many times after being bloodied by his bullies. This place was no stranger to him. He tried to move, but every joint, muscle, and bone in his body protested with a dull, aching soreness. Ah! He groaned softly, his voice weak and hoarse. As his eyes adjusted, something caught his attention, a familiar system prompt hovering faintly in his vision. HP, 40/50ths. Damon raised a shaky hand to the glowing message, his expression unreadable. I'm still alive, huh, he muttered. Despite the gravity of surviving yet another brush with death, his heart remained calm. There was no wave of relief, no tears of joy. He had been here too many times before. Turning his head slightly, Damon managed to push himself into a sitting position. As he glanced down at the bed he occupied, something unusual caught his attention. For the first time in his many visits to the infirmary, someone was by his side when he woke up. It wasn't a healer. It was a young girl with black hair streaked with white highlights. Beastkin ears perched atop her head twitched faintly in her sleep. Her breathing was soft and even, her features serene in unconscious repose. Leona Veilfire. What is she doing here? Damon's cautious gaze lingered on her. He couldn't understand why the beastkin girl was sitting beside him, sleeping as if she belonged there. By his bedside, he noticed his pager and, next to it, the raven. The bird perched quietly, its eyes closed, unmoving. Suddenly, his stomach growled loudly, the sound breaking the silence. Damon stiffened, his face paling. He didn't know how long he had been unconscious, but if his shadow hunger had reached its peak, he'd be in trouble. His eyes darted around the room, searching for his shadow. There it was, cast faintly by the pale light spilling into the infirmary. It didn't move, merely behaving like any ordinary shadow. Damon exhaled slowly, relieved. The shadow wasn't acting erratically, so he allowed himself to relax. For now, at least, the immediate danger had passed. But the question remained, what had happened after the duel, and why was Leona here? He opened his system panel, the faint glow of the interface illuminating his vision. HP, 40/50ths. Mana, 90 out of 90. Strength, 9. Agility, 17. Speed, 35. Endurance, 10. Class. Shadow, 100. Shadow hunger levels, 2%. Shadow level, 2%. Condition, shadow is full. Attributes, Umbra. Skills. 5x, remorseless, shadow perception. Locked. Phew. Damon let out a sigh of relief. His shadow hunger was manageable. The notification brought a measure of calm, but it raised a troubling question. How long have I been out? His body still felt sore, even after being healed, hinting at how severe his injuries must have been. He needed answers. He called to his shadow. How long was I unconscious for? The shadow moved, breaking free of its mimicry. Its dark fingers extended, forming a gesture. 2 days, huh? Damon muttered. My commission to Anvil is probably ready. Reaching for his pager, he picked it up and opened it. Several missed calls and unread messages stared back at him. The first few were from Carl, likely updates about his commission. But one notification made his heart sink. It was a call from the Healing Institute, where his sister, Luna, was receiving care. Damon's hands trembled, his dark pupils shaking. Panic surged through him as he frantically dialed back. No answer. Sweat rolled down his temple as he tried again and again. Each failed attempt only deepened the pit of dread in his stomach. No. Luna. Damon's voice cracked. I have to go. His mind spiraled into worst-case scenarios. Without hesitation, he tried to get up, but his legs gave out the moment he stood. He collapsed to the floor with a painful thud. Ah, ouch. The noise startled Croft, the raven perched nearby. The bird's beady eyes opened, and it let out a piercing caw. Caw caw. Demon. Demon. Evil. Evil. The commotion jolted Leona Veilfire awake. The beastkin girl immediately entered a battle-ready stance, golden magical energy radiating from her. The word demon was a bitter trigger for her race. Her glowing eyes scanned the room until they locked onto Damon, sprawled on the floor. Her tense expression softened, and tears welled in her eyes as she rushed toward him. Damon. Damon. I'm so glad you're okay. I was so worried. Ah. Stop, ouch. You're crushing me. Damon grunted, wincing under her weight. Realizing what she was doing, Leona quickly released him, flustered. Sorry, you're injured. I was just happy you were okay. Explore more at Empire. Damon shot her a cold glare, his black eyes sharp as ever. Meanwhile, Croft continued its racket. Caw caw. Demon awake. Awake. Damon's patience wore thin. He turned to the raven. Shut up, you dumb bird. My name isn't Demon, it's Damon. Two different words. Croft, undeterred, flew toward his head and began pecking at his hair. Caw caw. Evil demon. Damon swatted the bird away, his irritation growing. Croft retreated to the desk, glaring at him resentfully. Attempting to rise again, Damon pushed himself off the floor, but Leona was faster. She grabbed him and guided him back to the bed, forcing him to sit. Let me go. My pager. Damon gestured toward the device on the floor. Leona picked it up but held it away from him. Rest first, she said firmly. Even the strongest warriors need to recover. Damon's expression remained icy, but his heart was in turmoil. He needed to get to Valyrian, the capital city, to ensure Luna was safe. Ignoring Leona's words, he tried to stand again. Stay put. Leona pushed him back down, her golden eyes filled with concern. Get off me. Damon snapped. Let me go. Leona shook her head, her voice trembling with emotion. No, you need to calm down first. As your friend, I can't let you go like this. Damon's teeth clenched in frustration. Get off me, you furry bitch. We aren't friends. Leona froze, her ears drooping slightly. Her lips quivered as she bit back her emotions. Her voice came out as a soft whisper. I don't care. She said. I won't let go until you calm down. Damon threw Leona an icy glare, but she didn't budge, gripping his pager tightly with both hands. Her golden eyes glistened with determination as she met his glare. Stay put, or I'll break this, she said, her voice steady despite the emotions swirling behind it. Damon narrowed his eyes. Are you threatening me? Leona shook her head firmly. No. I wouldn't threaten a friend. I'm telling you to calm down. Her words were resolute, but Damon could see her concern. She'd noticed how much he cared about the pager. Over the past 2 days, it had buzzed frequently, and she had a hunch that whatever had shaken him so deeply was tied to it. Damon reluctantly reclined back on the bed, his muscles still tense. Leona sighed in relief, finally handing him the pager. This time, he didn't try to get up. Instead, he took a deep breath, willing himself to settle. She was right, he was losing his composure, and it wasn't helping. With a trembling hand, Damon unlocked the pager and scrolled through the messages. His eyes darted over the notifications. The calls and messages from Carl were expected, but one stood out, a message from the Healing Institute. As he read, his breath hitched. The message wasn't as dire as he'd feared. It was a billing notice for his sister's medication and other necessities she required. She was fine. The Institute had merely sent the update as a routine notification. Damon gasped softly, the tension leaving his body in a rush. Relief washed over him, and he lowered his head into his hands. I almost lost it over nothing. He thought. But deep down, he knew why he had panicked. Losing Luna would destroy him. She was the only family he had left, and the thought of anything happening to her was unbearable. Leona remained silent, watching him intently. Her expression was unreadable, but her presence was grounding. After a few moments of quiet, Damon raised his head and glanced sideways at her. She sat with her head slightly lowered, her ears twitching faintly. She had been right, he needed to calm down. Still, he wasn't sure what to make of her. This infuriatingly persistent beastkin girl was an enigma. Why did she care so much about someone like him? His gaze softened slightly. Thank you. Leona's response came in a calm but pointed tone. That's racist. Damon blinked, confused. What? She narrowed her eyes at him. Calling me a furry. That's racist. His eyes widened. He hadn't meant it that way, he'd just been frustrated and lashed out. Looking away, he muttered, my apologies. I didn't intend to offend. Leona's expression softened as she shook her head. It's fine. I forgive you. She bit her lip, her voice lowering. I thought you were going to die. The healers barely managed to save you both. Why did you have to push yourself that far? Damon said nothing, his jaw tightening. Leona's golden eyes searched his face. Was winning really that important? Or was it just about the money? No amount of money is worth risking your life like that. Her words cut deep, but Damon didn't let it show. Instead, he glared at her, his voice sharp and cold. Shut up. You think you've got me all figured out, don't you? Well, guess what, you don't. And yes, that much money is worth dying for. I don't expect you to understand. Leona bit her lip, her expression clouding. I see, she murmured. I understand. Her voice was quiet, but the hurt lingered in her golden eyes. She looked out the window, her voice calm as she changed the topic. It's been 2 days, you know. Xander Ravenscroft woke up yesterday. He was out for about a day and a half. He came here earlier to pay your prize. You were unconscious, so I gave him your pager number so he could make the payment. She glanced at Damon. I hope that's okay with you. Damon didn't respond immediately, his gaze distant. I don't care, as long as he's paid. She nodded. Evangeline and Sylvia came to visit too. In fact, they only left about, 2 or 3 hours ago. Damon said nothing, pulling up his war bank account on his pager. Sure enough, Xander Ravenscroft had transferred 500,000 zenny to him. A wave of relief washed over him, just when he needed it the most. Evangeline and Sylvia made you a healing ointment. Here. Leona passed him a small box emitting a soft, rosy scent. What's this? Damon asked, his voice tinged with disinterest. Leona pushed it into his arms. It's supposed to help with the soreness. Damon sighed. Sure, whatever. Leona smiled, glad he accepted it. She had half expected him to turn it down out of suspicion. Oh. Right, she added, find your next read on Empire. I got you a new pair of uniforms from your dorm room. I asked the head maid to let me in, so she came with me to get them. They're in there. She pointed to the drawer by the bedside. It was only then Damon realized he wasn't wearing his uniform but a plain robe. He blinked, looking around. Where is it? Leona tilted her head, puzzled. What? Do you mean your dagger? It's with your uniform. I also sent the old one to admin so they can get it fixed or replaced. Damon pulled the drawer open and retrieved the dagger. It was the same one he had gotten while working for Quick Hand, a memento he still hadn't let go of. He stared at it briefly before shaking his head, forcing back the memories that threatened to surface. I see. Why did you stay here? He asked after a pause. Leona smiled warmly. Because I'm your friend. Damon didn't reply, his stomach twisting at the word. I think if I hear that one more time, I'm going to puke, he thought, glancing at her sideways. Thank you for everything, but I'm fine now. I didn't need you to be here. I've been. Before he could finish, his stomach growled audibly. Leona clasped her hands together, suppressing a giggle. Ah. Sorry, I didn't know when you'd wake up. Hold on, let me get you some food. She hurried out of the room, and a few minutes later, returned with a tray of food. When she pushed the door open, the room was empty. The white robe he had been wearing lay discarded on the bed. Damon Grey, and Croft, were nowhere to be found. The window was wide open, the soft night breeze wafting in, making the curtains flutter gently. Leona stopped in her tracks, staring at the empty space. He's gone. He just left, huh? She placed the tray on the bed and approached the window, her shoulders trembling. Her golden eyes glinted with unshed tears as she bit her lip, forcing down the lump rising in her throat. I really am, just trying to be your friend, she whispered, her voice breaking as a tear rolled down her cheek. Damon's muscles felt sore, his every step accompanied by a mild but persistent ache. The discomfort, however, wasn't what truly troubled him. There was a sting in his heart, deeper and far more elusive, gnawing at the edges of his mind. Leona Veilfire. I just don't get that beastkin girl. He couldn't comprehend her attachment to him. Their interactions had been minimal, yet she boldly declared herself his friend. Damon was aware that beastkin were often more direct than humans, especially regarding relationships, but this didn't sit well with him. Opening up to someone was never his style, and he instinctively searched for reasons to doubt her intentions. Caw, caw. The sharp cry of a raven broke his thoughts, pulling him back to the present. He stopped walking and narrowed his eyes at the familiar sound. Croft was still with him, circling above before landing on his shoulder. The raven's persistence baffled him, especially since it supposedly held a grudge against him. Without hesitation, Damon reached out, grabbing the bird with lightning speed. Croft squawked in protest, flapping wildly as Damon gripped it with one arm and used his other hand to clamp its beak shut. His cold gaze locked onto the raven's beady eyes. Sylvia said you're intelligent enough to understand me, Damon began, his voice low and cutting. Honestly, I don't care if you are. Just know this, if you intend to follow me, then I suggest you stay quiet, or die. The raven stopped struggling, its dark eyes reflecting Damon's stern expression. Damon continued, his tone unwavering. I'll keep you if you're useful. Perform well enough, and I'll reward you with meat. So make your choice, usefulness or death. After a tense moment, Damon released the bird. Croft flapped its wings and took off into the night sky, vanishing into the shadows. Damon watched it go, his face devoid of emotion. I suppose it's just a stupid bird. Sylvia had mentioned a thing or two about ravens and their supposed intelligence. She had even offered tips on training one, volunteering to help him if needed. Damon wasn't convinced but had to admit the bird seemed to understand him to some extent. Still, he resolved that if it proved useless, he'd get rid of it without hesitation. He took another step forward but suddenly clutched his head, wincing as his shadow perception spread uncontrollably outward. He rubbed his temple, closing his eyes to rein in the overwhelming sensation. Still haven't learned to control it, he muttered, frustrated. I'm going to need a new blindfold. His previous blindfold had been destroyed during the duel with Xander Ravenscroft, forcing him to rely solely on the shadows to navigate. For now, he kept his eyes shut, the world around him painted in the dark, shifting outlines revealed by his shadows. A faint ripple moved within the blackness, a familiar presence. Damon smiled faintly. I suppose you're far more reliable than that stupid bird, he murmured to his mysterious companion. He continued walking, his destination clear. The waterways leading out of the academy stretched before him, a quiet, secluded path. He retrieved his pager, sending a message to Carls with precise instructions to meet him. Minutes later, Damon exited the academy grounds, stepping into the dense forest that bordered it. The shadows welcomed him like an old friend, guiding him toward Aether's sanctuary. Walking silently through the woods, Damon moved with caution, his senses attuned to the faintest shifts within the radius of his shadow perception. The forest was quiet, save for the rustling of leaves and the occasional snap of a twig underfoot. A sudden ripple in the shadows caught his attention. A raven landed on the ground ahead of him, something glinting in its beak. Damon stopped, narrowing his eyes as the bird hopped toward him, flapping its wings for emphasis. In its beak was a round cufflink, the gold catching the faint light filtering through the trees. Damon bent down, carefully picking up the object. His eyes narrowed as he examined it, a family crest embossed in gold. The design sparked a sense of familiarity, and his mind raced to place it. The raven cawed loudly, flapping its wings again. Caw, caw. Marcus, Caw. Damon's eyes snapped open in shock. No way. This actually belongs to Marcus Fayjoy. That's the Fayjoy family crest. He glanced down at the raven, his gaze sharp. Where did you get this? The bird tilted its head, then looked away, hopping onto his shoulder with a flutter. Caw, caw, useful, demon, useful. Damon froze, a mix of surprise and suspicion washing over him. This bird. It's far more intelligent than I realized. How long has it been watching me? Could it still hold a grudge? He met the raven's beady eyes, his expression darkening. But in the end, it's just an animal, and animals can be tamed. Discover more stories at Empire. A cold smile crept across Damon's lips. Well, Croft, it seems you and I got off on the wrong wing. I apologize for earlier. Why don't we start over? You've done very well bringing this to me. How about I buy you some fresh meat when we get to town? The raven cocked its head, seemingly pleased. Caw, caw, meat. Closing his eyes, Damon allowed his thoughts to wander. I don't know what's happened in the 2 days I was unconscious, but Tobias is surely still under house arrest. If his name hasn't been cleared, the pressure must be mounting. Tomorrow, I'll gather information, and then kill him. His mind shifted to Lilith Astronova. He didn't know how much she'd uncovered in the past 2 days or whether any of it pointed to him. I'll need to tread carefully. But thanks to Croft, I've just thought of a perfect way to kill Tobias Morgan. First, however, he needed to retrieve weapons from Anvil, 2 daggers, a hook, a collapsible bow, a quiver of arrows forged from cursed ore. Perhaps he could acquire some Atrax to craft a hallucinogenic poison. A color hair dye would also be useful for his plans. Damon clenched his fists, his lips curling into a predatory smile. He could almost taste the despair that would soon paint Tobias's face. With renewed determination, he stepped deeper into the forest, the shadows around him growing thicker as he made his way toward town. It wasn't long before Damon stood at the edge of the forest, his presence cloaked in the shadows of the towering trees. Though his eyes remained closed, he didn't need them to perceive the bustling town that lay ahead. His shadow perception extended outward, covering an entire 2-kilometer radius. Through this invisible network of shadows, he could sense the town's activity. The shadows of humans, elves, beast-kin, dwarves, fae, noble spirits, and countless other races moved like a vivid kaleidoscope of motion and form. Aether's sanctuary was a melting pot of life, a bustling hub of diversity, and the sheer amount of information flooding his senses made his head throb. Despite the discomfort, Damon endured it. This was a test of his abilities. After a few minutes, a familiar shadow flickered into focus, a young man with brown hair and blue eyes, someone Damon could only describe as shady, Carl's. He was the one Damon had been waiting for. He'll be here soon, Damon thought, pulling his senses back to a manageable 10-meter radius. His hand brushed against his academy uniform, and he frowned. I can't go into town dressed like this. The uniform was far too conspicuous, especially with the student council's enforcers always on the lookout for wayward first years. Carl's was bringing him a cloak and a new blindfold, necessities if he wanted to move unnoticed. Damon opened his eyes, his gaze drifting to a distant hill bathed in pale moonlight. His expression twisted into something resembling a smile, though it lacked warmth. On that hill lay the grave of a man who had once shown him kindness. Kindness Damon had repaid with a claw to the heart. Kindness is reciprocal. That's what he believed, Damon thought bitterly. The weight of his actions pressed against him, a constant reminder of the choices he had made. He was fully aware of his hypocrisy. He had killed an innocent man, and soon, he planned to take another innocent life. Discover more content at Empire. He bit his lip, his fists clenching at his sides. Truth be told, I'm no different from the people I despise. I'm just a hypocrite. His dark eyes lingered on the hill, but he didn't dare approach it. The memories were too raw, the guilt too sharp. I've made my choice, he reminded himself. I chose survival, no matter the cost. Morality be damned. Even so, a small part of him, the part he tried so hard to bury, wished Carmen Vale had been right about him. That small voice of conscience whispered faintly, reminding him of the man he could never aspire to be. But Damon silenced it. He couldn't afford such weakness, not now. Turning his back on the hill, he waited for Carl's, the weight of his decisions heavy on his shoulders as he stared into the darkness ahead. The soft rustling of footsteps on grass broke Damon out of his reverie. He turned to find a familiar figure stepping out from the shadows, Carl's, the self-proclaimed information broker. Carl's grinned, tossing a carefully wrapped bundle onto the ground. I couldn't reach you for 2 days. I was sure you'd bitten the dust. Damon's expression remained neutral. It wasn't surprising. Death was hardly an anomaly at Aether Academy. What gave you that impression? Damon asked, his tone flat. Carl's chuckled, brushing his hair back. I suppose you're not that easy to kill after all. Well, no matter. Anvil finished your stuff, and he's eager to show you what he's done. Damon nodded, kneeling to pick up the cloak from the bundle. He dusted it off meticulously, inspecting every inch of the fabric. With a flick of his wrist, he shook it out, causing a smaller black piece of cloth to fall to the ground. Carl sighed. You're always so cautious. Relax. I swear I didn't tamper with anything, no traps, no flay powder, nothing. You're my best client, can't afford to lose you. Ignoring him, Damon slipped on the cloak, wincing slightly as his sore muscles protested the movement. He bent to pick up the smaller black fabric, turning it over in his hands before glancing at Carl's. Let's go, he said curtly. Carl shrugged, eyeing the fabric in Damon's hands. Sure, but, what's that for? Without a word, Damon unfolded the cloth and wrapped it around his eyes, covering his vision entirely. This, Damon said, his voice steady, is what it's for. Carl's frowned, baffled. How exactly do you plan to see with a blindfold on? Damon didn't dignify the question with a response. Instead, he simply turned and began walking, his movements fluid and confident despite the darkness over his eyes. Carl's hesitated, watching him for a moment before hurrying to catch up. You're full of surprises, you know that. The town of Aether's sanctuary came into view as they emerged from the forest. Even at night, it buzzed with life. The streets were alive with activity, vendors calling out to passers-by, and the mingling of countless voices creating a constant hum of noise. The town's unique position near Aether Academy made it a diplomatic neutral zone. Though it technically fell under the jurisdiction of the Valfaran Empire, no single nation's laws applied here. International law governed the area, enforced by the Academy and an alliance of nations. This status made Aether's sanctuary a haven for many, its streets teeming with people from all walks of life. Damon walked with his hood drawn low, his blindfold adding another layer of anonymity. Yet, despite the covering over his eyes, he navigated the bustling streets with ease. His shadow perception was active, allowing him to sense every movement around him. Each shadow was unique, some darker, denser, and more powerful than others. It was this ability that made him pause. His attention shifted to a shadow near a wall, where something caught his interest. A poster. Damon extended his perception, and as the details of the poster became clear, his heart sank. Carl stopped beside him, his face a mix of anger and sadness. So, you knew the old man, huh? Figures. He was a nice guy, not a single person in town who didn't like him. Damon clenched his jaw, his eyes hidden behind the blindfold as he stared at the poster through his shadows. It bore Carmen Vale's name and details of his supposed attack by a monster. There was even a bounty for information about the creature. Feigning ignorance, Damon whispered, what happened to him? Carl sighed, running a hand through his hair. Word is he was attacked while camping out in the woods. Monster got him. Killed him and dragged him off, or maybe he's still alive somewhere. Doesn't matter, everyone in town's already accepted he's dead. Carl's voice grew heavy with emotion. He was a good man, that old geezer. That's why the whole town's out for revenge. When we find that monster, it's going to pay. Damon's fists clenched at his sides, his stomach twisting in guilt. He hadn't expected Carmen Vale to be so beloved. The old man's kindness had extended far beyond what Damon had realized. Does being kind really inspire this much loyalty? Damon thought, his head bowing slightly. He couldn't let anyone know the truth. The kind hunter hadn't been killed by a monster. Damon had taken his life, and now he was trapped in the web of his own actions. Carl's exhaled deeply, breaking the silence. Well, whatever. The authorities are on it. Your academy's student council president even volunteered to help. Word is she might know something about the monster. Damon froze. His face went pale beneath the blindfold. Lilith Astronova. He whispered, his voice barely audible. If Lilith was involved, it meant danger was much closer than he had anticipated. If she found out the truth. Damon bit his lip, his mind racing. He was running out of options, and if he was exposed, there would be nowhere to hide. For the remainder of their journey to Anvil's workshop, Damon bombarded Carls with questions about Carmen Vale. Usually, Carls was tight-lipped when it came to giving out information for free, especially without proper compensation. But when it came to the kind hunter, Carls let his guard down, unwittingly spilling everything Damon wanted to know. By the time they reached the workshop, Damon had pieced together every detail he could about the man. He learned about Carmen's modest residence, the whispered rumors of his backstory, and even information about his daughter. Carls, being an experienced info broker, had dug up details about her magical attribute and upbringing, painting a vivid picture of the life the hunter had left behind. Damon felt an uncomfortable heaviness in his chest as he processed it all. Despite his resolve to steel himself against his guilt, his heart swelled with conflicting emotions. So, he was her last surviving relative. Damon thought bitterly, his lips tightening. The weight of the revelation pressed down on him. He had taken more than just a life, he'd ripped apart what little family the girl had left. He bit his lip, his thoughts spiraling. How did he manage to stay so optimistic despite everything he'd been through? Despite all he'd lost? The question gnawed at Damon, but he knew it was one he'd never be able to answer. Not after what he'd done. Carmen's story, as tragic as it was, only highlighted Damon's own flaws. Compared to the hunter's quiet strength, Damon's brooding seemed almost pathetic, an overindulgence in self-pity. He pulled his hood lower over his head, the blindfold already concealing his eyes. He couldn't see his own expression, but he wondered what kind of face he was making. Probably something pitiful, he thought with a grim twist of his mouth. They soon reached Anvil's secluded workshop. As they approached the door, a raven descended from the sky and landed gracefully on Damon's shoulder. "Shoo! Damn bird!" Carls exclaimed, stepping closer and waving his hands to scare it off. Before Carls could do anything else, Damon caught his hand, his tone calm but firm. "He's with me." The raven, Croft, let out an annoyed caw, glaring at Carls with its beady black eyes. Carls stared at Damon, confused. "Didn't peg you as the type to keep a pet, especially something as ominous as a crow." Damon shook his head as they entered the workshop. "He's a raven, not a crow." The shop looked the same as it had the last time Damon visited, except this time the usual clanging of metal against hot ore was absent. Anvil wasn't hammering away at his forge. The quiet felt out of place. "Where's the old man?" Damon asked, his voice echoing slightly in the empty workshop. Carls, more intrigued by Croft than the apparent absence of their host, cupped his hands around his mouth and called out. "Hey, Anvil! You in there, or did you finally keel over?" I brought Damon to pick up his stuff. A door creaked open, and Anvil stepped out, wiping his hands on a soot-stained cloth. He wore his usual fireproof apron, his rugged face partially hidden behind a thick, graying beard. His sharp eyes scanned Damon, taking note of the blindfold and the raven perched on his shoulder. "The hell happened to you?" Anvil asked, his tone a mix of curiosity and concern. "What's with the blindfold and the bird?" "I'm not blind, if that's what you're thinking," Damon replied. "And as for my absence, let's just say I had a little scuffle with a classmate." Anvil chuckled deeply. "Looks like more than a little scuffle if you were out of commission long enough to ignore calls and messages." Carl smirked, leaning casually against a nearby table. "At least tell me you won." "I did," Damon replied flatly. Anvil scratched his beard thoughtfully. "Your weapons are done. Did you bring back the ones I lent you?" Damon froze for a moment before realizing his mistake. "Oh, right. I forgot to bring them. I rushed here as soon as I woke up." Anvil threw his head back and laughed heartily. "Ha! That's a relief. For a moment, I thought you'd managed to break them. Glad to hear my craftsmanship is still as sturdy as ever." "They were excellent weapons," Damon admitted, bowing his head slightly. Anvil grinned. "If you thought those were good, wait until you see what I've made for you this time. Might have gone a little overboard." Damon nodded, watching as Anvil moved to a large chest behind the counter. The old smith hefted it with ease, gesturing for Damon and Carls to follow him to a back room. Croft took flight, landing on a beam above as they entered the room. Damon noted with some relief that the bird remained silent. The room itself bore the marks of countless tests and experiments. A battered training dummy stood in one corner, its charred and patched form a testament to the abuse it had endured over time. Anvil placed the chest on the ground and opened it with a flourish, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "You wanted a bow, daggers forged from magicite, hollow arrows made from cursed ore, and a grappling hook, right?" Damon nodded. "That's correct." Anvil leaned forward, his excitement palpable. "The bow was the easiest to make. I designed a collapsible metal bow with moving parts. You can fold it into a compact form and carry it under your uniform." He reached into the chest and pulled out a silver, cross-shaped contraption. At first glance, it seemed unimpressive, more like a complicated ornament than a weapon. "What, not impressed?" Anvil teased, shaking the bow lightly. With a metallic snap, it expanded, transforming into a full-sized bow. Damon's expression shifted to surprise. "Ha!" Carls blinked, equally stunned. That thing was actually a bow. Anvil handed it to Damon, who took it carefully. He tested its balance, stretched the bowstring, and felt its seamless tension. A small button in the center caught his eye. Pressing it, he watched as the bow folded neatly back into its compact form. "This is incredible," Damon said, genuinely impressed. "Read chapters at Empire." Carls clapped a hand on Damon's shoulder, grinning. "Told you, Anvil's the best smith in town." Damon turned back to the bow, feeling the faint magical energy coursing through it. "The magicite in the metal, its magic conductivity is remarkable." Anvil laughed. "Haven't seen anything yet." He grew more serious as he reached into the chest again. The hollow arrows were trickier. Ingenious design, really. The hollow tips make them fly faster and hit harder. He paused, frowning. "But the cursed ore is dangerous. Prolonged exposure can cause complications. In the worst cases, even death." Damon's grip on the bow tightened. "I'll manage." As Damon inspected the hollow arrows, Anvil leaned back with a shrug. "Well, your funeral." Anvil's gaze shifted to Damon, his tone turning serious. "What exactly are the side effects of cursed ore?" Damon could tell why the old smith was concerned. Cursed ore wasn't named that way for nothing, it was dangerous in more ways than one. Cursed ore is known to disrupt or outright kill magic, Damon explained. It can sever the flow of mana, which is its positive effect. But the downsides? Hallucinations, mental instability, sickness, physical weakness, and it attracts monsters. That's just the start. Anvil nodded grimly, pulling one of the arrows from the chest. The arrowhead was oddly shaped, more like a hollow shell than a sharp tip. He detached the shell casing, revealing the full arrowhead beneath, a black, circular design with a faint, ominous glint. He tossed the arrow to Damon, who caught it effortlessly, noting its peculiar weight. I designed these shells to cover the arrowheads, so you can carry them safely, Anvil explained, holding up one of the small casings. The cursed ore is in the exposed part of the tip. With this covering, the danger is minimized. Though let's be honest, no sane person would carry cursed ore willingly. Carls, standing off to the side, nodded in agreement. The old man's right. Even seasoned fighters who've reached their first-class advancement, people with significant resistance to magical effects, hesitate to use cursed ore. And those who do? Let's just say it doesn't end well. He glanced at the arrows warily, his expression grim. Weapons made of cursed ore have ruined their wielders. Like the cursed sword that drove a knight to slaughter his entire family, or the hammer that attracted a monster stampede. This stuff brings nothing but misfortune. Damon acknowledged their concerns but remained resolute. I understand the risks. But as long as the arrowheads are covered with these shells, I should be fine, right? Anvil nodded. Yes. My shells are as foolproof as you can get with cursed ore. Just don't get careless. Carls crossed his arms, shaking his head slightly. Even so, be wary. Drawing misfortune is never worth it. Damon smirked, slotting the arrow into his new bow and pulling back the string to test it. The faint hum of magic coursed through the weapon, a testament to its craftsmanship. Misfortune, he said, his voice calm but menacing, is exactly what I intend to bring, to all my enemies. Damon drew the bowstring, his fingers steady, and released the arrow. The projectile sliced through the air, emitting a faint whistle before it tore straight through the target. Carl's eyes widened in disbelief. It went through the target. A small smirk crept across Damon's face. As I expected, hollow arrows travel faster and pierce deeper. But they have their flaws too. He glanced at the puncture in the target, almost impressed. Explore new worlds at Empire. Where was this when I was shooting ravens? Anvil stepped closer, his gaze fixed on the small hole left by the arrow. He glanced at Damon, his expression curious. How do you even see under that blindfold? Damon remained silent, and Anvil let out a hearty laugh. Flawless, isn't it? With this, you can punch a clean hole through a human, no problem. The blacksmith stroked his beard thoughtfully. Although, the hollow tips make the aerodynamics a bit tricky. And the arrow does make some noise, though I managed to tone it down to a faint whistle. Anvil's grin widened as he looked back at Damon. I call them the Whistling Death. Damon nodded approvingly. A fitting name. By the time someone hears the whistle, it'll already be too late. And thanks to the shells you made to cover the tips, I can carry them safely under my jacket, along with the bow. Carls returned from retrieving the arrow, his face pale. He held it out to Damon with obvious reluctance, eager to be rid of it. I can't imagine why anyone would want this as a weapon, but I pity anyone who gets shot by it. Cursed ore also slows healing. Anvil let out a booming laugh. You're such a wuss. Be more like your daredevil friend over here. Carls glared at him, his expression deadpan. If I were more like him, I'd probably be dead already. Anvil shook his head, chuckling at Carl's discomfort. Turning back to Damon, he said. I also made a custom quiver that pins to your uniform jacket. One on each side for easy access to your arrows. Damon nodded, genuinely appreciative of the blacksmith's effort. The man clearly went above and beyond. Next, Anvil pulled out a belt, tossing it to Damon. He caught it effortlessly and strapped it on, noticing 2 daggers sheathed at the back in a cross formation. The placement was perfect, just within reach. Curious, he drew the daggers. They gleamed faintly in the dim light, their reddish metal catching his attention. The blades were wider than usual, with a button-like mechanism on the pommel. Magicite daggers, Anvil explained with pride. They absorb magic, making them effective against spellcasters. The grip contains a compartment for poison. Just press the button with your thumb, and whatever poison you load in there will spill out. Damon examined the daggers, a small grin forming on his lips. An insidious weapon, indeed. Anvil nodded, his grin matching Damon's. My only regret is that you're too poor to afford rune inscriptions. With those, these daggers could have been killer artifacts. Damon twirled the daggers expertly, testing their balance and weight. That would have killed my wallet too. Despite the jest, he couldn't help but be pleased with the craftsmanship. The daggers felt natural in his hands as he sparred with the air, their weight perfect for swift and lethal strikes. He glanced at his shadow briefly, wondering what it thought of the new weapons. But it remained dormant for now, indifferent to the people around. I'll have to get its opinion later. Satisfied, he sheathed the daggers, noting how well they fit beneath his uniform jacket. Draping his cloak over his shoulders, he looked back at Anvil. Now, what about the grappling hook? Anvil's grin turned mischievous as he reached into the chest. Heh, you're gonna love this one the most. With a flourish, he pulled out an object, and Damon's brow furrowed. He tugged his blindfold down slightly to confirm what he was seeing. What? This isn't a grappling hook. Damon's surprise was warranted. He pulled off his blindfold just to be sure his shadow perception wasn't deceiving him. Since they'd entered the room, he had made a conscious effort not to use his shadow perception to peer into the chest. But now, he regretted his restraint. Anvil wasn't holding a grappling hook as Damon had expected. Instead, he was holding what appeared to be a pair of metal braces designed to be worn on the wrists, extending from the wrist to the elbow. The old blacksmith grinned, clearly pleased with himself. Behold my masterpiece. Damon frowned as Anvil approached him, the braces in hand. I think you might have mixed up my order with someone else's. Anvil chuckled heartily. I had no idea you had a sense of humor under that gloomy expression. The blacksmith flipped one of the braces over, revealing a mechanism hidden on the underside. Damon's eyes widened as he took in the intricate design. It looked like a series of pulleys, with a bundle of thin strings wrapped around one of them. He could have sworn there were springs embedded within the mechanism, but even with his shadow perception, the inner workings remained somewhat unclear. At the tip of the brace, a small metal blade peeked out slightly. What even is this? Damon asked, his curiosity tinged with skepticism. Anvil's grin widened as he launched into an explanation. This is a hook, but it's much more than just for climbing. You wanted something compact that could fit under your uniform, so I designed these. One for each arm. He pointed to the thin blade at the tip of the brace. I used what was left of the magicite to craft the hook. It might look like an arrowhead, but when you activate it, it shoots out and pins to a target. The pulleys and springs allow for recoil, and the thread replaces traditional rope. With these, you can pull yourself toward something, or pull something toward you. Damon examined the braces closely, turning them over in his hands. The craftsmanship was impeccable, and the functionality sounded impressive. Still, he was cautious. This is definitely not what I expected. Anvil clapped him on the back, nearly knocking him forward. That's the beauty of it. You'll see. Once you get the hang of these, you'll wonder how you ever lived without them. Anvil gave Damon a quick glance and grinned. I could try explaining it all, but it would take too much time. So, I made a small manual. It's hard to use, but if you train yourself, it could even come in handy during a fight. Carls, standing nearby, eyed the braces warily as Damon inspected them with his dark, unreadable eyes. "Hey, old man. I get it's a hook, but those strings don't seem strong enough to carry a grown man. Won't they just snap?" Before Anvil could answer, Damon ran his fingers along one of the strings. A faint hiss escaped his lips as a thin cut appeared on his finger. "This is the webbing of a crystal arachne, or rather, its threads," Damon muttered. Anvil nodded proudly. Carls paled at the mention of the monster. The crystal arachne was a spider-like creature feared even by seasoned adventurers, capable of killing third-class advancements or higher. Its webbing was tougher than steel, and its body was even deadlier. "How did you even get your hands on something like that?" Carls asked, his voice trembling slightly. Anvil shrugged casually. "It's not that expensive. Most people only care about the mana core and the tough body of the beast. Its webs are too sharp to handle, so they're usually discarded. Lucky for you, I've got a knack for making use of what others throw away." Damon rolled up his sleeves and strapped the braces onto his arms. They felt surprisingly comfortable, almost as if they were made specifically for him. He tightened the belts around them and glanced at Anvil. "How do I use it?" Anvil handed him a small book filled with detailed diagrams and instructions. "This is the manual. Read it." Damon nodded, flipping through the pages briefly before tucking the manual into his cloak. "Sure, but how much do I actually owe you?" Anvil shook his head. "Like I said before, it's 10,000 for the extra work. I'm not taking a penny more." Carls raised an eyebrow. "This must have cost more than a few thousand to make." Damon, though reluctant to part with money, had to admit that Anvil had likely shouldered much of the expense himself. Anvil crossed his arms. "My work is my pride. I said 10,000, and that's final. If you don't like it, leave the stuff behind, and I'll refund your ore." Damon sighed, accepting the terms. "Fine. Not like I wanted to pay more anyway." Anvil grinned. "That's the spirit." Eager to test the device, Damon followed the manual's first instructions. He aimed at a training dummy, activating the mechanism. The hook shot out with a faint hiss, embedding itself in the target. The strings were so thin they were almost invisible. He flipped to the next section of the manual and tried pulling the dummy toward himself. However, he underestimated the pull force of the springs and lost his footing, getting yanked forward and smashing headfirst into the dummy. "Ack! My head!" Damon groaned, sprawled on the ground. Anvil and Carls exchanged a glance before bursting into laughter. Carls clutched his stomach. "I can't believe it. The great phantom, fumbling like a rookie." Anvil pointed, tears of laughter streaming down his face. "Careful, kid. You've got to get used to the recoil." Damon got up awkwardly, rubbing his head. The pain stung more than his pride. He pulled his blindfold back over his eyes, more to hide his embarrassment than block out the excess information from his shadow perception. "Right. I'll keep that in mind. I should probably read the entire manual before trying anything else. If I'm not careful, I'll end up as a stain on the wall." Anvil nodded sagely. "It's dangerous, sure, but I made it knowing you'd figure it out. Those strings aren't just for grappling, they're perfect for strangling someone, too." Carl sighed heavily. "Why do I feel like you just handed him a tool for murder when all he wanted was a grappling hook?" Damon silently inspected the braces, their weight familiar now. He could already think of dozens of applications for them. As he glanced at his shadow, he sensed it watching him. Through its perspective, he caught a glimpse of himself, a faint, dangerous smile spreading across his face. Damon's muscles ached as he sat in Anvil's workshop, the sourness of exhaustion creeping through his body. He had spent the last 3 hours in the smith's cluttered shop, mastering the controls of what he now called the omnidirectional gear. The name felt fitting for the intricate mechanism Anvil had crafted. The usual rhythmic hammering from earlier was gone, it was a kind of mourning. Anvil, like the rest of the town, was grieving the death of the kind hunter Carmen Vale. It had been a few days since Carmen's death was discovered. The town had come together for a funeral, though there was no body to bury, just a few personal belongings that symbolized the man he had been. Most assumed his body had been consumed by a monster. They weren't wrong. Damon had consumed him. As he flipped through the manual, deciphering the intricate controls of the gear, Anvil spoke in a wistful tone about Carmen, his voice tinged with sorrow. Meanwhile, Carls had been sent on an errand by Damon to pick up supplies and withdraw 10,000 zeni to pay Anvil. The smith, oblivious to Damon's role in Carmen's death, continued reminiscing about the man who had touched so many lives. Damon listened, feeling an uncomfortable knot forming in his chest. Guilt? Regret? It was hard to say, but the old man's words made the air feel heavier. The omnidirectional gear was tricky to master, but after 3 hours of practice, Damon had figured out the basics. Anything beyond simple movements still felt dangerous, so he set it aside and decided to ask more about Carmen. He already knew some details from Carls, like the name of Carmen's daughter, Iris, a pink-haired girl, but he wanted to understand more. How could he command so much loyalty even after he's gone? It feels like the whole town is angry over his death, Damon asked, his tone quiet but curious. Anvil sighed heavily, setting down his tools. Honestly, I never really got the man. He was always sticking his nose in other people's business, but not in a bad way. If someone needed help, he'd come running, even if they didn't ask for it. And he wouldn't take no for an answer. The smith's eyes moistened as he continued. You could call him an oddball, but he was kind. Always trying to see the best in people, even the ones who didn't deserve it. That's probably why everyone loved him so much. Anvil glanced at Damon, his voice softening. His magic was being kind. And that magic? It touched everyone. Damon nodded slowly, his expression grim beneath the blindfold. Kindness is reciprocal, he said after a moment. Anvil chuckled, a faint smile breaking through his sorrow. Yeah, that's exactly what he used to say. There's not a single person in this town he hadn't helped before. This world lost a great man, and it'll probably never recover. Folks like him. They're 1 in a million. Though his eyes were hidden, Damon's posture grew even gloomier. The weight of Anvil's words pressed down on him. The smith, noticing Damon's somber demeanor, spoke again, his voice filled with quiet conviction. You know, kid, he might be dead, but he's not forgotten. The people he helped. They'll remember him. Damon raised his head slightly, the phrase resonating in his mind. Dead but not forgotten, he murmured, the words heavy with meaning. Damon took a deep breath, trying to steady himself as a familiar churn twisted his stomach. His legacy, huh? He's dead, but a whole town mourns him because he was kind. If I died, who would even care? No one would remember. I'd just be another corpse. My parents were kind, and how did the village repay them? He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his palms. But Carmen Vale is different. Maybe kindness is reciprocal. I can't undo what's been done, and I can't atone either. But I can try, to be better. He glanced at Anvil, his thoughts momentarily quieting. You know. I wanted to be a hero when I was a kid, Damon admitted, his voice low but steady. Anvil raised an eyebrow before bursting into laughter. Don't we all, he roared, wiping his hands on a cloth. Damon wasn't deterred by the reaction. His expression darkened as he pressed on. But somewhere along the way, life hit me, with all its trials. I came to really hate people for their treachery. Kindness became a symbol of people who die early. I wanted to pick a path of remorselessness. He paused deliberately, lowering his head. No hesitation in action. No pause for regrets. Anvil let out a deep sigh, setting down his tools. You're too young to be this gloomy, and you're too young to give up on making regrets. If you have no regrets, can you even say you've lived? Take it from an old man, it's impossible to go through life without regrets. No pause for regrets doesn't mean no regrets, I think it means moving forward despite them. Damon nodded, absorbing the words. I take it you have many. Anvil smiled, his gaze distant. And I carry them with pride, he said. Carmen had plenty too. He was a troubled guy in his youth, or so he said. Had some serious anger issues. Lost everything. Watched his wife and sons die right in front of him. Lost his noble house. Forced to flee with only his young daughter. And yet, he managed to smile after all that. That guy was tough stuff. Damon nodded again, this time more resolutely. Thanks for the advice, Anvil. I appreciate your perspective. Wouldn't really call that advice, Anvil muttered, shaking his head. Still, Damon understood now. He had a path to follow, his own way of paying back what he owed to Carmen. In a sense, even though he had killed and consumed the man, Carmen had still saved him, his kindness had left a mark. It was up to Damon to carry that legacy forward. Not through kindness, that wasn't his way. He had a different idea in mind. The door flung open, and Carl stumbled in, carrying a small bundle. Ah, Damon, you're such a slave driver, he complained, dropping the bundle on a nearby table. I don't even know why you need hair dye and explosive ice crystals. He tossed a pouch toward Anvil. And here's your pay from the outlet. Geez, I'm beat. Carl's glanced at Damon with a grin. I'm glad you're starting to trust me enough to send me to get stuff for you. Damon shook his head. No, you're still a shady character. I just didn't want to risk running into the student council in town, that's all. Carl clutched his chest in mock pain. You break my heart, Damon. How can you be so cruel? Damon ignored him, picking up the bundle. He stood, stretching his sore muscles, and pulled up his hood. Thanks for everything, Anvil. If I need more weapons, I'll be back. Anvil sneered, crossing his arms. Oh, I don't doubt it. You're a repeat customer, now. Those hollow arrows and braces will need maintenance, so you'll be back. And I intend to charge you really good. Damon sighed, shaking his head. I knew it. It was just too good to be true. I'm still going to be losing money after all. With that, he turned and walked out, the bundle in hand, a new resolve settling over him. Damon parted ways with Carl's, muttering a quick farewell. There was something he needed to take care of alone. After asking for directions a few times, he reached his destination. Pulling his hood lower, he adjusted the blindfold over his eyes. It was an odd look, but it worked. Most people assumed he was blind and paid him little mind. He stopped in front of the house, a modest building nestled in a quieter part of Aether's sanctuary. The tall walls and trees surrounding it gave the residents a sense of seclusion, shielding it from the bustle of the main town. The compound boasted a large garden space, its tranquility broken only by the occasional chirp of night creatures. Damon's shadow perception expanded, stretching out to encompass the entire residence. His senses probed the house and the grounds. The interior was empty, but his focus shifted to the garden. There, he found his target. A girl, perhaps his age or slightly younger, stood before a charred training dummy. Her hands glowed with magical flames as she hurled fiery blasts at the dummy, the light casting fleeting shadows across the yard. Damon lingered outside the walls, debating his next move. Should he knock on the front door? The thought seemed ridiculous. He dismissed it quickly. Instead, he made his way to the back, scaling the wall with practiced ease. Walking along its edge, he climbed into a nearby tree. The shadows beneath the tree wrapped around him like a protective cloak, making him almost invisible. A raven landed on a branch nearby, its piercing gaze locked on him. Damon glanced at his own shadow, now darker and seemingly alive, shifting subtly as if disapproving of his actions. "Don't let it escape." Her eyes widened at his words, her head snapping from side to side as she scanned the darkness. "Answer me." "Who the hell are you?" she shouted, her tone more desperate now. Damon considered his options, then decided to lean into the mysterious act. It was more entertaining that way. "I smell fear," he said, his voice low and taunting. "Are you afraid?" Iris gritted her teeth, her fear giving way to anger. "That's it, you bastard. I'm burning this whole place down," she yelled, her hands igniting with pink flames that roared to life. Damon chuckled softly. "Really now? You might want to rethink that. Burn down your house, and you'll have to live on the streets. Trust me, that's not a good idea." Her stance shifted into a combat-ready position, her flames burning brighter and hotter. "Fine by me," she growled, her eyes filled with determination. Damon sighed, running a hand through his hair. "Is this girl crazy? What a hothead," he thought. Realizing the situation was escalating fast, he stood up and leapt gracefully from the tree, landing in the yard with a soft thud. "Calm down," he said, raising his hands in mock surrender. "I am not your enemy." Before he could finish, two blazing fireballs hurtled toward him, their heat searing the air. "Huh? What the? Is she crazy?" Damon thought as he instinctively ducked and rolled, narrowly avoiding the flaming projectiles. The fireballs crashed into a nearby tree, scorching its trunk and sending a shower of embers into the night. Damon scrambled to his feet, glaring at the girl. "Are you out of your mind?" he snapped, brushing soot off his cloak. "I just said I'm not your enemy." Iris smirked, her flames crackling around her hands. "Prove it." Damon groaned inwardly. This was not how he planned for things to go. Damon smirked at her sharp words, crossing his arms casually. What a firecracker, he thought, taking in her defiant stance. The girl stood in front of him, her short pink hair plastered to her skin with sweat. She wore brown pants and a white shirt, both worn and frayed, evidence of her frequent training. Her piercing blue eyes glared at him with suspicion and fiery determination. He sighed, tilting his head slightly. "Something tells me you're not going to listen to me." She narrowed her eyes further, the flames in her hands flickering ominously. "Oh yeah? What gave you that impression?" He pointed at the fireballs she held. "Well, for starters, you're holding a literal ball of flames while looking like you're ready to incinerate me." She didn't lower her guard, her expression hardening. "Says the shady guy sneaking into my yard, dressed like some hooded creep. I should scream pervert or rapist and have you dragged away." Damon winced inwardly at the threat, knowing how troublesome that would be for him. "And yet, you haven't," he said, his voice calm but pointed. She glared at him, her hands tightening. "I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt." "Barely." Damon chuckled softly, the sound echoing in the quiet night. "Go ahead, then. Scream all you like. Your voice won't travel far enough for anyone to hear you." Her face paled slightly, and her gaze flickered to her surroundings as if realizing the truth in his words. Seeing her hesitation, Damon softened his tone. "But there's no need for that. I'm not here to hurt you." He reached up and pulled down his hood, revealing his pale face. Her blue eyes widened when she saw the black blindfold covering his eyes. His dark hair framed his face, giving him a slightly melancholic appearance, though he still wore a faint, almost playful smile. Are you blind?" she asked hesitantly. Damon nodded. "At the moment, yes. But I can see the world just fine in my own way." She stared at him, clearly confused but sensing no immediate threat. "Why are you here? Are you a friend of my father's?" Damon's heart sank at her words, his chest tightening as the weight of his past actions bore down on him. He hesitated, then answered carefully. Perhaps. Let's just say I owe him my life. Her eyes lowered, her expression darkening. He's dead. Whatever debts you had are repaid. You can leave now. He shook his head slowly. Don't you want to get into the academy? Her head snapped up at his question, her interest piqued despite her guarded demeanor. I do, but what's that got to do with you? Damon took a deliberate step closer, his tone steady. I can help you get in. She raised an eyebrow, crossing her arms skeptically. Oh really? And how exactly do you plan to do that? Don't tell me you've got a golden ticket or something. He chuckled softly, shaking his head. No golden ticket. But I can help you train to pass the entrance exam. She eyed him warily as he bit his lip, hesitant but resolute. Become my apprentice. For a moment, Iris simply stared at him, then burst out laughing, her voice filled with disbelief. Pfft. Ha ha ha. Are you for real right now? You want me to be your apprentice? Her laughter faded as she glared at him, her tone turning sharp again. Are you insane? You're barely older than me, and you don't even look strong. Honestly, you look like a stiff breeze could knock you over. You'd probably fail the academy entrance exam yourself, let alone train someone else. Damon stayed calm, watching her reaction closely through his shadow perception. Despite her words, he could sense her curiosity and the faintest hint of intrigue beneath her fiery exterior. She's testing me, he thought, a smirk forming on his lips. Time to show her I'm not as weak as I look. I am loath to admit she's right. I didn't survive the entrance exam. Hell, I came in through a back door I didn't even deserve. But I'm not the same guy anymore. I don't have many talents, but I know a lot about the academy. For the things I don't know, I can get help. I can share resources with her, so, this is something I have to do. Damon sighed, keeping his expression calm. Don't be ridiculous. I'm actually very strong. Time to bluff my way through this. Iris raised an eyebrow, skepticism written all over her face. You. Strong. You don't look it. Damon pulled his cloak back slightly, revealing the intricate design of his academy uniform beneath. The black and gold embroidery shimmered faintly in the dim light, and the insignia of the academy gleamed on his chest. Of course he had removed his brooch of shame beforehand. Her eyes lingered on it, curiosity flickering beneath her guarded expression. Damon smirked inwardly. Finally got your attention, huh? Iris took a step closer, her gaze fixed on the uniform. She bit her lip, her eyes narrowing. So what? There are plenty of students at the academy. How strong are you, really? Damon had been waiting for that question. He crossed his arms and tilted his head slightly, his tone laced with feigned indifference. Oh, me? Not very strong. I only defeated the strongest students in my year. No big deal. I even went up against Lilith Astronova. Her eyes widened, her breath catching slightly. No way. You fought the student council president? Damon didn't respond immediately, letting the weight of his words sink in. I went up against her. I never said I fought her. He kept his expression neutral, content to let her misinterpret his vague statement. She's very interested in me after she lost, in fact. I'm one of the few people in the academy who has permission to call her by name. Iris's shock deepened. Of course, that wasn't entirely a lie. Lilith had told him to call her by her name, and she was interested in him, though her interest stemmed from a desire to hunt him down, not admiration. But there was no need for Iris to know that. Iris tilted her head, her skepticism battling with her newfound awe. Is that so? Then you've reached the first-class advancement, at least. Damon's eye twitched, but he quickly composed himself. No, but... Then we have nothing more to talk about. Damon blinked, startled by her abrupt dismissal. What, this girl. He chuckled lightly, regaining his composure. I suppose you haven't heard of people like me. I'm actually the most well-known student in my year. All the professors had their eyes on me. Although they despise me now. Iris sneered, her skepticism returning in full force. So what? You're just some guy. Damon bit the inside of his cheek, suppressing his irritation. Tell you what, wanna make 200,000 zenny? Her brows shot up. I'm not interested in selling myself into prostitution, sorry. He suppressed the urge to groan, his patience wearing thin. What the hell do nobles think prostitution is? Prostitution would have been cheaper. He raised his Academy-issued pager, the device glowing faintly in his hand. Let's duel. If you win, I'll give you 200,000 zenny. If you lose, you become my apprentice. Iris sneered again, crossing her arms. As if. Do I look crazy? Why would I take on an Academy student in a magical duel? That's suicide. Damon smiled, unfazed. Good, she's interested. Running this house must cost her a money. I imagine she doesn't want to live off people's charity forever. Oh, but there's a caveat. I won't use any magic at all. Because I suck at magic, with abysmal mana level, he thought bitterly, though his expression remained confident. Iris narrowed her eyes, still skeptical but clearly tempted. Damon decided to push her further. Or, you could stay here, living off the charity of the townspeople. I'll just take my money and go. This should be easy money for someone as capable as you. Unless you're scared. Unless you want to be a parasite your whole life. Iris gritted her teeth, his words hitting a nerve. Her hands flared with pink flames as she glared at him. You're on. The dim glow of the street lamps barely illuminated the scene, their pale light struggling to penetrate the darkness of the night. Iris kept her gaze fixed on Damon, her resolve unwavering. Though his features were obscured by the blindfold he wore, she didn't need to see his eyes to gauge his abilities. He had agreed not to use magic, and he hadn't reached the first-class advancement. Victory was assured. Her pink flames flickered brightly in the gloom, casting long shadows that danced across the cobblestones. If I win, I won't have to rely on what my father left behind, or worse, the pity of the townsfolk's charity. The thought steeled her determination. Damon, on the other hand, stood relaxed, seemingly unbothered. Despite the blindfold, he could see perfectly, thanks to his shadow perception. The darkness was his ally, and the faint shadows cast by Iris flames only enhanced his awareness. She doesn't stand a chance at night, he mused, tightening his fists. The shifting shadows around her betrayed the movements of her flames, making it almost laughably easy to anticipate where they would strike. Still, I hope this is the right decision. His shadow flickered briefly, as if disagreeing with his thoughts. Damon couldn't help but notice its subtle reproach. I'm not going back on my resolve, he thought, determined. I'm just testing a different approach. Okay, Iris. Are you ready? He asked, his voice calm and steady. Her flames flared brighter, the pink hue illuminating her fierce expression. More than ready. You're going down, creep. Damon sighed, his tone laced with mock pity. No need to hurt my feelings. I'll be sure to hold back so I don't hurt you. Lies, he admitted to himself. He fully intended to go all out, even without magic. Taking on someone using magic without countering with his own was a risky move, one only a fool would attempt unless they'd reached the first-class advancement, where their physical body surpassed human limits. Thankfully, Damon wasn't relying on human strength alone. He had the 5x skill. Iris stood poised, awaiting the signal, her flames coiling around her hands like eager serpents. On the count of 3, Damon began, his voice carrying the tension in the air. 1, 2, 3. Before he could finish the count, Iris unleashed a blazing torrent of pink flames. The heat surged toward him like a tidal wave, fierce and unrelenting. Reacting instantly, Damon shot the omnidirectional gear toward the wall behind her. The hook latched onto the stone with a metallic clink, and the tension in the wires grew taut as he activated the mechanism. He underestimated the gear's pull force, again. Instead of smoothly launching himself to safety, Damon was yanked off his feet like a rag doll, the flames narrowly missing him as he hurtled forward. Momentum carried him straight into Iris, his head colliding with her stomach. "Gah!" she gasped, the impact forcing the breath from her lungs. The force sent them both crashing into the wall behind her with a resounding thud. Damon groaned, his head pounding from the collision. He shook it off and staggered to his feet, holding his temple. "Ouch, my head." He glanced down and froze. Iris lay slumped against the wall, completely unconscious. Her pink hair framed her delicate face, now devoid of the fiery determination she'd shown moments earlier. Oh," he muttered, staring at her limp form. "I didn't mean to do that." From the corner of his eye, he saw his shadow shift. It moved to the wall and mimicked a facepalm, the silent gesture oozing exasperation. "Not a word," Damon grumbled, glaring at the shadow. He crouched down, inspecting Iris to ensure she was unharmed. "She's just knocked out." "Good. I'd rather avoid explaining this if she were seriously hurt." Standing up, he retracted the gear's hook, which sipped back into the bracer with a faint click. He looked down at the unconscious girl once more and sighed. "This isn't how I pictured this duel going," he muttered, rubbing the back of his neck awkwardly. Damon chuckled awkwardly as a raven swooped down from a nearby tree branch, landing squarely on Iris's unconscious form. The bird tilted its head, its beady eyes glinting in the dim light, and pecked at her lightly with its beak. "Caw caw. Dead. Dead. Killer. Killer," the raven squawked, its mocking voice cutting through the silence. "Shut up, you stupid bird. She's still alive." Damon hissed, swatting Croft away. The raven flapped its wings indignantly, retreating a few feet but not leaving entirely. Damon's heart thundered in his chest, his mind racing. Everything had happened so fast, too fast. His remorseless skill hadn't even activated, likely because he hadn't truly seen the exchange as a battle. But that didn't excuse the reckless blunder he'd made. He glanced at the unconscious girl again, guilt creeping into his thoughts. Using a tool I haven't mastered in a fight, what was I thinking? Croft let out another caw, as if taunting him. "Dead. Dead." Damon's stomach twisted. He clenched his fists, trying to push away the memories. He had killed her father, unwillingly, but it didn't change the fact that his hands were stained. He didn't want any more harm to come to her. He didn't want her to die, especially not by his hand. "And I won't let anyone else kill her either," he vowed silently. In a corner of his heart, a small, selfish voice whispered that this resolve wasn't entirely noble. Perhaps that was why his shadow seemed so disapproving of this entire arrangement. He crouched down beside her, his sharp eyes scanning her still form. She was breathing, the faint rise and fall of her chest evident. But just to be certain, he leaned closer, pressing 2 fingers gently against her neck to check her pulse. Her heartbeat was steady, but Damon hesitated, lowering his ear to her chest. The softness of her frame pressed against his head as he confirmed her heart's rhythm. From the corner of his vision, his shadow shifted, forming a gesture that clearly resembled a shake of disapproval. It then pointed directly at him, as if to say, was that last part really necessary? Damon shrugged, smirking faintly. Better safe than sorry. Satisfied that she was okay, he straightened and exhaled a sigh of relief. Gently, he picked her up, cradling her in his arms. Her pink hair cascaded over her shoulder, and for a moment, he was struck by how fragile she seemed. "At least I get to keep my money," he thought, a small consolation amidst his guilt. The door to her house creaked open as he nudged it with his foot, stepping into the dimly lit kitchen. His shadow spread out ahead of him, scanning the house to locate her room, but Damon halted it mid-search. Taking a girl I just met into her room? Yeah, no. Not a great idea, especially after she threatened to scream pervert earlier. Sighing, he carried her to the living room instead. A large, plush sofa caught his eye, and he carefully placed her down on it. He pulled a blanket from a nearby armchair and draped it over her unconscious form. Taking a seat on a wooden chair by the fireplace, Damon leaned back, watching the flickering flames cast long, dancing shadows across the room. Croft landed on the armrest beside him, cocking its head expectantly. Damon tore a piece of dried meat from his pouch and handed it to the raven, who cawed in approval. "This is going to take a while," Damon muttered under his breath. The stillness of the room was interrupted by the faint vibration of his pager. He pulled it from his pocket, flipping it open. The name on the display made his heart skip a beat. "Damn," he whispered, gripping the pager tightly. Damon's fingers tightened slightly around the pager as he raised it to his ear. Anxiety gripped him, though he tried to mask it. The caller was from the Healing Institute in Valyrian, a woman whose voice always seemed calm and composed, even when delivering unsettling news. Healer Floral Eston. She was a specialist in treating magic circuit cancer, and one of the few people Damon felt genuine gratitude toward. It wasn't a feeling he extended often, almost never, but for her, he made an exception. There were a scant few who had earned that sentiment: Sarah's Blade, even though he had never met her, Carmen Vale, whose philosophy had subtly influenced his current path, and, of course, Flora Eston. "Good evening," her soft voice came through the line, steady and professional. Damon returned the greeting, his voice neutral, masking the turmoil brewing inside him. The call was brief. She updated him on the expenses related to his sister's care, payments he needed to make, transfers to authorize. It wasn't unexpected, but hearing the numbers still made his stomach churn. When the call ended, Damon leaned back in the wooden chair by the fire, staring at the flickering flames. He had asked for his sister to be transferred to a better ward, one with higher-level care. The cost? 500,000 zeni. He opened his pager and initiated the transfer to the Institute's Warback account under Luna Grey's name. As always, Flora Eston would ensure the funds were allocated properly. When the transaction completed, Damon exhaled heavily and cradled his head in his hands. His chest felt tight, a mixture of relief and frustration flooding his thoughts. My luck must be improving. If it weren't for the duel with Xander, I'd have been short. The payout from that encounter had kept him afloat, but just barely. He still had a few thousand zeni left, but with the mounting expenses, it was nowhere near enough. He needed more money, soon. Leaning back in the chair, he closed his eyes for a moment, feeling the tension in his shoulders. The problems just keep piling up. There's never enough time. He slipped the pager into his pocket, his shadow flitting across the room erratically. Its movements were a reflection of his own restless mind, and he couldn't help but think about the burden it imposed on him. The shadow's hunger. As long as that mechanic of his existence persisted, trouble would always follow. And worse, his shadow didn't feed on animals, only people. He had considered monsters, but in this region, the monsters were nearly as strong as someone in their first-class advancement or higher. This was the evil forest's territory, after all. I'll take my chances with people, Damon thought grimly, though he wasn't proud of the conclusion. Deep down, he suspected that even monster flesh wouldn't satisfy the shadow's hunger. It wasn't a physical need, it was instinct, primal and undeniable, like a predator's urge to hunt. I'll deal with that later. Right now, I need to focus on regaining my energy. Half my shadow energy reserves are gone. I'll need to replenish them soon. Damon sat by the fire, staring into the dancing flames. Shadows bent and stretched around the room, creating intricate patterns that he watched with idle curiosity. It helped keep his mind from wandering to thoughts of his sister. If he let himself dwell on it too much, he might find himself sprinting toward the capital city without a plan. Time slipped by unnoticed. Hours passed as Damon remained still, his senses attuned to the subtle ways shadows moved and flickered in the firelight. A soft groan broke the silence, pulling his attention back to the room. Iris stirred on the sofa, her eyelids fluttering open. She blinked slowly, her gaze unfocused at first as she adjusted to her surroundings. The first thing Iris noticed was the flickering light of the fireplace she had lit earlier that evening. The room was dim, illuminated only by the dancing flames. Her gaze drifted to the familiar sofa beneath her and the wooden chair in the corner, her father's usual spot after returning from a hunt. Her eyes widened as she focused on the figure seated in the chair. It wasn't her father. Instead, it was the strange young man from earlier. He radiated an unsettling aura, his presence heavy with an inexplicable mystique. His short, dark hair framed his face, partially obscured by a black blindfold that seemed more ominous in the dim light. The shadows surrounding him appeared unnaturally dark, almost alive, and perched on the armrest was a raven, its beady eyes fixed on her with an unsettling calmness. "You're awake," the man said, his voice as composed as his demeanor. Iris blinked, still trying to process her surroundings. She couldn't fathom how he could see her with that blindfold covering his eyes. She nodded slowly, her mind racing to recall the events that had led her here. She remembered their duel, the sudden clash, the burst of her flames, and then, nothing. I lost. She murmured, the words bitter on her tongue. Damon nodded, his expression unreadable. "You did. And as per our agreement, you're now my apprentice." Iris didn't argue. She simply stared at him, the weight of her defeat still sinking in. "How did you do that?" she asked, her voice laced with a mix of awe and frustration. "How can you move so fast?" Damon shook his head, unwilling to divulge the embarrassing truth of his near blunder. "I'm not fast, you're just slow." Iris took a deep breath, wincing as her aching body protested. "Who are you? What's your name? And how do you know my father?" Damon expected the questions but couldn't afford to be entirely honest. "My name is Damon Grey," he replied evenly. "As for your father, like I said, I owe him my life." She nodded, though her doubt lingered. She pressed him with a few more questions, and Damon responded with carefully crafted half-truths, sidestepping anything that might unravel his story. Growing tired of the interrogation and sensing the conversation edging toward dangerous territory, he decided to shift her focus. "I've been your guest for 3 hours, he said with a faint smirk. "Can't I at least get some tea?" Iris raised an eyebrow. "Actually, you invited yourself in." Damon chuckled softly. "Good to see you're lively again. But don't forget, you're my apprentice now." Iris sighed, her reluctance evident. "Fine. Whatever. I'll make some tea." Damon found her grudging compliance amusing. "Good girl." She shot him a glare before heading toward the kitchen. "Do you have any preference for tea, Mr. Damon?" "No. And you can call me master." Iris turned to glare at him again, her tone sharp. "Like hell I would. You're not much older than me." Damon smirked. "Fair enough. Then I suppose Damon will do just fine. Drop the Mr., though." Iris nodded curtly and busied herself in the kitchen. It wasn't long before she returned with a pot of tea and 2 cups arranged neatly on a tray. Damon reflexively picked up the pot, pouring tea for both of them. He brought the cup to his lips, savoring the warmth before setting it down. When he glanced up, Iris was glaring at him, her fists clenched tightly. "Are you a noble?" she asked, her tone cold and accusatory. Damon tilted his head, confused. "No, I'm not." Iris stood abruptly, her eyes narrowing. "Liar." Damon was caught off guard by her sudden outburst. The sharpness of her tone and the anger in her eyes were unexpected. Her emotion seemed to boil over without warning, leaving him momentarily speechless. It wasn't the first time he'd seen such resentment. He recognized the look, it was one he was all too familiar with. "I'm not a noble," Damon said calmly, leaning back in his chair. "I don't think you've ever heard of a noble family named Grey, have you?" Iris didn't seem convinced. Her gaze shifted to the teacup in front of him, her lips pressing into a thin line. "But you have to be," she insisted. "That tea etiquette, only nobles bother with that kind of refinement." Damon tilted his head slightly, perplexed. "Tea etiquette?" "Yes," she snapped. "The way you hold the cup, pour the tea, everything about it screams noble upbringing." Damon chuckled softly, setting the teacup down. "This is just how I normally drink tea. My mother was very particular about it." He sighed. "But no, I'm definitely not a noble." Iris studied him, her brow furrowed in uncertainty. After a long pause, she bit her lip and sat down, her shoulders slumping slightly. I apologize for my outburst," she murmured, her voice quieter now. Damon shook his head dismissively. "It's fine. You're quite the hothead, though." Her cheeks flushed, and she avoided his gaze. "You don't seem to like nobles very much," he observed, his tone neutral. Her expression darkened instantly, and her fists clenched on her lap. "I hate them," she spat through gritted teeth. The intensity in her voice struck a chord with Damon, sparking a vague sense of déjà vu. Fate, it seemed, enjoyed playing strange games. Not long ago, he'd said something similar to her father. He recalled the man's response, calm, but firm, and decided to answer her in his own way. "I hate them too," Damon said, his voice steady. Iris blinked, surprised. Her head tilted slightly as she studied his face, searching for any trace of insincerity. He smiled faintly. "What? They suck. They treat people horribly. I can't imagine why anyone would like them." Her lips quirked upward ever so slightly, though her anger hadn't fully faded. She nodded in agreement as Damon picked up his teacup again. "Why do you hate them?" he asked, glancing at her over the rim of his cup. "Aren't you a former noble? Your old man didn't seem to have a problem with them." Iris's jaw tightened, and her fists balled even tighter. "Fallen noble," she corrected bitterly. "We're not the same. People like me get worse treatment than commoners. At first, even the commoners didn't like us." Damon nodded, unsurprised. It was a predictable outcome, given the rigid hierarchies of the world they lived in. Iris's face twisted in frustration. "We're in this mess because of nobles. They framed my father and took everything we had. They're all two-faced hypocrites." Her voice cracked as she continued, her emotions spilling over like a dam breaking under pressure. "If it weren't for them, my father wouldn't have been killed by a monster. He'd still be alive. If it weren't for them, my mother would still be alive. My brothers wouldn't have died." Damon remained silent, watching as tears began to streak down her cheeks. Her shoulders trembled, and she tried in vain to hold herself together, but the grief she'd been suppressing for so long was finally surfacing. He kept his expression neutral, though the turmoil within him threatened to break free. "If it weren't for me, your father would still be alive." The thought echoed in his mind, heavy with guilt. But he couldn't say it aloud. If he did, the number of people who wanted him dead would skyrocket. So, he stayed quiet, his calm demeanor masking the storm inside. All he could do was let her cry, her sorrow filling the silence of the room as he suppressed his own inner conflict. "Is that why you wanted to get into the academy? To restore your family's name?" Damon asked, his voice calm but probing. Iris stopped sobbing and looked up at him with tear-streaked cheeks and reddened eyes. Her lips trembled, but she remained silent, prompting him to continue. "The academy is a good place to start if you manage to survive there. When you graduate, you'll instantly be someone well regarded. Positions of power will be within reach, and with that, you could restore House Vale, Damon explained, his tone pragmatic. Iris nodded slowly, the spark of determination flickering in her weary expression. That was the plan, she admitted. But my father, he didn't want to restore the house. He was content here. He said revenge would only bring pain and spread more pain. He believed the best revenge was to live happily. Damon nodded. It sounded like something Carmen Vale would say, a sentiment steeped in wisdom. But Damon, a man who had embraced vengeance more than once, couldn't agree. Your father is a wise man, he remarked. Iris glanced at him skeptically. So, you're telling me to give up too? Damon shook his head. I agree he's wise, but I don't agree with that line of thinking. Revenge is satisfying. Seeing the fear in the eyes of those who wronged you, making them beg for their lives, and taking it away, that's satisfying. His lips curled into a thin, almost unsettling smile as he spoke. The words carried a dark edge that made Iris shiver. A wise man once said, "An eye for an eye makes the world go blind," Damon continued, his tone laced with mockery. But that man probably never lost an eye. If he did, he'd want payback. Damon raised his teacup, sipping it leisurely. If revenge is what you want, I'll help you. If the Academy is what you want, I'll help you. If it's someone you want dead, I'll help you. Iris stared at him, trying to gauge the sincerity in his words. And what's in it for you? She asked cautiously. Damon held up 2 fingers. I repay my debts and personal enjoyment. She hesitated for only a moment before responding. I want all of that. Damon nodded, his expression steady. You'd have to kill people. Your father wouldn't want that. Iris bit her lip, her gaze hardening. He's gone now. His ideals won't help me anymore. Damon studied her closely. This wasn't what he had expected. Carmen Vale's daughter wasn't the gentle, meek girl he had imagined. Instead, she was a spitfire, burning with enough hatred for the nobility to willingly team up with someone as shady as him. Despite his uncertainty, Damon made up his mind. He would grant her wish. All right, then. As my apprentice, I can't let you go off on your own. You're wildly ambitious. If you want to restore your noble house, fine, I'll help. But first, we start with getting you into the Academy, he declared. Iris nodded, determination replacing her tears. You should be careful, Iris. What you want isn't for the faint of heart. Think it over. I'll be back tomorrow, Damon said, rising to his feet. Read the latest on Empire. As he turned, Croft landed gracefully on his shoulder. He opened the door and stepped out into the night, pulling up his hood. He clenched his fist tightly, the cool night air biting against his skin. This was not what I was expecting, he thought. If I do this, I'll be making more enemies in the future. But I've decided. I'll help her see her ambitions through, no matter what. It's just a few nobles. It's not like I haven't killed some already. With that, Damon disappeared into the shadows, his resolve set and his path filled with the inevitable chaos that lay ahead. The sunlight streamed through the window, spilling across Damon's desk where he sat, a thick book on magic history propped open in his hands. Dark circles marred his face, evidence of a sleepless night. With a deep sigh, he flipped the final page, scanning the last paragraph before snapping the book shut. Stretching his arms above his head, he yawned. With this, I've more or less caught up with the first-year curriculum. He wasn't about to be caught lacking in theoretical exams or tests again. After his previous humiliation, he had made it a point to read through the entire syllabus for the year, summarizing and taking meticulous notes to commit it all to memory. What happened last time would never happen again. As for Marcus Fayjoy, the one who caused it, his reckoning was coming. Damon exhaled, setting the book aside and pulling his blindfold back over his tired eyes. He had returned to his dorm late last night after his meeting with Iris, just past midnight, only to find Leona Veilfire sulking in the dorm kitchen. She sat silently, arms crossed, clearly waiting for him. When Damon slipped in, her pout deepened, though she said nothing. It was painfully obvious she was upset that he had left without saying a word. Though guilt didn't weigh on him much, Damon decided to appease her by cooking up a storm. He prepared several hearty meat dishes, reasoning that a full stomach might soften her mood. But more importantly, his encounter with Iris had prompted another thought: he might not be enough to train her. If he was to mold her into someone capable of carrying out her ambitions, he needed help. That was why he decided to get on Leona's good side. He also resolved to ingratiate himself with Sylvia Moonveil. Her vast library of knowledge would undoubtedly prove invaluable. At this rate, I might as well be chummy with everyone, Damon mused. It wasn't just about forming alliances, though, it was about adaptability. Damon prided himself on being supremely flexible, willing to abandon principles and reshape himself to fit any situation. If it meant surviving, and thriving, then so be it. His body had mostly recovered, the soreness in his limbs a fading memory. He owed some thanks to the ointments Sylvia and Evangeline had passed along, though he wasn't one for sentimental gratitude. A faint grumble from his stomach interrupted his thoughts, though he quickly dismissed it. It wasn't the shadow hunger, not yet. He estimated he could hold out for another day or two. That gave him just enough time to deal with Tobias Margan. Damon pulled a cufflink from his pocket, turning it over in his fingers. It belonged to Marcus Fayjoy. Originally, he had planned to lure Tobias out using Isaac's handwriting. But after some thought, he decided on a more elaborate approach. He would mimic Marcus's handwriting, framing him with a fabricated letter and leaving behind this cufflink along with some carefully placed ice crystals. It would be perfect revenge, executed just before Damon turned his attention to Marcus and the last remnants of his group. Coincidentally, the 5 of them would provide just enough to level him up. 5 left. Once I devour them, I won't have any enemies left. But then what? Prey on other students? Damon shook his head, dismissing the thought. That's not a long-term plan. I'll have to target people in Aether's sanctuary. Surely there are some crooks no one would miss. He bit his lip, glancing down at the shadow curling around his feet. What do you think, buddy? Innocent students or crooks in town? The shadow mimicked a thoughtful pose, one hand on its chin before gesturing ambiguously, suggesting both. Damon chuckled darkly, shaking his head. I shouldn't expect you to have any morals. But that's fine, I don't have many either. Still, he weighed the risks carefully. If we go into town, we risk making more enemies. And who knows? Those enemies might turn out to be stronger than expected. But killing innocent students, that's wrong, at least by conventional mortal law. Plus, it could draw the wrath of noble families and the Academy's administration. The shadow moved restlessly, as if contemplating his words. Damon smirked. How about some monster meat instead? At this, the shadow darted to his side, shaking its head furiously while puffing out its chest and flexing exaggerated muscles. I guess that's a no, Damon muttered, amused. As expected. Besides, any monster we encounter in this region could kill me in seconds. Even if you could eat monster meat, I'm not about to risk my life for it. I only gamble with an 80% chance of winning. Still, he wondered about the mechanics of shadow hunger. His shadow could eat monster meat, but it couldn't convert that to shadow energy. I assume it's like that mana crystal. I can gain attribute points, but not shadow energy, or maybe just a boost to one stat. He pushed the thought aside for now. Testing theories was one thing, but not at the expense of his survival. Damon had no intention of dying young. So fighting monsters could wait. Damon rose from the chair with a groggy stretch, the events of the previous night still lingering in his mind. He shuffled into the bathroom and emerged refreshed, droplets of water clinging to his hair. Croft, the raven, was still dozing on a pillow, feathers ruffled from sleep. He dressed quickly, fastening his uniform with practiced efficiency before pinning the brooch to his chest. As he opened the door, the subtle creak stirred Croft, who immediately flapped its wings and landed on Damon's shoulder, settling into its usual perch. Descending to the dining hall on the bottom floor, Damon noted the quiet emptiness. The nobles were still waking, granting him the privilege of having the space to himself. He chose a table near the window and sat down, ready to eat. As he took his first bite, a familiar presence brushed against his senses, Leona Veilfire. Her shadow loomed in his perception before she entered, her golden eyes fixated on him. She said nothing as she approached, her usual boisterous energy conspicuously absent. Damon sighed, recalling how he had cooked for her the night before to lift her mood. She hadn't even offered to repay the favor. Seeing her so quiet was strange, but he had already decided to keep her in his good graces. If he was going to train Iris properly, Leona's combat expertise might come in handy. "Hello there, bestie," he said, forcing the last word out with barely concealed discomfort. Leona's ears perked up, her mood visibly brightening as a radiant smile spread across her face. Her golden eyes sparkled with delight. "What did you just say?" Discover more content at Empire. Before Damon could respond, a maid arrived with a large trolley laden with food, interrupting the moment. Grateful for the distraction, Damon motioned toward the meal. "Let's eat," he said flatly, avoiding her expectant gaze. As they began eating, Damon's thoughts wandered. "I suppose I can use her, although I may have to put up with her whims. Not that I'm not doing that already. Iris, I'm really going all out for you." Damon and Leona both ate with voracious appetites, Leona because of her beastkin nature and Damon due to the insatiable demands of his shadow. The dining hall was filled with the rhythmic clatter of cutlery and the occasional satisfied hum from Leona, who couldn't stop sneaking glances at Damon. He, however, remained focused on his plate, eating in silence. As he forked another bite of food, Damon furrowed his brow, his senses alerting him to two approaching shadows from the direction of the elevator. "It's still early. Why are they awake?" The elevator doors opened to reveal Evangeline and Sylvia, who quickly made their way over. Without so much as asking for permission, Evangeline seated herself at the table, clearly having learned from previous encounters with Damon. Sylvia followed, offering a warm smile as she settled into her chair. "Good morning. You two seem inseparable as always," Sylvia remarked, her gaze flitting between Damon and Leona. Damon didn't look up as he responded curtly, "I could say the same about the both of you." Evangeline smirked, nodding toward a maid who added more food to the table. "Hello, Damon. I'm glad to see that 2 days in the infirmary didn't dampen your, honest disposition." Damon turned his sharp gaze toward her. "I hate mincing words. Just say I'm a jerk like you really think. No need to act like a noble lady." Sylvia chuckled softly, shaking her head. "You really don't change, do you? I suppose that's fine." Evangeline sighed, leaning back in her chair, while Damon picked up his teacup and brought it to his lips. "I'm not even going to ask why you're sitting here," he muttered. Evangeline replied smoothly. "Actually, this time it's because we wanted to check on you. Leona told us you woke up, and by the time we got there, you were gone." Sylvia set down her fork, her expression firm. "The least you could have done was tell Leona you were leaving. That was insensitive, especially after she spent 2 days by your side." Evangeline nodded in agreement. Her mood was rock bottom. Damon glanced sideways at Leona, who was stuffing her face with food, her demeanor completely carefree. "Her mood seems fine to me." Evangeline turned to Leona for an explanation. Leona gulped down her food and chased it with a glass of juice, sighing contentedly. "Ah, we made up. We're besties, after all," she said with a cheerful grin. Sylvia and Evangeline both turned to Damon with incredulous looks. He tilted his head defensively. What? Sylvia shook her head, a sly smile on her lips. I underestimated you. Someone's a smooth operator. Evangeline's sun-marked eyes narrowed as she smiled. I half expected him to say he didn't care. I suppose he really does see her as a friend. Looks like he's finally dropped the lone wolf act. Damon opened his mouth to retort, but before he could, another voice cut through the conversation. The wretch just wants her money, and he's willing to play nice for a while. It's plain for all to see. The male voice drew everyone's attention. Sylvia smiled as Xander Ravenscroft approached the table. Hello, Xander. It's nice to see you finally decided to join us. Xander took a seat right next to Damon, his piercing blue eyes carrying a disdainful scowl. Of course. As long as you ladies are around him, I will be here as well. Turning to Damon, Xander's tone sharpened. Damon. Damon, who had been about to make a sarcastic comment, froze. His eyes widened slightly beneath his blindfold. This was the first time since arriving at the academy that Xander Ravenscroft had ever addressed him by name or even looked at him with any semblance of acknowledgement. Normally, Xander wouldn't even spare him a glance, referring to him as commoner or insect if he spoke to him at all. Yet Damon masked his surprise quickly, his voice cold as he responded. Xander. The girls stopped eating, their attention fixed on the two boys seated next to each other. They half expected another heated argument to erupt, one that might culminate in a duel. However, to their surprise, neither spoke a word. Damon kept his focus on his plate, deciding to avoid unnecessary conflict. If Xander was willing to behave, he would do the same, for now. I'll save the trouble for another day. Damon's feelings toward Xander Ravenscroft hadn't softened, he still didn't like him. Yet, he couldn't deny that Xander was different from Marcus and his gang. Unlike them, Xander had never physically or verbally attacked him. In fact, if Marcus and the others tried to torment Damon in front of Xander, he would stop them. At first, Damon had assumed Xander's actions were purely out of self-interest, perhaps to maintain control over his followers. But the truth was far simpler. Xander Ravenscroft was a lion surrounded by jackals who borrowed his name to assert dominance. Xander hadn't recruited them, nor did he encourage their behavior. They had gravitated to him because of his noble lineage and natural charisma. But I'm still going to make life difficult for him, Damon thought, a smirk tugging at his lips. Consider it repayment for cleaning up your pack of jackals. His resolve to eliminate Marcus's group remained firm. Breakfast passed uneventfully, the quiet interrupted only by the gradual arrival of other students who filled the dining hall. When Damon finished eating, he stood, prompting Leona to follow immediately. This surprised the others, who hesitated before rising to join them. As the group moved toward the main hall that led out of the dormitory, Damon's senses picked up another familiar shadow moving toward the dining area. Discover Stories with Empire. A young man with blue hair and tired, bloodshot blue eyes entered. His usually immaculate appearance was disheveled, with dark circles under his eyes betraying his sleepless nights. Marcus. The boy's face lit up briefly when he spotted Xander, but his expression froze the moment his eyes landed on Damon. His entire body stiffened, his eyes widening in unmistakable fear. His hands trembled, and it was as if he were staring at a monster. Xander noticed Marcus's state and quickly approached, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Marcus, are you okay? You're staring off again. I know the deaths of Lark and Isaac are still bothering you, but you need to know that I'm here for you. The words seemed to snap Marcus out of his daze, though he continued to shoot fearful glances at Damon, as if expecting him to pounce. Damon observed the exchange with confusion. Why was Marcus, the same boy who had always sought to bully him, suddenly so terrified? Whatever the reason, Damon intended to find out. It was a risk, but he decided it was worth it. Xander guided Marcus to a nearby chair, speaking in soothing tones. Damon tilted his head slightly, signaling his shadow to follow Marcus and uncover the truth. The shadow moved fluidly, attaching itself to Marcus's own shadow without anyone noticing. At least, no one but Sylvia. Her eyes widened as she glanced at Damon. Where did his shadow? She hadn't noticed when his shadow moved, but she noted its sudden absence. Damon suppressed a smirk, maintaining his composure. He needed to be cautious. His shadow couldn't stray beyond a 2-kilometer range without draining his energy. Moreover, he had to ensure no one else noticed its absence. The sun hung high in the sky, its rays filtering through the classroom windows. Damon, however, avoided the light, seated comfortably in a dark corner at the back. His head drooped slightly as drowsiness weighed on him, though his fingers toyed with a small notepad Sylvia had given him. The notepad contained summaries of books on beast taming, with meticulous instructions Sylvia had crafted for training the raven she'd practically forced him to adopt. He sighed, recalling how she'd strong-armed him into taking the bird. Something brushed against his foot, snapping him from his thoughts. Glancing down, he spotted Croft, the raven, dragging a rolled-up piece of paper in its beak. Damon leaned down, retrieved the paper, and rewarded Croft with a piece of meat. The raven eagerly snatched it and devoured it in no time. Unrolling the paper, Damon noticed it was another letter from Sylvia. He glanced toward the front of the class, where Sylvia was seated beside Evangeline. She caught his eye and nodded subtly. The letter itself held no meaningful content, it was just part of an ongoing training exercise. Sylvia had been teaching Croft how to deliver messages, and they'd been practicing since morning, even during classes. Initially, the group had been seated together, passing pens from one side of the table to the other to test the raven's intelligence. Croft had performed admirably, impressing them with its near-human wit. After lunch at the cafeteria, their group split up to escalate the training. This time, the goal was for Croft to deliver letters discreetly without disturbing the professor. That's why Sylvia and Evangeline weren't seated near Damon anymore. The only ones beside him now were Leona and, surprisingly, Xander. Damon tried to focus on Sylvia's notepad, committing its contents to memory. Yet, his attention kept drifting to Marcus Fayjoy, who sat alone in a distant corner, muttering under his breath. Normally, Damon wouldn't have been able to make out the words, but he had taken the liberty of attaching his shadow to Marcus. This allowed him to hear and see everything as though he were sitting beside him. What he discovered at first left him pale, but soon a cunning smile crept onto his face. Marcus was paranoid, terrified, even. The boy had convinced himself that Damon was some kind of monster from beyond the barrier, a dark creature from the evil forest masquerading as Damon Grey. He couldn't be more wrong, Damon thought, suppressing a chuckle. That's fine, though. I'll just feed his madness. His smile widened as an idea formed. Good thing I bought some Atrax. I can use it to drive him over the edge. Even better, I'll use my arrows made with cursed ore to fray his mind slowly. Damon leaned back, his smile fading into a look of resolve. He had made peace with the idea of killing if necessary, but now he saw a different path. Why waste effort targeting innocents when scum like Marcus Fayjoy existed? He had an apprentice now, Iris. That meant he needed to act like a proper role model, didn't it? With his shadow latched onto Marcus's, Damon had a clear view of the notes Marcus was scribbling. Since morning, he'd been using Sylvia's notepad to practice imitating Marcus's handwriting. Now, he could replicate it perfectly, down to the smallest curve and flourish. Damon sighed, closing the notepad. Marcus Fayjoy was the first enemy I made at the academy. A shame he'll be the last to die, after I drive him mad. He called his shadow back. It slipped away from Marcus undetected, returning to Damon's side and giving him a subtle thumbs up as if to say, mission accomplished. A yawn escaped him as he rested his head on the desk. His objectives for the day were complete, and thanks to Croft's unexpected intelligence, he could accelerate his plans. Croft returned from another errand for Sylvia, dropping a letter from its beak before perching on Damon's head. The boy didn't stir, he'd already fallen asleep. Leona glanced over, noticing Damon's head slumped on the desk. His blindfold obscured his eyes, so it took her a moment to realize he was asleep. She didn't wake him, though. Instead, she simply smiled and let him rest. The professor, a tall woman with flowing green hair, paused her explanation as her sharp eyes settled on Damon's unmoving figure in the corner of the classroom. Her brows furrowed in irritation. "Can someone tell me how the city of Madawaska was destroyed?" she asked, her tone laced with impatience. A few hands shot up, Sylvia's among them. She had undoubtedly read extensively on the subject. But the professor's gaze swept past them, her green hair falling over her shoulder as she pointed toward the back of the room. "You there, in the back. Tell me." Damon didn't stir. He remained slouched in his seat, fast asleep. Leona's eyes flickered toward him, her lips pressing into a thin line. Without hesitation, she jabbed her elbow into his ribs. The sharp pain jolted him awake. "Ouch," Damon muttered groggily, his blindfold still covering his eyes. The shadows, which served as an extension of his senses, quickly refocused on the classroom. Leona leaned closer, whispering urgently. Damon tilted his head, catching her words the second time. With a resigned sigh, he stood, brushing his hair back casually. "The city of Madawaska in the Holy Empire, right?" His voice carried an edge of confidence. "You haven't covered that yet." Professor Emeralda's emerald eyes narrowed, her lips curling into a slight smirk. "And how would you know that if you weren't paying attention?" Damon returned her gaze with a calm smile. She was clearly trying to humiliate him, but unfortunately for her, he was prepared. This wasn't like his first days at the academy when Marcus had tricked him into studying the wrong material. "The answer is fire," Damon said, his voice steady. "The city was destroyed by fire." Emeralda's smirk remained, though her curiosity was piqued. "And how, exactly, was it destroyed by fire?" Damon straightened, brushing his hair back with a practiced motion. "It was burned to ashes by the flames of the dragon Ashergon. 35 million people perished, and the Holy Empire deployed its army to repel the dragon." The professor's expression faltered for a moment before she nodded. "Very well, then." But she wasn't done yet. "What is the base herb for healing potions, excluding verdant leaves and flowers?" she asked, her voice dripping with challenge. Damon's smile grew sharper. He recognized the trap. Verdant leaves and flowers were the most common ingredients, and she was fishing for an alternative to catch him off guard. "The base herb, if not verdant leaves, would be morina," he said confidently. "Or you could use Hermes, Vitali grass, Milana stems, there are a few others as well. Shall I name them?" Professor Emeralda blinked, clearly taken aback by his knowledge. "That is correct," she stammered. "You may sit down." Damon sat with a satisfied smirk, his confidence undented. But his composure was short-lived. The classroom door swung open, and a familiar figure entered. A red-haired woman with piercing green eyes scanned the room until her gaze landed squarely on Damon. Her cold smile sent a shiver down his spine. She approached Professor Emeralda, whispering something in her ear before turning to address the class. "Damon Grey," she called out, her voice ringing with authority. "Come with me. You must answer for your crimes against the Academy." Damon's face paled, his heartbeat quickening. Crimes? What crimes? But before panic could take hold, his skill, remorseless, activated, washing over him with a wave of calm. His mind sharpened, analyzing every possible scenario. Each path led to ruin, save for one. With a steady breath, he stood, his expression neutral as he prepared to face whatever awaited him. The class buzzed with whispers as Lilith Astronova, the student council president, spoke in her commanding tone. "What crimes did he commit?" someone murmured. "I knew that commoner was suspicious from day one," another scoffed, their voice dripping with disdain. "What do you expect from trash like him? That guy always gives us commoners a bad name," came a spiteful remark. "I hope he pays for all his crimes," another added venomously. Damon remained silent, his face a carefully crafted mask of neutrality. He knew better than to speak now. Anything he said could risk revealing more than Lilith already knew. Whatever she's found, it has to be just suspicion. "I'll deny," he thought, his mind racing. He was confident she didn't have any real evidence. He had been careful, painstakingly so. No incriminating traces, no witnesses, not even a hint of suspicion pointing toward him. With remorseless, activated again, its calming influence settling over him like a blanket. It forced him to keep his composure, to calculate rather than react. Next to him, Leona's golden eyes glared fiercely at Lilith, her cat-like ears twitching with agitation. Damon sensed the change in her posture, her readiness to pounce. The sentiment stirred something in him. She'd really jump to my defense, he thought, touched by her loyalty. Still, he knew better. Going against Lilith, someone in the third-class advancement, was suicide. Lilith's sharp green eyes bore into him, cold and unyielding. "I won't repeat myself," she said, her voice cutting through the room like a blade. "Confess your crimes, and I'll at least get you a plea deal." Damon clenched his jaw, his lips pressing into a thin line. "I don't know what you're talking about, student council president," he said evenly. "I haven't committed a single crime." "Aren't you just accusing an innocent man?" Her glare intensified, her piercing green eyes making him feel as though ice was crawling down his spine. Yet she didn't unleash her aura, she didn't need to. "I'm giving you a chance," she said coolly. "But if you won't take it, so be it." She stepped forward, and in the blink of an eye, she vanished. No ripple of space, no visible distortion. It was as though the distance between them simply ceased to exist. She reappeared inches from Damon's face, her presence overwhelming. Leona was on her feet instantly, ready to defend him, but Lilith didn't give her the chance. With a flick of her fingers, she teleported Leona across the room and pinned her to the floor with glowing magic chains. The difference in their power was undeniable. "Don't interfere," Lilith said, her tone icy. Damon remained composed, though his mind whirred. His eyes darted across the room, taking in the reactions of his classmates. Sylvia and Evangeline in the front row looked confused. Xander, sitting nearby, was trying to piece everything together. And Marcus, looked almost relieved. To him, Damon being taken away was salvation, the removal of the object of his fears. Lilith turned back to Damon, leaning close to his ear. Her voice dropped to a whisper. "Come with me. We can do this the easy way or the hard way." Her lips curled into a cold smile. "Though I'd prefer the hard way. Try running again, I dare you." Damon returned her smile with a polite one of his own. "I don't know what this is about, but I'm innocent. I have nothing to hide, and no reason to run." Lilith's smile didn't falter. "In that case, follow me and answer for your crimes." He nodded, standing without protest, and began walking toward the door. "Wait." Xander's voice rang out as he rose from his seat. "What did he do?" Lilith turned, her glare freezing him in place. "Mind your business," she snapped. Xander paled, sinking back into his seat as Damon walked out of the room with Lilith. Before they reached the door, Evangeline and Sylvia blocked their path. "Can we at least know what crimes he's being accused of?" Evangeline demanded, her voice firm. Lilith didn't bother answering, brushing past her without a word. Sylvia opened her mouth to speak, but Damon shook his head, cutting her off. "It's fine, Sylvia," he said softly. "I didn't do anything. I'm sure this is just a misunderstanding." Sylvia bit her lip, hesitating before nodding reluctantly. Damon couldn't help but feel a flicker of surprise. The fact that they were standing up for him was unexpected. Touching, even. But it did nothing to change his situation. With that, Lilith led him out of the room, leaving behind a classroom buzzing with speculation and murmurs about what he could have done. Damon followed Lilith Astronova in silence, his mind working tirelessly to analyze every possibility. He could try to escape, but that would only make him look more suspicious. Besides, escaping from someone at her level, a third-class advancement, was nearly impossible. At that level, breaking the sound barrier was as easy as taking a step. Lilith was even worse than most. Her void attribute magic set her apart from the rest. Not space attribute, void. The distinction was terrifying, and Damon didn't want to dwell on the implications of it. If she knows what I've done, why did she come alone? She should have brought investigators from the academy, unless she didn't need to. No, it's not about her needing help. It's about how weak I am compared to her. The thought stung, but it was true. Arresting him was probably an effortless task for her, whether she had evidence or not. He tightened his grip on the notepad in his hand, its edges creasing under the pressure. Of all the crimes I've committed, which one does she have evidence of? Lark's death had been attributed to a monster attack. Isaac was missing but officially declared dead. But Isaac's death wasn't ruled a monster attack. They might suspect me. I had every motive and reason to hate him. The thought made his stomach churn. If they searched him now, they'd find him armed to the teeth. Daggers, arrows, and even hidden vials, each item incriminating on its own. For a moment, Damon almost smiled. The absurdity of the situation was hard to ignore. Was this the end of the line? Lilith didn't say a word as they walked, letting him stew in his thoughts. She moved a few steps ahead, her presence commanding yet silent. Damon kept his calm demeanor, his expression serene. In fact, he faintly smiled and shook his head, as though dismissing some private joke. A raven perched on his shoulder, its dark feathers gleaming, but her focus remained squarely on the boy. Most eye-catching was the blindfold over his eyes. Her voice finally broke the silence. What do you find so funny? Damon shook his head, his tone light. Nothing. I just think it's absurd to pull me out of class while I was learning. Lilith's sharp green eyes flicked to him. You were sleeping. It looked that way, Damon replied, unfazed. Lilith stopped walking, turning to face him. Her cold gaze bore into him, sharp enough to make most people falter. You're awfully calm, she said, her tone dripping with suspicion. She let the silence stretch for a moment before speaking again, her words like a dagger. Carmen Vale. Does that name ring a bell, Damon Grey? Damon's calm mask remained intact, but internally, his thoughts froze. What does she know? Damon took a measured moment before responding, his voice calm and even. Yes, it does. I believe he is a hunter in Aether's sanctuary. He's particularly well regarded in town. Lilith's green eyes studied him intently, her expression unreadable. Is that so? You've met him, then? Damon nodded. I have, before I entered the academy. Lilith allowed a faint smile to cross her lips, though it held no warmth. Not recently. Damon shook his head, keeping his tone steady. No. I haven't left the academy since I enrolled here. It's common knowledge that first years aren't allowed into town. Lilith's smile grew, but there was something sharp in her expression now. Is that so? You've never been in town since you got here? Damon shook his head again, adding a faint, self-deprecating chuckle. I'm a failing student. I have to study. How could I possibly have time to go into town? Lilith tilted her head slightly, her gaze unwavering. She couldn't see his eyes beneath the blindfold, but she had to admit he was a masterful liar. He carried himself as if he had nothing to hide, crafting a perfect facade of innocence. But Lilith knew better. She remembered chasing him through the streets of Aether not long ago, with Leona Veilfire in tow. To her frustration, the two had eluded her. She let out a quiet sigh, her expression neutral once more. I see. Let's go, then. Without waiting for a reply, Lilith turned and resumed walking, her posture regal and composed. Damon followed silently, his mind continuing to turn over every possible scenario. If she had proof, she hadn't shown it yet. She's fishing for something, Damon thought. I just need to keep playing along. He followed Lilith down the wide corridor until they reached a set of imposing double doors. With a firm push, she opened them, revealing a bustling office filled with members of the student council. Papers were being shuffled, filed, and stamped with practiced efficiency, the sound of work blending into a symphony of productivity. Damon's eyes darted to the scene briefly, noting the meticulous order, but he didn't have time to dwell on it. Lilith walked with purpose, ignoring the council members as she led him to the end of the hall. She opened another door, revealing a spacious and neatly organized office. The room exuded authority. A large desk occupied the far end, its surface immaculate save for a few neatly stacked papers. A pair of guest sofas surrounded a small coffee table in the center, and another table near the window bore an assortment of carefully arranged documents. Lilith strode to the desk and sat down, her piercing gaze fixed on Damon as he entered. She didn't mince words. I have been lenient with you, Damon. I gave you a chance to come clean. I even offered you a plea deal. And in case you're wondering, I do have evidence of your crimes. Damon stood still, his expression calm, refusing to react. He needed to get under her skin. I need to do something abrupt and unexpected, but what? Lilith rose from her seat, her eyes sharp as a blade. Damon Grey, you know Carmen Vale is dead. Damon nodded slowly. I do. Lilith's gaze narrowed, her voice colder now. How would you know that if you claimed never to leave the academy? Damon tilted his head, feigning confusion. With all due respect, President, I have a pager. A friend called me and told me. Lilith's lips curled into a faint smile, but her eyes gleamed with suspicion. All I hear are excuses. Confess, and I'll go easy on you. I might even show consideration. Damon's tone remained steady. I don't know what you're talking about. Lilith chuckled, her amusement carrying a dangerous edge. I'm talking about your little crime in the forest. Damon remained impassive under the blindfold, though his thoughts churned. The crime in the forest? There were multiple possibilities: Carmen Vale's murder, Lark Bonaire's death. Which one had she discovered? She's trying to corner me. He shook his head. Doesn't ring a bell. I don't know what you're talking about. Lilith sighed, her eyes studying him intently. He's clever, she thought. When he saw me earlier, he paled, but he managed to stay calm. He's not giving me any ground, and his guard is up. Even if I press, he won't say more than he needs to. Her voice turned icy. Do you take me for a fool? Or am I some kind of joke to you? Damon shook his head, glancing at Lilith with a faint smile. Her beauty was undeniable, even when her gaze was filled with hostility. He couldn't help but think of Evangeline and then Xander, who had a crush on her. That should work. No, President. I don't think you're a joke or a fool. I think you're a woman of great character. A radiant flower, a beautiful rose always in bloom. Inwardly, he sneered. Though you're full of thorns. Tired of following her rhythm, he decided to shift the dynamic. Acting rigid and defensive was mentally exhausting. Lilith's brow arched. Excuse me. Damon scratched the back of his head, feigning nervousness. It's just, you're really amazing, President. I've always looked up to you. You're kind, beautiful, and always looking out for your juniors. Though in my case, you're just trying to ruin me, you two-faced witch. He gulped dramatically, pretending to hesitate. It's just. I've always loved you. I mean. He trailed off, pretending to stumble over his words. I'm sorry, forgive me. Lilith stared at him, wide-eyed, momentarily thrown off balance. She couldn't tell what had inspired this sudden declaration of love, but it had worked. Once again, Damon had managed to disrupt her composure. There's no point in pressing him further, she thought, frustration mounting. He's just going to act like a lovesick fool to avoid my questions. But that's fine. I'll still uncover the truth about Damon Grey. She sat back down, regaining her composure. That's fine and all, but did you forget why you're here? You're here because of your crimes. Damon nodded, his voice tinged with faux embarrassment. Ah, sorry, I got carried away. But I didn't do anything wrong. Lilith sighed, her patience wearing thin. Figures. He's really playing the part of the lovesick fool. This man has no shame, toying with the heart of a maiden. He's more deplorable than I thought, and he's not letting anything slip. She shook her head. Very well, then. It seems you've forgotten your crime. Let me remind you. She pulled out a form and placed it on the table. Didn't I tell you to fill out paperwork for the academy equipment you took to the forest to train with? That is considered theft, Damon. You took it without permission and refused to fill out the paperwork even after I gave you grace. I'll have to punish you for that. Damon clenched his fists, his mind racing. This bitch, so that's what this was about. She wanted to put pressure on me, bring up Carmen Vale, and act vague to trick me into confessing to my other crimes. It was all part of her scheme. Relief and dread washed over him simultaneously. One slip-up, and it would have been over. This woman is terrifying. She almost ruined me. Lilith kept her sharp gaze on Damon, her expression composed but clearly calculating. Despite his blindfold, which hid his eyes, she could tell he was still on guard, refusing to let his defenses slip for even a moment. She had to admit, his sheer shamelessness in faking a love confession was something she hadn't expected. What gave him the audacity to try such a ridiculous ploy? Lilith suppressed the urge to click her tongue. She had dealt with many suitors, each more polished than the last, but none had been so bold, or so insincere. The fact that he didn't mean a word of his flattery was an unexpected sting to her pride. He's just too interesting, she thought with a faint smile, though irritation simmered beneath her calm exterior. Now for your punishment, she said, her tone laced with authority. I was going to let you go if you confessed, but seeing how you didn't, I have no choice but to punish you. Damon maintained his composed expression, though his mind was spinning. I understand, President. Although I hope you can be lenient and overlook my negligence. Lilith shook her head, her crimson locks swaying lightly. That's fine. Forgetfulness is a human flaw, after all. I can't blame you for being fallible. Damon offered a polite smile. I am grateful. Although I didn't forget. I just didn't want to meet you again, you snake. Lilith raised 2 fingers, her sharp gaze unwavering. I'll give you 2 options. The first, 1 week of house arrest. Damon's heart sank, though his face remained calm. 1 week of house arrest is as good as a death sentence. My shadow needs to feed, or it'll turn ravenous. After that, I'll start losing health until we both die. He hoped the second option was better. It had to be. Lilith watched him intently, noting the slight tension in his shoulders. The second option is for you to assist me. You'll help with the responsibilities of the student council president. In simpler terms, you'll be doing chores for me. Damon bit the inside of his cheek to suppress a groan. That means I'll have to spend time around this woman. Damn it. House arrest is starting to sound appealing. Lilith caught the flicker of frustration in his otherwise stoic demeanor and smirked. You'll also earn credits for your efforts, she added. It's a chance to make up for your failing grades in the quarter-semester evaluation. I understand you only enrolled recently and haven't had time to adjust. The mid-semester evaluation is only a week or two away. Damon nodded reluctantly. I see. I understand. Lilith wasn't done. Her smirk deepened as she leaned forward slightly, using his earlier words against him. And this is a good opportunity for you to try wooing me, isn't that what you said earlier? Her voice was sweet and teasing, but it only put Damon further on edge. She's trying to turn the tables on me. I knew there'd be consequences for that stupid confession. He scratched his head, feigning embarrassment. Actually, President, I'm sorry about that. I was just nervous and blurted out nonsense. Lilith stood abruptly, slamming her hands on the desk. Are you saying you didn't mean it? Are you implying I'm not good enough? That I'm beneath you? Are you insulting the Astronova household? Damon clenched his fists, his jaw tightening. This woman. When did I say any of that? Stop putting words in my mouth. He shook his head quickly. Never. I would never say such a thing. I promise, I apologize. Lilith's intense gaze softened into a sly smile. Relax. I was just joking. Damon chuckled nervously, his tone carrying an awkward edge. Ho. You have a, unique sense of humor, President. Lilith's smile widened, her gaze steady as she relished his discomfort. Good, she replied smoothly, her voice almost too pleasant. You can get started now. As Damon prepared to turn away, she glanced at him, her voice halting his movements. Oh, one more thing, she added casually, though her eyes gleamed with mischief. I believe I've told you this before, but I'm not sure if you remember, I told you to call me Lilith. Damon's lips curled into a wry smile, though the thought in his mind was far from respectful. I didn't forget. I just don't want to be around you. He cleared his throat, forcing politeness into his tone. Of course, President, Lilith. I am honored. No, I'm not. Just let me go, you witch. Lilith's smile didn't waver. Good. You can get started now. She gestured to a table by the window, piled with documents. Why don't you help me sort those out as a start? Damon nodded, moving toward the table, but Lilith stopped him. Wait. Give me your pager number. Damon tilted his head, his brow furrowing. Why would you need that? Don't be silly, she replied with an innocent smile. How can I contact you if I don't have your number? Damon sighed. He couldn't refuse, and even if he tried, she'd insist. Reluctantly, he handed her his pager and exchanged numbers. As he sat down to work, he thought bitterly, what misfortune. He glanced at the arrows in his pouch and paused. Wait. Could my bad luck be because I'm carrying cursed ore? No. The arrows are encased in shells Anvil made. As long as the shells cover them, the effects shouldn't spread. Shaking off the thought, he turned his attention to the documents. His task was straightforward, organize them into categories, but the sheer volume was overwhelming. Damon got to work, his movements careful and deliberate as he sorted through the stacks of documents on the table. Across the room, Lilith settled into her own desk, her eyes scanning papers with the precision of someone accustomed to power. The room was quiet for a while, the only sounds the occasional rustle of paper and the faint scratch of a pen. Lilith's gaze flicked up from her work, landing on him with a faint smirk. I hope you can see under that blindfold, she remarked, her tone casual but tinged with curiosity. Damon shook his head slightly but kept his voice neutral. I can see just fine, thank you. Lilith nodded, her expression unreadable. Would you like some tea? He shook his head again, this time more firmly. I'd rather not trouble you. Her attention returned to her work, and the room fell silent once more. Damon, however, was anything but calm. His mind churned with thoughts as he methodically sorted the documents, considering how he might turn this seemingly insignificant chore into an advantage. After an hour and a half of quiet labor, an idea began to take shape. He remembered the notepad he'd received from Sylvia, a useful tool for crafting plans and misdirections. It might just help him weave a convincing narrative to mislead Lilith while plotting his next steps against Tobias. As he reached for another document, his hand froze mid-motion. The title on the page caught his eye. Details and premise for first-year academic mid-semester evaluation. Explore more at Empire. Report by Professor Keel Blackthorne. Damon's breath hitched, but he quickly suppressed any outward reaction. Through his shadow perception, he subtly focused on Lilith, checking for any sign that she had noticed his momentary lapse. She remained engrossed in her work, her pen gliding across the paper with effortless elegance. Did she leave this here on purpose? Damon wondered silently, his mind racing. What's her angle? A sly smile crept onto his lips as he considered the situation. Well, I still have to open it if I want to organize it, don't I? If I accidentally catch a glance at the evaluation details, it can't be helped. He carefully unfolded the document, making sure to appear nonchalant, though his senses were sharp and his focus unwavering. This could be a rare opportunity to gain insight into the Academy's plans, if he played it right. As he worked, he couldn't shake the feeling of being a fly caught in a spider's web. Damon stealthily perused the document while Lilith appeared engrossed in her work. His eyes scanned the pages carefully, and he had to consciously suppress the urge to gasp as the contents unraveled before him. The plan for the mid-semester evaluation was unsettling in its simplicity. The Academy intended to expand the barrier that protected its grounds, pushing it deeper into the forest. This expansion would temporarily drive the monsters in that area further into the evil forest, creating a buffer zone. As he read further, the document listed the catalogue of monsters inhabiting the outskirts of the evil forest. Damon's chest tightened with every name: wendigos, great spiders, dire wolves, iron honey badgers, and other murderous creatures he wouldn't dare encounter. Thank the goddess they aren't making first-years fight these things, he thought grimly. Even with a full party, we'd die in droves. It became glaringly clear why this area was infamously called the Evil Forest. Since the monsters would be displaced temporarily, the evaluation itself wouldn't involve direct combat with them. Instead, Damon focused on the details. The first years were tasked with gathering a limited number of points scattered throughout the designated zone. However, the twist was cruel: points could be stolen by other students within the time limit. It's going to be bloody, Damon concluded, his mind already calculating how this evaluation would devolve into chaos. He scanned for any additional details. The draft, while comprehensive, was still pending approval. A few signatures, including the headmaster's, were missing, suggesting there was room for revisions. Once he memorized the important parts, Damon carefully closed the document and resumed organizing the files, his expression neutral despite the storm in his mind. His thoughts turned toward strategy. If the evaluation zone was accessible before the barrier expansion, he could scout it to gain an edge. The monsters might be driven out, but the flora itself could still pose significant risks. Pulling out his notepad, Damon began scribbling ideas, tearing off pieces to keep in his pocket. Half an hour passed before he finished organizing the documents. With time on his side, he decided to work on a backup plan, one that involved misdirection. He started writing a letter in Marcus's handwriting, crafting it carefully. If executed correctly, it could serve as a distraction or shift focus away from him. Lilith, meanwhile, leaned on her desk, her left hand covering her eyes. Her posture was uncharacteristic of the ever-composed student council president. Damon's gaze lingered on her. She's tired, probably forgot I was here, he speculated. But then, something didn't sit right. Why cover her left eye? His unease deepened as he glanced at the notepad holding his forged message, which he intended to, accidentally, let fall from his pocket for her to discover. Shifting his focus, Damon extended his shadow perception to probe the room. At first, he found nothing, the shadows undisturbed. Yet, the nagging feeling persisted. He scanned again, this time narrowing his focus to the wall beside him. And there it was. A green eye stared through an invisible portal, its gaze fixed on him. Damon suppressed the urge to react, keeping his face impassive while his mind worked frantically. Keeping his cool, Damon leaned slightly back in his chair, his mind racing. She created a portal in her palm and was watching through it the entire time. The thought sent a chill down his spine. He'd encountered unconventional magic users before, but this? This was on another level. What a convoluted spell. Who even thinks of using magic like this? For a brief moment, Damon fought the overwhelming urge to lock eyes with the green orb peering through the invisible portal. But he resisted, keeping his expression calm, his hands busy with the notepad. She thinks she's clever, but she just made things easier for me. There was no longer a need to stage the bait by letting her discover it on her own. If Lilith had already spied on his notepad, all he had to do was play along and let her believe she had the upper hand. She must have seen what I wrote. Damon shifted his strategy. Mimicking Marcus's handwriting, he penned a forged letter, but this one wasn't addressed to Tobias. Instead, it appeared to be from the deceased Isaac, targeting another member of Marcus's group, Rain Ambridge. The letter outlined a clandestine meeting at a secluded location, complete with a specific date and time. The brilliance of his plan lay in its simplicity. He wasn't planning to send the letter or act on it. It was bait, carefully designed for Lilith to intercept. And now, knowing she'd peaked prematurely, Damon could double down on the ruse. Glancing at her briefly, Damon tore the page from his notepad, folding the pieces and slipping them into his pocket. Rising from his chair, he addressed her. Lilith. I'm done here. Is there anything else, or may I leave? I've already missed most of my classes. Lilith raised her head, offering a thin smile that hinted at a smug satisfaction. Of course. Why not? I'll call for you if I need anything. Damon nodded politely, Croft flying onto his shoulder as he turned toward the door. Just as his hand reached the handle, Lilith's voice stopped him. You shouldn't keep trash in your pocket. Why don't you throw it away? Her words were casual, but her gaze was sharp as she gestured toward a small bin by the door, already half filled with crumpled papers. Read New Adventures at Empire. Damon froze, pretending to be nervous, a bead of sweat rolling down his temple. She must think she's got me. He swallowed hard, shaking his head with a feigned stammer. Yes. Lilith, sure. I'll throw it out when I leave. Lilith tilted her head, her smile deepening. Why not throw it here? Biting his lip, Damon hesitated. I just didn't want to fill your bin with my trash. It's all the same to me. Throw it away now. Her stern tone left no room for negotiation, and Damon felt the pressure mounting. Yes, ma'am. He stepped toward the bin, turning his back to her. Reaching into his pocket, he produced the torn pieces of paper. But instead of throwing them away, he slyly ripped a fresh page from his notepad, tearing it noisily before tossing it into the bin. Meanwhile, he clenched the original bait tightly in his hand. Lilith, of course, was watching. From behind her desk and through the portal eye perched in the ceiling, she observed his every move. She smiled faintly, her expression triumphant. He thinks he's clever, but I've already seen the contents. Damon didn't linger. As soon as the paper hit the bin, he exited the office, briskly navigating past the bustling student council officers and into the hallway. A sly grin crept onto his face. She thinks she's won. But once again, she's fallen for my trap. Hats off to shadow perception, always one step ahead. I win this round, Lilith, and to think I got you with another bait and switch. As soon as Damon stepped out of the range of the student council office, the remorseless skill deactivated. The moment it did, the blood rushed back to his head, his heart pounding in his chest. Fear and tension crashed over him like a wave, reminding him of just how close he had come to disaster. That was way too close. One mistake, and I'd have been finished. Thank the goddess. He placed a trembling hand over his chest, trying to steady his breathing. The memory of everything he had done and said in Lilith's office replayed in his mind, and when he recalled the fake love confession, his ears turned red with embarrassment. I can't believe I said something so ridiculous. So embarrassing. He glanced down at his shadow, which was animatedly shaking its head in mock disapproval while giving him a thumbs up. The gesture made it clear, it didn't approve of his methods, but it still supported him. Croft, perched silently on his shoulder, broke the quiet. Caw. Evil, evil. Damon reached into his jacket and pulled out a piece of dried meat, holding it up to the raven. Here, your reward for keeping quiet. Stay silent, and you'll get more. Croft snatched the meat eagerly, its beak snapping shut as it focused on its treat. Damon rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Classes are still ongoing, and with the limited time I have, there's only one thing left to do. The date I set in the false letter is 3 days from now, which means I need to take out Tobias tomorrow. Lilith will expect me to move in 3 days, but she'll never anticipate an earlier strike on a completely different target. A grin spread across his face as the plan solidified in his mind. That's why killing Tobias is the most optimum and unexpected move. His shadow writhed erratically, growing and shifting in response to the surge of killing intent emanating from him. Reaching into his uniform jacket, Damon felt the cold, smooth edges of the hollow arrows tipped with crushed ore. The late afternoon sun cast a warm glow, though it wouldn't be long before it dipped below the horizon. I need to sneak into Marcus's dorm room. Damon had done his fair share of malicious deeds in the past, burning someone's skin with flay powder hidden in their clothes, for instance, but what he was planning now felt darker, more sinister. He intended to use the cursed ore to drive Marcus mad, leaving him entirely consumed by the sinister effects of exposure. A fitting payback. He adjusted his pace, heading toward the war halls, his mind racing with preparations. To avoid suspicion, he'd have to sneak in unnoticed. If the head maid saw him returning while classes were still in session, her questions would complicate things. As he walked, the setting sun painted long shadows across the courtyard. Damon's perception flickered, picking up on the shifting forms around him. He shrank and expanded his shadow perception at will, testing its limits and growing more accustomed to its peculiar mechanics. With a deep sigh, he steadied his nerves. The plan was in motion, and he couldn't afford to falter. Damon couldn't help but reflect on his relationship with Marcus as he approached the war halls. His mind wandered back to the day he submitted the golden ticket to the academy and officially enrolled. That day felt like a lifetime ago. He had arrived dressed in cheap, patched commoner clothes, lovingly sewn by his sister before her illness took hold. Marcus had been one of the first to see him before he put on the academy's pristine uniform. Damon remembered how out of place he had felt. He hadn't joined the academy at the start of the semester like everyone else. Instead, he came in a few weeks after the entrance exams, just before the quarter-semester evaluation. By then, the students had already formed their cliques, and Damon felt like a strange, unwanted transfer student. His golden ticket had made the professors ecstatic. They believed they were about to mold the next legend. Damon shook his head bitterly. Boy, did I let them down at that quarter-semester evaluation. Mana level 30, huh? He sighed, lamenting his low mana. Before the disastrous evaluation, his first day in class had already set the tone for what was to come. The professor had asked the students to share the semester scheme of work with him. Naturally, Marcus had volunteered. Enjoy new adventures from Empire. Even back then, Damon didn't trust anyone, but Marcus had blindsided him. Never in his wildest dreams did he imagine Marcus would hand him the outline for the second-year students. And like a fool, I went and read up on all the second-year materials, Damon muttered under his breath, shaking his head at his own carelessness. When the exam day arrived, Damon had been completely unprepared. It was like preparing a boat to climb a mountain. He had been ready to sail the seas, but instead, he was confronted by an insurmountable peak. Unsurprisingly, he failed the theoretical exams. After that, it was a landslide of failures. He failed at mana control. He failed the obstacle course. He failed at dueling. He failed at non-attribute magic. He failed at magic combat. He failed, again and again. Failure became a constant companion, and resentment festered in his heart. To make things worse, Marcus and his group ganged up on him, adding insult to injury. Damon had held so much poison in his heart during those days. The golden ticket that had once made him popular and admired now became a source of mockery. His spectacular fall from grace was a spectacle for others to enjoy. And thus, Damon earned the humiliating title. The Academy's weakest. The shame of the Academy. But no matter how hard things got, Damon never bowed his head to them. He never submitted. He endured the ridicule and humiliation with clenched fists, waiting for the evaluation results. Though he already knew he had failed, he still had to see the rankings with his own eyes. Taking a deep breath, Damon muttered to himself. Well, I can't blame Marcus for all of it. Just the theoretical part. The practical exams were all me, I just sucked. He glanced at his shadow, its movements erratic as if mirroring his turbulent emotions. But I'll change that this mid-semester evaluation. I swear it. I'll show them all. With those words fueling his resolve, Damon finally arrived at his destination after his reflective walk down memory lane. The war halls were mostly empty, save for the maids and the terrifying head maid, Matilda. Her mere presence was enough to make most students hesitate to linger. Damon took a deep breath, steeling himself. The next step of his plan awaited. The war halls, as usual, stood pristine, a testament to the wealth and power of its inhabitants. Lavish decor adorned every corner, the kind of luxury only afforded to the best and wealthiest students. These halls were not merely a place to reside, they symbolized the prestige and influence of their occupants. The students of the war halls were both powerful and influential, and such individuals required someone capable of managing their whims and excesses. That's where the head maid came in. She didn't just oversee the upkeep of the dormitory, she maintained order with an iron will. Even the most arrogant nobility dared not defy her authority. Perhaps because she's a noble herself, Damon thought, his lips curling into a small smirk. The head maid ensured that everyone in the war halls received equal treatment. Despite his status as a commoner, Damon had always been treated no differently than the rest. Her fairness was undeniable, under her care, every student was equal, regardless of birth. And that was precisely why Damon had never crossed her. She wasn't someone you trifled with lightly. Nothing happens in the war halls without her knowing, he mused, recalling the rumors whispered among the students. Today, however, he planned to test that theory. Crossing the grand double doors, Damon entered the war halls, his steps light yet deliberate. The grand entrance led to a sprawling staircase that curved upward in a show of opulence. The halls were eerily quiet, save for the distant shuffle of maids. Their presence didn't concern him. His target was someone else entirely. Ascending the stairs to the second floor, Damon navigated the corridors with precision, his shadow perception expanding and contracting as he moved. The bright, clean halls were lined with extravagant decorations, paintings, vases, and sculptures that probably cost more than an average person's annual income. He briefly considered how much he could make selling one of these treasures on the black market but dismissed the idea. Too much trouble. Stopping in front of a door, he spread his shadow perception across the area, scanning for any signs of movement. The coast was clear. The door itself, however, posed a problem. Doors in the war halls were state-of-the-art, outfitted with magical security measures imported from the magic continent. They required an authorized fingerprint, a pager, a personal key, or one of the maid's key cards to unlock. He'd considered stealing a key card from a maid but decided against it. The cards left records, and their absence would raise alarms. "That's just gonna draw in the head maid," he muttered. That left him with one other option. Dangerous? Yes. But necessary. Damon made his way up to the next floor and stopped in front of another door. Unlike Marcus's, this one opened without resistance. After all, it was his own room. Damon approached the window of his room and unlatched it quietly, taking in the cool air of the evening. He spread his shadow perception across the surroundings, carefully checking for any signs of movement. The outside remained silent, no maids, no head maid, and no lingering students to interrupt his plan. "Croft, stay here," he commanded softly. The raven on his shoulder fluttered to his pillow, tilting its head as if it understood. Damon reached for the mechanism strapped to his wrist, the omnidirectional gear. He secured it to the window frame and released the thin wires, lowering himself silently to the floor below. The sun's position worked in his favor, casting the area in deep shadows. Luck was on his side today. Marcus's room was directly beneath his. The window was locked, but for someone with a history like Damon's, a former street rat skilled in theft, it was a minor inconvenience. Pulling out his dagger, he slipped the blade between the frame and lock, coaxing it open with practiced ease. The window slid soundlessly, and Damon stepped into the room, pulling the omnidirectional gear back to his wrist with a sharp zip. "Damn, this thing works like a charm," he muttered, smirking. Closing the window behind him, Damon moved to the bed. He wasn't here to steal, he had other plans. The maids had done an immaculate job, as always. The bed was perfectly made, not a crease in sight. Damon nodded in approval before glancing at his shadow. "Keep an eye out," he murmured. His fingers prodded the mattress and pillow, searching for the spot where Marcus most often laid his head. Once he found it, Damon lifted the luxurious king-sized bed with deliberate care. Reaching into his jacket, he retrieved a handful of hollow arrows. Removing the shells that covered the cursed or tips, he carefully placed them along the bed frame in a precise, orderly manner. The cursed ore was dangerous, prolonged exposure could wreak havoc on Marcus's mana flow and mental state. But Damon didn't care. This was payback. After arranging the arrows, he retrieved the shells, slipping them back into his jacket. Lowering the mattress, he took his time smoothing it out to look as undisturbed as before. Just as he was about to finish, his shadow darted toward him, alerting him to approaching danger. "Damn it," he cursed under his breath, clicking his tongue. A maid was heading straight for the room, and her steps had already reached the door. With no time to spare, Damon slid under the bed, pressing himself flat against the floor. The door creaked open, and a young blonde maid stepped inside, carrying an empty basket marked with a number. "Laundry pickup," Damon realized grimly. His heart sank as he remembered the hollow arrows still nestled in the bed frame. The cursed ore's subtly influence gnawing at his thoughts, amplifying his panic. He felt like a fool for putting himself in such a precarious position. The maid moved toward the bed. Something is wrong." Damon's breath caught in his throat. He could see her polished black shoes and the hem of her pristine white apron. "This bed hasn't been made properly," she muttered. "Was I careless?" Damon's blood ran cold as she adjusted the bedding. The cursed arrows were just inches above him, separated only by a thin piece of wood. The effects weren't strong because it usually took time. He did not want to be here any longer than he had to. The maid sighed contentedly. "There, much better." She turned away and disappeared into the bathroom, the sound of the door clicking shut echoing in the room. Damon didn't waste a second. He rolled out from under the bed, sweat dripping down his forehead, and bolted for the door. Opening it gently, he slipped out, taking care not to make a sound. Once outside, he walked briskly down the hallway, his senses focused on the maid's presence behind him. Just as he rounded a corner, he collided with something soft, the impact sending him sprawling to the floor. Ouch, what the hell? Damon's words trailed off as he looked up, his face paling instantly. Head maid Matilda. Damon was really starting to wonder if the cursed ore on the hollow arrow tips he carried in his jacket was affecting his luck. Otherwise, how could he explain such a streak of misfortune? He'd been so focused on his shadow perception tracking the maid in Marcus's room that he'd neglected his immediate surroundings, an oversight that had led him straight into the person he least wanted to encounter. My brain can only process so much information at once, he thought bitterly as he stumbled back, looking up to meet the piercing amber eyes of the head maid. Her expression was composed, as always, exuding the dignified authority she carried like a second skin. Damon's heart sank. Well, hello there, Miss Matilda. He greeted hastily, brushing himself off. Apologies, I didn't see you there. He tried to sidestep her and make a quick escape, but her calm, commanding voice halted him. Hold on a moment, Damon. What are you doing in the dorms while your peers are still in class? Crap, exactly what I was trying to avoid. Damon bit his lip, forcing a smile as he turned to face her. I was in class, he lied smoothly, but my pet raven flew towards the dorms. I came to get him and was just about to head back. Matilda's cold, imperious gaze studied him for a long moment before she gave a curt nod. And where is this pet of yours now? Damon's mind raced. He couldn't very well tell her Croft was sitting comfortably in his dorm after he'd snuck into Marcus's room to plant cursed ore. I think it flew to the upper floors. I was about to go check there, he said, trying to sound as earnest as possible. Matilda nodded, though her expression remained unreadable. It seems you've had some trouble with the student council, she remarked. How did she know? Damon gave a half-shrug. Yes, but I've worked it out, ma'am. Her sharp eyes lingered on him before she gestured towards the elevator. Well, shall we? Damon blinked in surprise. Is she trying to help me, or is this some kind of interrogation? Reluctantly, he followed her into the elevator. As they ascended, Matilda broke the silence. How are you feeling? Has your body recovered from your duel with Xander? Damon hesitated, caught off guard by the unexpected question. Then he remembered that Matilda was impartial to all the students under her care. Perhaps this was just part of her duty. I'm fine, he replied cautiously. The healers did a good job. She nodded, her gaze fixed on the elevator doors. While I understand the recklessness of youth and the fear of losing, she said, her tone stern. You shouldn't throw your life away so carelessly. If you die, that's when you're truly defeated. As long as you're alive, you can always make a comeback. Damon blinked, stunned as she turned her sharp glare on him. You and Xander were reckless and foolish. No duel or competition is worth putting your lives in mortal danger, she continued, her voice a blend of scorn and concern. Damon didn't know what to say. The last person to scold him for being reckless was his late mother, and Matilda's words struck a nerve he didn't realize was still raw. By the time they reached his dorm, her stern lecture had left him dazed. She waited as he retrieved Croft, the raven fluttering to his shoulder with a huff, before she dismissed him with a firm order to return to class. As Damon walked back, his mind reeled. Did she really chew me out like that? For my own good, he wondered, shaking his head. He remembered how she'd asked about his well-being before scolding him, a small but significant detail. He chuckled dryly. What, does she think she's my mother or something? Damon arrived at class, only to find Professor Kale standing at the front of the room. He let out a sigh. My luck really is getting worse, he thought grimly. Pushing the door open, he attempted to slip in quietly, but the moment he stepped inside, the first person who noticed him raised their voice. He came back. The criminal. The declaration sparked a ripple of murmurs across the room. They actually let him go. He actually came back, someone murmured. They really let him go. Must have pulled some strings. I wonder what crime he committed. It must be serious if the student council president got involved. Damon clenched his jaw, ignoring the judgmental stares and whispers. He was about to find a seat when Leona, who had been sitting anxiously with Sylvia, Evangeline, and Xander, jumped up and ran to him. You came back. I was so worried, she exclaimed, throwing her arms around him. Damon froze, clearly uncomfortable with the sudden embrace. Awkwardly, he patted her shoulder and gently pushed her away. I'm fine. It wasn't a crime, just a small misunderstanding, he said with a forced smile. Leona nodded, relief evident on her face. I'm glad you're okay. I thought she might have held a grudge because you fooled her once. Sylvia and Evangeline joined them, with Xander trailing behind, a frown etched on his face. I'm glad it was nothing, Evangeline said, exhaling in relief. Sylvia crossed her arms. It was bound to be nothing. I knew that. Evangeline raised a skeptical eyebrow. Did you? Because I distinctly remember you worrying he might be sent to the Inquisition, even though I told you that was a ridiculous assumption. Sylvia chuckled nervously. Yes, well, I suppose you were right. She couldn't admit to Evangeline that her fear had stemmed from spotting Damon without his shadow earlier, but at least it had all turned out fine. Xander's sneer broke through the conversation. I think the real mistake was sending this wretch back. Damon sighed, shaking his head. Despite Xander's harsh words, he hadn't forgotten that Xander had actually stood up for him when it mattered. Can I sit down now? Damon said with a tired look. Lilith, that slave driver, made me do a mountain of paperwork. I need a break. As he walked to his seat, Marcus, sitting nearby, immediately grabbed his belongings and moved to a seat further away, his face pale with fear. Damon smirked coldly, his thoughts sharp. Run, Marcus. Where will you run? It's too late for you. Once seated, his classmates bombarded him with questions, and for the first time, Damon found himself answering them generously. Professor Kale didn't even glance their way, his focus on the board as though the commotion existed in another realm. But when he finally turned around, his sharp gaze silenced the room instantly. Class ended soon after, and as Damon prepared to leave, exhausted from the day, his pager vibrated. Pulling it out, he sighed heavily at the name displayed. I knew she wasn't done with me, he thought grimly. Leona peeked over his shoulder and read the name aloud. Lilith Astronova. What does she want now? Damon sighed again, shrugging. Who knows? He answered the call, and her voice came through, firm and commanding. Meet me by the academy gates. Now. Damon hung up, running a hand through his hair. My luck has definitely gotten worse. The sun had long set, casting a cool, bluish glow over the academy grounds. Damon tried everything he could to buy more time, excuses, delays, even pretending to be busy, but Lilith Astronova wasn't someone who took no for an answer. And so, he found himself reluctantly making his way to the academy's gates. The gates of the academy were nothing short of magnificent. A towering metallic structure crafted from rods of unknown origin, they glistened faintly under the moonlight. Damon had no clue what material they were made from, but their presence alone was intimidating. It was said that Aether the Sage, the legendary founder of the academy, had created the gates himself. He must have been quite the artist, Damon thought wryly, staring up at the intricate patterns etched into the metal. Then again, what else could one expect from a man who had supposedly reached the 7th class advancement? Aether's power was said to have been so immense that it dwarfed the entire world. Stories claimed he had fought the Dominator, Ashcroft, in a battle so intense that he had vanished without a trace. Damon sighed, using the myths as a way to distract himself. But can I really afford to be distracted? considering who I'm meeting? Lilith Astronova. The mere thought of her sent a shiver down his spine. If there was anyone who could rattle him, it was her. She was clever, cunning, and persistent. Damon knew she likely had schemes and plots ready to ensnare him. But if today's earlier encounter proved anything, it was that she didn't actually have any concrete evidence against him. She's operating on instinct, he realized. And yet, that didn't comfort him. If anything, it made her more dangerous. Intuition like hers was rare and often unnervingly accurate. He suspected she had an agenda beyond whatever the Academy's rules dictated, but speculating on her motives wasn't going to help him now. Damon shook his head. It was better to stay sharp and avoid getting caught in her web. As he neared the gates, he reminded himself of another inconvenient truth: he couldn't actually leave the Academy grounds. As a first-year student, his movements were restricted, and the only times he had managed to leave were through sneaky, less-than-legitimate methods. Why does she want to meet here, of all places, he wondered. He stopped just short of the imposing gates, their cold metal almost seeming to hum with power. Now he just had to wait. The question was, for what? Damon scanned the area and immediately spotted Lilith Astronova seated by the grand marble fountain near the Academy gates. The fountain's shimmering water reflected the warm glow of the nearby lamps, casting a soft radiance over her. Her striking red hair seemed to glow like embers, accentuating her already breathtaking beauty. Most men would have been entranced by the sight, but Damon remained unfazed. To him, Lilith might as well have been a siren luring sailors to their doom. He approached her cautiously, his steps deliberate. "President," he greeted curtly. She didn't even glance his way, her attention seemingly fixed on the cascading water of the fountain. Damon sighed, bracing himself for the ordeal ahead. "Lilith, you wanted to see me," he said, this time more direct. She finally turned her head, her gaze locking onto his. Her voice was calm but carried an edge of authority. "Yes, I've been waiting for you. I can't believe you tried to get out of this. I'm going to need your assistance tonight." Damon frowned slightly, nodding. "I'll be happy to help." Lilith chuckled softly, clearly amused. "You don't look very happy right now." Damon met her gaze with a deadpan expression. "I'm absolutely beaming with joy." Her lips curled into a sly smile as she reached into her jacket, pulling out a brooch adorned with the Academy insignia. She tossed it to him casually. He caught it, examining it with mild suspicion. "What's this supposed to be?" "It's your pass," she explained. "With that, you'll have permission to follow me into town. Keep it on you in case we get separated." Damon's unease deepened at the mention of leaving the Academy grounds. He had planned to meet Iris Vale today, and this unexpected task was throwing a wrench in his plans. "You want me to go to Aether's sanctuary?" he asked cautiously. Lilith nodded. "Yes. Think of it as a learning experience. You mentioned you haven't been to town since enrolling here." Damon remained silent, his expression carefully neutral. Her words carried a subtle challenge, as if daring him to lie. She smiled knowingly, adding, "Unless, of course, you've been sneaking out and have been less than truthful about it." Damon shook his head quickly. "I will be happy to accompany you, Lilith." Satisfied, she stood, her commanding presence making it clear she expected him to follow. "Excellent. Let's get moving. While we're there, you'll help with patrol. If you spot any first-years out of bounds, apprehend them or contact me or another council member for backup." He nodded reluctantly. "I don't have the contact numbers of the others." Lilith gestured to the brooch in his hand. "The brooch contains a sound stone. Sound stones connect only to others from the same source. They were common before pagers, though flawed since each stone works with only its pair and disintegrates after a while." Damon nodded absently, filing the information away. As she spoke, an idea began forming in the back of his mind, but he kept his face impassive. The two of them reached the gates, where they underwent a brief security check. The guards barely glanced at Lilith. It was a mere formality, but she insisted on the process since Damon, a first year, was accompanying her. Once cleared, they boarded a waiting carriage. Damon's eyes widened slightly as he took in the luxurious interior. The polished wood, soft leather seats, and faintly glowing comfort spells were a stark contrast to the rickety wooden carts he was accustomed to. "TCH," he muttered under his breath. Lilith, catching the sound, raised an eyebrow. "Is something the matter? Is the carriage not to your liking?" "I apologize, these are of lower quality. Next time, I'll ensure a better arrangement." Damon shot her a sideways glance, his thoughts racing. Low quality? What could be better than this? An airship? He couldn't help but think of the famed airships of Vuldran, said to glide between the floating continents. Of course, he'd never even seen one in person, let alone boarded one. Maybe teleportation gates are better, he mused. But those were far too expensive, especially for someone like him. Lilith, mistaking his silence for dissatisfaction, seemed to take his reaction as a personal critique. Damon sighed inwardly. Damn nobles and their deep pockets. The carriage ride was smooth and uneventful, and it wasn't long before they arrived at Aether's sanctuary. "Hey, how long do you intend to make us do this? We've been walking all over town for 2 hours now," Damon grumbled, his irritation breaking through his usually guarded tone. Lilith turned to him with a teasing smile. "I'm a delicate lady, but you don't see me complaining about taking a little walk. Or is it that you just hate my company?" Damon regarded her impassively. "Actually, I do," he thought but refrained from saying it aloud. Instead, he replied dryly. "I wouldn't compare someone who's reached the third-class advancement to someone like me, who's barely scraping by." Lilith chuckled softly. She found his sarcasm amusing, though Damon's patience was wearing thin. The walking itself wasn't the issue, it was the constant mental strain of staying on guard around her. They had arrived in Aether's sanctuary 2 hours ago, and in that time, Lilith had patrolled the town diligently, helping anyone who appeared to be in need. Damon, however, had been roped into assisting her with various menial tasks, from carrying supplies to repairing a vendor's stall. The townspeople seemed to think highly of her. Even adventurers, who were typically rough around the edges, treated her with a mix of respect and caution. It wasn't surprising, few would dare to cross someone at the third-class advancement. Damon, however, found it all incredibly tiresome. Helping others for no personal gain felt like a pointless waste of energy. "Why are we even doing this?" he finally asked, unable to hide his exasperation. Lilith shook her head with a bemused expression. "I suppose you wouldn't understand. We're being good Samaritans." Damon frowned, unconvinced. He decided to be blunt. "I hate to be rude, but you don't strike me as the type of woman who would do something that has no tangible benefit to her." Lilith sighed, her smile turning faintly exasperated. "You don't seem to hate being rude, but fine. Think of it this way, building a good reputation is a form of power. We call that influence." Damon nodded slowly, though his skepticism was evident. "I see. That's under the assumption that the so-called public doesn't stab you in the back. The only person you can truly trust is yourself." Lilith's smile returned, a hint of amusement in her eyes. "You're quite the pessimist. But you're not wrong. Still, I never said I trusted them. I'm only building potentially useful connections. Humans are not as one-dimensional as you think. Try to keep an open mind." Damon sighed, his voice laced with reluctant agreement. "I see. I'll keep that in mind." Lilith noticed his tone and tilted her head slightly. "You don't seem to believe me," she remarked, her voice light yet probing. Damon remained silent, refusing to engage further. They continued walking, eventually entering a quieter part of town, a secluded neighborhood with wide streets and modest homes. The air was still, and the absence of bustling activity made Damon uneasy. "Where are we going, exactly?" he asked, scanning their surroundings. "You won't find any first years in this boring part of town." Lilith nodded. "We're not looking for first years. I'm here to meet someone." Damon's brows furrowed, but he said nothing. As they approached their destination, a sense of unease began to creep over him. The quiet atmosphere and the subtle shift in Lilith's demeanor made him instinctively more cautious. Who exactly is she meeting here, he wondered, his guard rising as they neared their destination. The house was all too familiar. Damon had been there just the night before. This was the residence of the late Carmen Vale. Damon said nothing, keeping his expression impassive, his blindfold securely in place. As they approached the house, Lilith stepped into the yard and knocked on the front door. Damon, meanwhile, extended his shadow perception, sensing the faint presence of a young girl moving toward them from inside. His fists clenched instinctively. He was on guard, wondering what schemes Lilith might have in store for him. The door opened, revealing Iris. Her eyes briefly flicked toward Damon before she quickly turned her attention to Lilith, her lips parting as though to speak. Damon gave a subtle shake of his head, stopping her in her tracks. Iris closed her mouth and turned fully to Lilith. "Hello. How may I help you, Student Council President?" she asked politely, her tone steady, though Damon could tell her control over her expression wasn't as strong as it needed to be. Lilith smiled at Iris's reaction to seeing Damon. Though Lilith didn't look at him, she didn't need to, Iris's subtle glances gave her away. "May we come in?" Iris nodded. Already familiar with Lilith, she stepped aside to let them in. Damon gritted his teeth, keeping his thoughts carefully guarded. "I was planning to meet Iris myself, but this. Did she know I came here yesterday? Or is this just another trap?" Iris glanced at him from the corner of her eye before speaking again. "Allow me to make you some tea." Lilith inclined her head graciously. "Thank you." They moved to the living room. Lilith chose to sit beside Damon on the sofa, her presence immediately making him uncomfortable. Without a word, Damon stood and moved to another chair, putting a deliberate distance between them. Lilith tilted her head at his reaction, her lips quirking into a teasing smile. "What's this? Afraid of catching my cooties?" Damon had expected such a remark. "No, not at all." He gestured to Croft, the raven perched silently on his shoulder. "It's just that Croft can get aggressive if strangers sit too close." The raven, hearing the blatant lie, let out an indignant caw. "Caw. Liar. Liar." Damon swiftly smacked the bird with just enough force to silence it. Croft quickly changed its tune. "Caw. Evil." Lilith laughed, clearly amused by the entire exchange. "It seems your familiar doesn't quite agree with you." Damon sighed, his tone laced with feigned regret. "I should have eaten him when I had the chance." Lilith chuckled. "I highly doubt a raven would taste good." Before Damon could respond, Iris returned, carrying a tray. She set it down gently before serving them tea. Damon poured himself a cup, his movements refined, almost automatic, as though he were used to such rituals. "Experience tales at Empire." Lilith observed him briefly, noting his manners but choosing not to comment. Instead, she turned her attention to Iris. "I apologize for not coming earlier." Iris shook her head, stealing quick glances at Damon as she responded. "It's fine." Lilith nodded solemnly. "I didn't want to come until I had at least a lead on your father's death." At the mention of her father, Iris bit her lip, her face contorting with pain. Damon kept his expression neutral as he sipped his tea, though he could feel the tension in the room rising. Lilith continued, her tone steady but serious. "I'm sorry, Iris, but I haven't made much progress. In fact, I can't help you at all." Damon felt a wave of relief wash over him. Of course, she has nothing on his death, he thought, almost letting out a sigh. But then Lilith's gaze shifted to him, and his relief evaporated. "But while I can't tell you who or what killed your father," she said, pausing for dramatic effect, "I know someone who can." She gestured toward Damon. "He can." Damon, who had just started to relax, froze. The words hung in the air, registering slowly. His brows shot up, and before he could fully react, he choked on his tea, the hot liquid burning his throat as he sputtered in disbelief.